Together, fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs to do. Moves, delivering us the anchor.
Spam early. Prowler through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classics involved in the game, but Seven says, just stand right there for me. Play round this time, though. Not so serendipitous. Nerve here. No reason but to stand and fight. He's down to 8, and there's Alum. That's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. We'll get it just in time to fight this all the way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't caught by that bite, actually, so no extra damage done. Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell. Every
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. Day 2 of our very first split. And yesterday we got to see some returning teams, some new faces, and today get acquainted with the rest. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Roy and Emily to be kicking off the day. Emily, how is it going? Welcome back to Challengers.
It's actually my first time ever in Challengers, I think, so it's very exciting to be here. I feel really honored.
We're so excited to have you. Roy, You're stuck on the desk again today. We're making sure, everybody squeezes out of you, but we get to see the rest of our teams try and start off strong here. So I'm excited to see what today has to offer.
This must be an invisible prison, first of all, because I don't feel like I'm stuck here. I feel like y'all might be stuck in here with me. But yeah, no, I'm actually excited to see some Valorant, guys. I feel like we're watching like a really sick anime, and every episode we're discovering like the power levels of these teams and these players and what they're cooking up, and it's been fun to watch. And I feel like this introduction week's gonna keep progressing quite nicely. I'm here, I'm ready, I'm excited.
For anyone who might be joining us for the first time, if you need a little get up to speed for how this is about to happen, we have a short little video to get you up to speed.
Welcome, agents. This is Ace Valorant Challengers North America 2026, where consistency, adaptability, and the biggest clutch moments define the next rising star. The 2026 season is built around 3 competitive stages. Each one features a Swiss stage with all 16 teams, followed by a top 8 double elimination playoffs bracket. And after stages 1 and 2, promotion relegation, where survival and opportunity clash. Win to move forward, lose too much, and you're out. During the Swiss stage, every match is best of 3. 4 wins sends you to playoffs, 4 losses ends your run. From there, the top 8 teams battle it out in double elimination. Everything stays best of 3 until the lower final and grand final, where it's all decided in best of 5. After stages 1 and 2, the stakes get even higher. Promotion and relegation are back. No safety nets, no excuses. Stage 3 changes everything. The Stage 3 champion earns a direct spot in the Road to Champions, the VCT Americas Stage 2 playoffs. Meanwhile, the team with the most circuit points qualifies for the America's Last Chance qualifier, facing the best second seeds from LATAM and Brazil for one final shot. This is where the next generation rises. This is where future stars are made. And this is Ace Valorant Challengers NA 2026.
Already, we've gotten to see a couple of our teams play and kind of start forming expectations about a couple of these squads. Roy, this year we have a couple new academy teams joining us, and they definitely turned up for yesterday's matches.
I think it's safe to say that Valorant is so back. We have so many teams, so many academy teams, so many notable orgs in here. We have some fresh lineups coming in as well. We got to see Energy Academy versus Alliance Guardians yesterday. It was actually kind of an interesting match because we got some insight into the meta that Energy Academy wanted to play. We got to see a lot of the action. We got to see the pop-offs, the individual potential from Energy Academy, of course, and along with a kind of an introduction match for Alliance Guardians, a welcome into the VCL. It was fun. It was a great match to watch. We got to see the first map, and of course on Haven, and the second one was on Split, and there was just so much micro and macro outplay happening from the Energy Academy side, guys. The individual flair, the flashiness, the cohesion, the team play, it was all there all day for Energy Academy.
Yeah, it was such a strong showing to be starting off, considering it was the former Collegiate Maryville squad. Makes a lot of sense. On the opposing end, though, Emily, once we got into the second match, this is something that we saw go a lot more the distance as Evil Geniuses Academy making their debut, facing off this revamped Nightblood roster.
Yeah, no, Nightblood put up a really good showing in map 2. They weren't able to close in on map 3, and it did go 2-1 to EG. But to be fair, EG Academy played really, really well. And a player that stood out to me was actually Pancakes. He really popped off on the chamber, and we even saw a little bit on the breach, of him on the breach in last map. And just his utility, he was so proactive with it. And on the chamber, like, he just felt unstoppable. He was getting those first picks on defense, getting those first picks on attack as well. Like, he was all over the place.
It was such a fun series to watch, and I definitely have a lot of high hopes for this Evil Geniuses Academy squad, considering that was also a match yesterday that they didn't have much practice going into. So I'm excited to see that going on forward. For our first round of Swiss, though, we still have half of our matches remaining. Going into this, though, this should be really exciting because, again, Roy, there is a couple of big names here that I'm intrigued to see what they're going to bring going into this stage.
Yeah, me too. Not only in terms of, like, we know some names we're very familiar with, but we're bringing in players so that we're competing in different regions. We have, tier 1 veterans returning to tier 2 as well, trying to rebuild, trying to kind of regain their ways through the Valorant trenches, if you will. And it's fun. It's exciting. The meta's changed. The gunplay's changed. Everything feels so fresh. And I feel like, with every week, the competition that we're going to be seeing in this league is only going to get better from here.
It really should be, especially too. I'm sure EG isn't the only team that, still still coordinating, only a little bit of practice under their belt. So as the weeks go on, this should be really exciting to watch. For our first match, it's going to be our M80, our revamped, going up against Evictix, and then later on Blue Otter and Shopify Rebellion Black. So being able to keep these big orgs and what they have to offer. And with these big orgs, I mean, Emily, M80 is definitely one where I have expectations just off of the name alone.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone kind of does. And when you look at their roster, they have that TSM duo with Alvin and Guimond, the team that almost ascended, the team that almost did it. And we saw them bring on Derek and Bonnie. They joined for the Those Who Dare tourney, sorry, and Paint as kind of the last addition who is on SRB. This is like a pretty stacked roster. We have 2 veterans, I'd like to say, with Derek and Guimond. And then you also have 3 younger players that can really bring that firepower.
I think the mechanical floor and the ceiling on this roster, combined with the vocality, the experience that they have available, makes this roster such a top contender in my eyes. I feel like the role harmonies there, the flexibility as well. I'm really excited to see their meta interpretation and what they're cooking up. And of course, we're always happy to see M80 return as an org, right? VCL is so much more interesting with them here as well. And of course, they do have Nismo. I do want to touch on the fact that they have brought back Nismo into the coach role for the first time. I feel like his experience, his voice on the team is going to be felt. It's going to be surely shown in the server. I'm excited to see what this roster with the experience, as well as, very hot prospects with Paint, GMD, Alvin Boy, and of course the upcomer Bonnie, what they're going to be up to in this split.
Being able to see Nismo not just return to M80, but in this new role, I think is one of the most exciting parts of this M80 roster to me, on a team that is just inherently so exciting. I know that he had tweeted out that it was maybe a little sooner than he thought, but this opportunity was just perfect, right? And I cannot wait to see what he has been cooking up with the squad, especially to M80s. Definitely a lot of expectations here. And with the star power in these players alone, it's definitely already, I haven't even seen them play yet as a team, but this is one of the front runners in the entire stage for myself. On the opposing end of things, going up against Evictix, this is going to be this opportunity to start scouting out these other teams. This is one we've gotten to see play not in challengers, but kind of their own matches. And there's definitely some good ideas where to keep them going, but they definitely have a powerhouse to take down on the opposing end.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard-fought battle for sure for this roster. There's really no other way to put it. But I think this roster is interesting in its own way. There's a lot of rank spammers in here who are always in there. They're always on the leaderboard in some, in the top 50, top 30. And they qualified via the promo relegations as well. So there's definitely a lot of talent. There's certainly no slouches. There's players on here as well, like Barrett, Dre, and Traded, who have been competing in tier 3. They've been playing in a ton of tournaments. And I feel like the hours that they have here is sort of their superpower, just how many hours they have, right? They played in tier 3, they played in collegiate, and I feel like that will be their strength here. Just the raw numbers of hours they put in the trenches, they put into the servers, they put into the game. I feel like that's where it's going to come in handy for them.
Yeah, we also actually saw Traded last year playing for Crew in the Esports World Cup as just a slotted, and he performed really well while playing that duelist role. I was very surprised to see him. I'm not super familiar with this roster, but another player that I'm really excited to see play out today is Dre, because in those off-scene events, when you just look at the stat line, I'm so curious to see how he kind of plays that controller role. Was he getting those stats because he's an aggressive controller, or is he one of those players, which this is the kind of the hope for me, is that he's one of those insane anchors and clutch players?
I think that is the kind of the interesting thing with Dre as well, is he's sort of low-key their secret star player. He's putting up insane stats. He's the eye test is certainly passed with this player. It feels like he's bringing a lot to the server. I'm curious to see how it's going to play out with obviously a hybrid caliber roster. They're going up against a lot of veterans of the game, and I'm kind of curious to see how the rest of this roster rounds out, because when you look at their stats, you look at their performances in the servers, yeah, maybe they're not they're not winning every tournament they're playing in, or they're not winning a lot of tournaments they're playing in, but the players themselves are putting up some pretty good stats. And sometimes that's honestly all it is. As long as they come up, they show up in the server, they don't get stressed, they don't get a little bit overwhelmed with the pace of the game and kind of the read on what's happening. I feel like they have a genuine shot.
Especially too, again, this is just week 1. This is just round 1 of Swiss. So even if you're going up against a really strong opponent to be starting things off, again, I think that this M80 team is going to be one of the best teams, if not the best team we have within this stage. So taking a loss here, and if it's a fight or even the win, then that's just so much more confidence going on forward. Getting into today's series, though, let's talk about the map picks and bans, because of course, being able to see those third-party tournaments from Evictix we do have a little bit more knowledge on what we can see. M80, not really so much though. And Pearl Roy keep kicking off our series, picked up by them. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I feel like Pearl has been a sort of like a namesake map for the M80 and through all iterations of it. But this is an interesting pick for me, guys, because the fact that I mean, you look at Evictix's match histories, they're actually a solid Pearl team. They're 3-0 in tier 3 tournaments. Like, they're not even slouches on that map. So I feel like this is a pick from M80. You know, it kind of combines their strengths on the map along with the fact that they think they have a read to what Evictix likes to run on this map. So they're probably coming in with a game plan. They're going to be looking exactly to what they're going to be doing and kind of countering their ideas. And then we move on to Split, where things could get very interesting. It's Evictix's pick. Obviously, we don't have any footage on this M80 roster. We don't really know what they're going to be, coming in and how they're going to be approaching the game. So it's going to be very interesting to see the way they problem solve.
Yeah, I mean, even though we don't have that footage on M80, I can kind of guess or assume that they're going to be a lot more structured, have that bigger playbook and more set protocols, especially with the help of Coach Nismo. So looking at back to the first map, Pearl, I'm not super worried because yes, Evictix can have that upper hand of kind of just surprising them by playing super loose or playing super aggressive or whatever they kind of want to, right? But I think that M80 is just really confident in that, you know what, whatever they throw at us, we'll be able to adapt in the game and we'll have something prepared.
And for me, the other interesting thing as well is the fact that this Evictix roster, they're like, usually when you see like inexperienced teams that have a lot of like, very like talented players and they have a lot of like mechanically strong players, they're often leaning onto that double duelist. They're trying to brawl it out. But you look at Evictix's like kind of their compositional choices, you see a lot of like double initiators, double controllers. Like they're not, it doesn't feel like they're going to be playing a very fast game. It feels like they're going to try to be methodical. They're going to try to approach the game in a way that is replicable, in a way that is like repeatable and kind of plays to their own strength. So I feel like the pacing is going to be interesting here because you see M80, you see all this experience, but then you see Evictix trying to match their pace. They're trying to play that mind games and they're trying to like, match them on the macro level. So I think it'll be a good eye opener to see, where the M80 talent stands and where the Evictix kind of their strategy and their team cohesion stands as well.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm looking at is Evictix has played a lot longer together. M80 is obviously very new. They just fully announced the roster a couple of days ago. So, Evictix could have the upper hand if they are playing more methodical, like you said. So I really feel like, while I do believe M80 has the upper hand just because they have more support, they have that coach in there as well to help them out, Evictix could kind of get away with taking a map off or even maybe coming in with a 2-1.
Okay.
The way that you said that maybe there lends me to already think of how you might have predicted going into today's series. Let's talk about that before we head into the map. But I mean, I definitely am hopeful for Evictix and what we can see going into today. But I look at M80 on one side, I look at Evictix on the other. I see all of these names from M80, and for my official prediction, it was an easy one for me to pick.
Okay.
And I mean, yeah, Emily across the board. As you said, like, I would love to see a map off. An upset would be cool, but there's just so much star power on M80.
Yeah, I mean, Roy, I actually want to get your take because I feel like you've looked at Evictix. Have you seen what they can do specifically with their comps? Are you expecting like a quick 2-0 from M80 or are you expecting more close matches, maybe a 2-1?
It's really hard to say. I feel like the first two maps are going to decide a lot. Obviously, it's a best of 3, but that kind of goes to say. But I feel like with such a young team and so little time for practice, like how much time have you really had to balance a 7 map pool, right? Like surely you can't be that deep into the strategy pool with so little time and so many maps to work on and with the meta changing as well. So I think if there is a shot, it's gonna be just the sheer hours of reps that Evictix has over this roster. Like you're gonna try to take a stab at them while M80 is still developing. They're still going through their getting everybody on the same page. Like all these players have had different teammates prior. They've all been kind of on a different pacing and sort of ideas of how they want to approach the game. So I think if there is a shot for Evictix, it'll be in that little niche.
It would definitely be cool to see because, again, with the amount of time the Evictix team has had and the fact that it doesn't just seem like a run-it-down team, it could definitely be really, really interesting. But I just can't wait to see. I feel like, too, for challengers, what has just been really fun throughout the years is we get to see the information from these third-party tournaments from these newer teams, right? But this is an opportunity against, when we're talking about this legacy, we're talking about this 10-year talent, to really be able to kind of show up and show out. And it's these really early stages, right, where we do get to see kind of these next stars that are being born. So with what we've seen in the third party, we know that they've been able to put up the numbers there. If they can put up the numbers to start, I mean, even if it's not the win, I still think that that would be a win, because that's just kind of going to redefine expectations going on forward, even on an individual level.
For sure. And if I'm looking at this Evictix roster, like Emily was saying, in terms of the traded factor and the fact that he has competed on tier 1 rosters, or he was, kind of a stand-in, I feel like that experience is going to leverage itself very well, right? In terms of like, I mean, if this guy can do very well in these environments, and so can we, right? And it's sort of this like team buff that you like humanize and you normalize your competition. And as long as they don't get lost in the sauce, and as long as they don't get too stressed, and they can kind of keep like a lighthearted environment, kind of keep things flowing, keep the comms up, keep the confidence up, like, the Valorant gap is not that crazy that it's impossible for Evictix to take a win here. This is my opinion.
It'd be interesting for sure. But let's start narrowing in on the very first map of the series, because as you're calling out, M80 and Pearl, regardless of iteration, has kind of been a little bit more of a mainstay there. I think too, when you're looking at a coach like Nismo, who has been a part of that M80, has been part of that iteration and stuff, that'll be a really, really tough one for Evictix to take down. I think that's going to be, Emily, something that I'm really keen on to see, because we've talked a lot about that macro level and everything else from the team, but even how can they out-call or out-strat an M80 that has all that legacy?
I think as long as they kind of go in and play their own game and don't just kind of feed into what M80 wants them to, I think they have a pretty good shot. When I'm looking at like a macro level, I could see them honestly not having to do too much when it comes to like anti-stratting or countering in game. I think one thing that I'm really confident in for Evictix is because they've played together for so long, they already have that team chem. I'm expecting to see really quick reactions, really quick trade outs, and just overall really good team chemistry. Because if you look, like Roy said, they do play a lot of ranked matches. They do play a lot of like these tier 2, tier 3 tourneys, and they've had that experience built up around them all playing together. So as much as I think they will be trying to not feed into M80, I think it's just going to come down to like all the micro plays, I guess.
And on the other hand, I'm kind of curious to see like what M80 exactly they're doing with their roles, right? Like, is it paint dueling? Is it bounty dueling? Are they double dueling? Like, what meta are they going to lean into? Because I feel like the meta right now, the strategic like depth is so open for interpretation, and so many teams are taking it, like, whether they're going double controller, double initiator, or double controller, double duel. It's like everyone's kind of just taking their own flair and their own twist on the meta. So I feel like it's kind of open. So I think this match, this series will be a really good like introduction into the approach, the style that M80 is going to be going for, how they're thinking about the game, how they're approaching the game. And Pearl is a really good litmus test for that, because there's so much push and pull, there's so much execution and post plant happening in that map as well, and a lot of like micro decisions. So it's going to be a nice little eye test to see where they stand and where we know where their areas of weaknesses are and what they're strong at.
I love that call out on the roles and everything else. Really be able to discover truly what this M80 squad is cooking up. And with the agent select ready, that is going to be our first little taste of it. Again, something we've seen from Evictix. We've gotten to see them play this out before. It looks like a couple of changes for them. On the opposing side, though, Roy, you said you wanted to know what they're cooking up. And yeah.
Yeah, it's double initiator versus double initiator. We're back in 2023. Let's go. I love it. Yeah, it's going to be Bonnie the Duelist. I think that pretty much answers it. Paint's going to be leaning into the flex role. I feel like it's honestly it could be a really good role for Paint. We've seen what he's done on the Duelist, but we've also seen how vocal he is on a team environment, even on the Duelist role. So I feel like in the flex role, he's gonna allow himself to shine. He's gonna be able to play make, as well as have that self-sufficiency. Again, I'm looking at Team Evictix to see how they leverage the double drones to make the macro much easier for themselves. They have a ton of utility to work with, so keep eyes on that utility backhauls when the B execs on the retakes. They're gonna have a ton of util to work with to push people off angles and make sure they put themselves in good positions.
Yeah, they're also going to have, on both sides, a lot of util to kind of do that push-pull like you were saying. I was really expecting maybe a chamber or a jet or just something, but with this Yoru and no chamber comp, it is going to be a lot of that push and pull. We're not going to see a whole lot of like fast rushes, in my opinion. They're definitely going to be doing a lot of splits because they just don't have that movement agent.
Ooh, it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out, and I cannot wait to see both of their debuts with these respective teams within Challengers. It's time to get to it on Pearl and send it to your casters. It's going to be Jaws and Marks to get you started.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Yes, M80's big return to VCL versus Team Evictix. Now, they already kind of set this one up, Marks, and M80 with a ton of experience and skill across the board versus a team that has been together for a long time. Big ranked grinders, big ladder grinders as well, whereas M80, they've got to rely more on that experience over the time they've had together.
It really is so interesting, right? Because obviously when you look at tier 2, you look at a team like Envy, which kind of had a more interesting start. You know, the bunch of guys grinding it out in ranked somehow were able to take everything over, and once they kind of got that system, they get put into place and everything seems good. But for Team Evictix, while it kind of follows that initial similar pathing, like the Dusk was saying, this team likes to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more calculated when it comes down to it. I love the way that they set things up, given the fact that Evictix are going to be more or less relying off of each other just against the pure raw experience that so many of these M80 players are bringing. This is not their first round in Challengers, and once again on this new roster, they are more than willing to try and prove it.
Quick rotation through Art already for M80. Really fast in the rotation. You saw an early orb push as well from Invictus. They managed to pick that one up, but Teo might be a little bit caught off here as the split ends up coming through.
Just nice and quiet, but Raccoon's position right now could be everything. I like the group up though from M80. They're going to try and push this one together, and they're more or less ready to go. Raccoon spots it out.
Yeah, full stack in here basically, going through Art. Nice flash there into Secret. See one player going through main there's GMD, smoked off currently, but a quick pop through should be fairly easy. Two players backside still with the first blood going Raccoon's way, but quickly traded by Paint.
You're done.
Finally,
Spike
going to be
down.
able to go down
Great.
here.
Planted.
Cutting through.
Hey, it was the 4-on-2 now with
4v2.
Derek and Alvin alive.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
Derek with a nice little swing. One person now, Alvin, just left alive. Unlikely to make it out. Scotty ends up picking up the kill, and that is a round on the board for Invictix.
And once again, we go back to that familiarity, right? Like you could see the M80 players, despite the fact that they had everyone kind of set up and ready to push onto that A site, there was just like a moment of hesitation there. And I think that once again, that's kind of that synergy that needs to really be worked on for M80 if they want to initiate on that site. Meanwhile, Evictix, I mean, once again, Scotty doing an excellent job at just kind of, or sorry, no, it was Raccoon who was doing an excellent job of staying alive through the mountains of util that were just kind of being dumped in the back there, and able to really just buy enough time for the rest of Evictix to get themselves ready for the denial there. So M80 just kind of staggering a little bit right before the finish line, and it kind of makes things fall apart for them. Let's see how they want to go out onto this round. Evictix have all the nice weaponries and a lot of information actually just gained right off the rip, as they will be picking up that first orb and really just taking their time as Barrett just has the utility ready to go just in case they need to pop that.
So they're kind of expecting it. Very far forward right now is Raccoon on the Sova.
Launching missile.
They're going to make their play as Barry's right on the other side of this. He's going to pop the salvos down. Pain going super low. In fact, actually taken down by the salvo. Spike planted, however. Rotation through the library as Bonnie picks up two. How on earth do you do that? Two with the classic just like that. Traded on site right now. A 3-on-3. Alvin 1 HP though, but it is going to be up to M80 to try and push their way back on. Little fake defuse there, but Alvin, yeah, there's just no shot. You just have to look for the trade. 1 HP though, but Evictix dominating M80 there. A quick plant, a salvo kill on the planter, but they couldn't trade up.
And all things considered, that time around, we see a lot of that kind of like push in together mentality working out for M80 that time around. Given the fact that they were working with that weaker weaponry, immediately the rotation coming towards Art. Sure, we got to see Bonnie really light up the kill feed, but it was almost like a 3-pronged attack to try and isolate and destroy the members of Evictix. And sure, they do win out that round, but they do so at the expense of 3 of their weapons. So we're going to be seeing that Bulldog as well as a judge come in for Raccoon. Well, meanwhile, on the other side, M80, they're going to be on to their buy round. So this is where things get serious. Given the fact that they've already just kind of dropped the spike right off the bat, I imagine we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a play for information and try to absorb a lot of that initial utility to try and isolate those members of Evictix before ending on one of these sites.
Slowly but surely. He wants it. He really wants this. Just kill.
Not like this.
GMD. Not like that. Straight to the face. Little drone out as well, potentially. Speaking of drones, one in mid. Didn't quite spot Alvin. They know the turret's there, so Alvin in close proximity. They did manage to retrieve that weapon as well.
Yeah. On top of that, they were able to push outside of A, and so they got all the information that none of the members of M80 were really looking for it. Alvin did have the alarm bot down there, at least to know that no one's poking out of there, but this more or less should confirm that it will be M80 hitting this B site. Let's see what Scotty and Traded can do.
Drone in, clone down. Bonnie now backside already. Scotty, bullet to the brain, takes one, and unfortunately is going to fall, which means the site pretty open for M80 now. 4 players surrounding it, only one way for Evictix to come back into this. Clone comes in, there's only one flash now available for Traded. They spot the clone out, 2 low, 1 high. Raccoon pinged out, and this could be a fairly easy, a trivial swing. Even a molly available for Alvin too. That diffuse ends up coming in, but I'm not sure they're even going to allow them to touch the spike as Bonnie takes down 2, and unfortunately that judge not quite having the range to deal with these rifles.
Yeah, Raccoon able to kind of dip back and pick up another rifle here, at least just try to make a good go of it, but M80 just paying so much respect at this point, making sure they can keep as many people alive as possible, and that is going to be the spike. So a good round from M80 that time, and really I think that last round really demonstrates the difference in the initiators that are kind of being brought out here. The Tejo on the side of Evictix up against the KO coming through from M80. When it comes down to it, we're going to be seeing M80 do a lot more of these flash execs because they've got so many flashes in their pockets between the Yoru and the KO, and you can see that M80, they're looking for their timing to pop those flashes and then push out. Meanwhile, on the other side of Evictix, Barrett's been doing a really good job with the missiles. Obviously, just kind of using them to deny space, able to find paint a couple of rounds, but really, it's not going to do well if they want to try and take those fights. So Evictix, they're going to try and burn them down with their utility to force good engagements, while as M80, they're going to be a lot more proactive to try and find those kills.
Drones try and push people off the line, Traded with a nice trade. Bonnie for Dre. Doesn't get spotted out either. However, he's going to be able to maintain his dominance on this B site, and look at that, straight away, M80 now. Need to know where to go, and well, B's taken by an op, so A looking rather free, and we can see on the minimap, only one player right now, Barrett, just kind of holding it down.
Yeah, and there go the missiles, so they're at least able to get the salvos out of Tejo's pocket, and Paint now going to be able to move in here, but it should be a nice and clean plant, as actually Paint, former duelist, taking so much of that space, confirms the site here, as a spike should go down 4v4 in this retake, but keep an eye on the Killjoys as they're still hanging out in mid, watching for each other.
In the alarm bot there, close to that cut, and we see Paint just push all the way up, and yeah, had to kind of dodge out of the way, but unfortunately takes a bullet to the brain. GMD with 1, so they end up trading, and their hit comes Hunter's Fury. A little bit of damage, but now is the time to strike. Scotty lying in wait, waiting for the other Killjoy to pounce. GMD on his 3rd, Scotty in a 1v2. That is the recon, and Scotty, unfortunately, my friend, it's going to be an almost impossible round to win unless you can pull off a miracle. Oh, Derek. I mean, the experience is just too much of a gap here. It feels like no shot you loosen that there. And M80 clinch another round win.
An excellent little just rotation coming through from GMD to just take that timing. I was actually going to compliment Evictix on that one. You know, it felt like they were doing such a good job at navigating, worming their way around that site, catching the members of M80 looking the wrong way. And actually, it was just GMD pushing all the way back into the spawn, able to cut off the head of the Hydra before it kind of springs too much. And that makes it a near impossible solution for Evictix to try and get that defuse off. So an excellent round for M80. Bonnie going to come into this one with the Outlaw, understands that the buy of Evictix has to be low, so this is still going to be a pretty quick one-shot, one-kill, but a lot of utility as Evictix really want to take the fight here for this orb.
And they've been doing it for quite a few rounds in a row now. Oh dear. Well, they end up trading 2. Paint clearing up the aggressive A main push. Probably going to hold that line for a little bit longer there, making sure the gun doesn't go over, but quick as you like, M80 are now pushing in at 2B, and we can see no one on the site. Paint slowly making his way back. Dre hoping to get this kill here. They know obviously the KO hasn't joined the rest of the team just yet, but they're just going to miss each other by the looks of it.
Yeah, and so suddenly this Pushback might be a little bit more uncomfortable. Ships passing in a night back to back right now, but yeah, Paint able to find that one. And at this point for Evictix, it's probably not looking good. Bringing in 2 weapons here, just a Sheriff and an Outlaw, but M80 once again paying a lot of respects to their opponents. And yeah, look at the position of Paint. This one should be pretty much over.
Yeah, look at the util as well, actually on the spike itself. An enviable position. Well, not really. GM takes the 2. And that's the round.
Yeah, somehow in the midst of all that chaos, I guess the 2 of them just kind of lined up, allowing GMD to find that double kill. Nice, clean, and easy. But once again, just another great round from M80, doing a great job of kind of absorbing that initial pressure being pushed outside of A. And then immediately we kind of see Paint fall into a lurker role, which is not necessarily where you expect to see your KO. But given all of the free space that was afforded onto B and the fact that they're able to move in there without giving up any of the sound cues either, pretty much just guaranteed that it was going to be a free push for M80. Now, Evictix, they've got weaponry in their hands. I'm looking at Raccoon with the Odin in hand, but traded still with this very similar patented aggression outside, but actually gets the spray through and takes GMD down. So there go the smokes for M80.
Enemy tag. Oh, you're all popping the ult, look. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, spotting out. Don't want to exactly run into that one, but the Shoru ult is going to at least force them back to Flowers. Raccoon on a nice angle, but it's going to be Derek that's going to be really matching him first. But, I mean, this is going to be a tough spot to play into now. Util completely denied away with that KO up. Flash into back sights. Well, Paint does end up falling down, but a quick revive by Alvin and traded out almost instantly with a double shot there from Scotty through from Flowers. Beautiful stuff. Turned on his head completely there. M80 looked like they were in full control, but swung back in the other direction almost instantly.
M80 subscribing to the ape strong together mentality, except in Valorant, that's not necessarily a good thing because bullets will go through your friends' bodies, unfortunately. And it just came down exactly like you said. M80, they should have had that round, and yet it just came down to a crossfire being set up with the bullets going through the bodies and no one from M80 being able to secure the kills, allowing Evictix to just walk away with that round more or less for free, even after dumping 2 ultimates in. And so we see M80, they're going to be taking their time out now because, you know, that's not how they expected that round to go. And meanwhile, on the other side, we're seeing Evictix get a couple of ultimates on their side online. I'm looking at Barrett as well coming in with the Tejo ult. That Armageddon does a great job at kind of flushing forwards a lot of the players, allowing really just kind of forcing that reposition, which Tejo is really good at doing right now. And honestly, M80, given the fact that they love to play so grouped up together, if this is very well placed, could force a very early push up, allowing Evictix to find some free kills. So curious to hear what they were talking about on that one, but let's see how this next round plays up, as it's still going to be rifles bought up across the board.
Yeah, lining up on the site would be a good start, that's for sure. Raccoon as well, 1 away from the Hunter's Fury, so probably going to try and make another play out of A main. It's like, just tentatively so.
Very quiet, but right now it's just a poke and prod of information, and now the engagement comes in. Dre already down.
Yeah, Bonnie with a nice early kill, sends the decoy straight towards water. Looks like a rotation here, actually, really early from Evictix. Here comes the wall. Uh-oh, Scotty, fortunately, deafened by this one. It's going to be a push in from Traded. He'll try to make a play there onto the site, but completely alone. Ends up getting picked off as Derek gets the plant.
The plant should be nice and easy, given the fact the Cosmic Divide does cut off all that sound. Also buying M80 plenty of time to get themselves reorganized. Let's see how Evictix want to play this one.
Yeah, 30 HP backside right now is Paint. Isn't going to fall prey to anybody without sending a few shots back, that's for sure. Scotty with the leap down now. 2-man push, back sights. Paint already there, easily taken down. However, you still got to stand up against Derek. Though still, they're actually able to take him out, and now Hunter's Fury to try and clear this main. Scotty's up on that high ground there, and a double kill from Raccoon with the ult. GMT and Body end up going down now. Scotty, Raccoon versus Alvin. What a heroic play. A double with the Hunter's Fury down main like that. I mean, that is absurd. Evictix with some heroics on B.
Weapon is only a
Okay, yeah, that happened there. I thought the setup for M80 should have been able to work out in their favor.
Like, surely they didn't line up. Surely they didn't line up. Surely not.
They're both hopping around, you know? Like, surely they hop in different directions. And I was just gonna say, like, Alvin finally making his way through. Perfect timing, and somehow they both hop into a straight line.
Tragic.
Right into Raccoon's ultimate. It all falls apart. Alvin suddenly has to deal with the entire world up against him. Not how you want to make this round play out here, but M80 this time swapping it up. And Evictix this time not actually taking that aggression there. So you see M80, they go for that pounce, trying to get the Yoru very early on. And there's nobody home except for Raccoon. Watching so far away, it's the spray down with the Odin. Not like this.
Through the wall. Happy as you like. I mean, insult to injury for M80 there. Have to lick their wounds before they end up re-entering the site. They haven't moved an inch. And another one as well through the smoke. Oh dear. You call this the mental buster. These last couple of rounds for M80. Not sure how much experience you require to shrug that one off, but right now M80 going to try and make a rotation, maybe to B, or maybe even at this point, going for a save, Marks.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that it might be a save at this point. I mean, I was going to say as well, like Derek and Alvin, they've got their ultimates online. Sure, maybe Derek can pull off some heroics like Raccoon and find a couple of cool kills or something, but fortunately not alive in this round. And this time around, it just comes down to the awareness coming through from Raccoon. Left. Able to just find 2 free kills, more or less, through the smokes there. And all of the protocols that M80 are doing right now, they just don't have a good read on how this Evictix defense is playing. They thought that they had an opportunity to kind of take the initiative into their own hands, but they're immediately just taken down by a spray of an Odin. So a little bit of a tilter round here, but will be Evictix getting up to 5 as right now they're kind of running away with how this has been going after these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, massive confidence booster. Com's probably going crazy right now, gonna be honest. I mean, I would be after getting a double ult kill like that if you're the Sober and then just picking up 2 kills through smoke. You're like, yeah, sure. Another day in the office here for Evictix. Like I mentioned before as well, this team has been playing together for quite a while. Both rank grinders, obviously kind of qualifying here through the closed qualifiers. Ended up losing actually to the other closed qualified team. But they're going up against an M80, a return of M80 with Nismo as the coach. So you imagine that timeout. Curious if they're going to call another one if one of these preceding rounds is going to go as awry as the last couple have.
Once again, like you talk about the confidence building of Evictix, and especially considering this is their pretty much debut match. Sure, they did play through those qualifiers, but to go on the stage up against M80, once again, we've just been talking about the length of experience so many of these players are bringing into the table. You know, that's got to feel good. And honestly, it's just Evictix kind of playing their game, building that confidence. Scotty, aware that something is kind of going on here, but M80, they have to make their attack, and it looks like they're slowly creeping towards B.
Well, they're going to try and make their way in. Paint taking a little bit of damage from his own nade there, but there you go. There's a kill on the other side. Derek ends up killing Traded with his Hunter's Fury. Plant coming in for Paint.
You should run.
And here comes the lockdown. You got to run. Defenders one, attackers one. Activated almost at the same time there. You can see the bisection of the point, but the Teo is going to put Paint in a bit of an awkward spot. In fact, he's probably going to get detained. Attacker Killjoy is going to get erased though, as Raccoon picks up another kill with the Odin. 2-3 players now in this long B long spot. But can they actually stand up against this Odin is the question. Well, it doesn't matter. It ends up getting taken down despite its fierce presence on the map so far in a 2-on-2. They haven't tapped just yet as those Astra Stars are going to delay this defuse coming in. Barrett ends up getting a little touch there, but a quick kill onto GMD is going to end up sticking it as well, but needs to get off. But no, Barrett with the final shot onto Derek and gets the defuse with time to spare. Evictix with another round.
Wow, and yeah, that was another thing you could use the Armageddon for. Destroying the Killjoy ultimates. Suddenly, I mean, you could tell the protocol for M80, it was so well read. Hey, you know what, Raccoon? already used the Hunter's Fury. Let's save our lockdown to counter their lockdown so we can make sure that we zone them out. And you see Paint just like, okay, I'm going to hang back a little bit just in case they try and push it. This is pretty standard protocol until the Armageddon comes out and it all just falls to pieces. Paint's position can no longer be sent out to try and escape the zone of it. Suddenly the Evictix players are able to move in completely, and it's just people getting caught out of position on the side of M80. An excellent little play from Evictix, an excellent calling and understanding of how to counter some of these ultimates, and suddenly M80, they've got nothing left in their pockets, whereas Evictix, they still have that Cosmic Divide online, and it's still a scattered buy for M80, still not looking great for them.
There's a nice suppressing Dre. Backside. Or pause. I mean, Bonnie ends up picking up Barrett, sure, but you still got to deal with Dre in the sidelines. Paint end up taking the kill.
Away. Okay.
I mean, come on, traded. Ends up going down to Bonnie.
Planted.
Cosmic Divide, unfortunately, now for Evictix. Unable to be used as well, although Scotty with a kill. In fact, like, still is Raccoon with the Odin. He's got to be stopped at some point. Please, someone deal with this Odin. Fight still ticking, though. Scotty's going to be able to get half. Alvin with one. The swing around the corner, and M80. Okay. Signs of life after the last few rounds, which looked pretty dire.
A little bit of an imposter among us situation just on that V site, somehow traded. Yoru just hanging out. No one checks this completely, and quite frankly, very lucky that he missed some of those bullets there, because that could have turned nasty really quickly. And Bonnie, as well as Alvin, just kind of clutching it up. Two standout players from VCL last year as well. Bonnie kind of leading the charge on Core, especially when Core was on their kind of instrumental run. Bonnie kind of being the tip of the spear for the squad. And this time around is slowly kind of pulling himself back up into that positioning. Well, Evictix still kind of holding on to a couple of their ultimates here. They do have the Dimensional Drift available as well. As once again, not necessarily the best weapons. Barrett kind of coming in, not with a full rifle in hand, but Raccoon's still going in with the Odin. And honestly, at this point, with how much value Raccoon's been getting from that Odin, you want to make sure that this guy is going to have that big ol' LMG, because, you know, a couple of spray through smokes might guarantee the round for you at this rate.
Does M80 even try and test that? Dimensional Drift. Bonnie. Going to be allowed to at least spot out Dre on site. Ends up popping the smoke there. And actually, Bonnie is going to teleport all the way back to A. Big rotation now from Evictix, but I think they've read and maybe this was the wrong site to be on. And here comes the spray. Oh, okay. But M80 just ganging up. Although saying that, well, Barrett's got the Odin now, so let's see if he can do anything a little bit different here. Alvin GMD are pretty low. Salvo isn't coming in. Stop the plant from going down. Nice bot flash as well. Bonnie gets taken down though. Oh, the whiff! Alvin with a double. And now Scotty is going to be able to at least pick up a kill. So danger lurking the left-hand side there. Through mid, gets taken care of. Barrett versus 3. Alvin low. Drone spotting out. Mateo. So and a clean-up kill for M80. Really nicely paced there. Don't want to take any risks. 6-5 now. Last round before the switch.
Oh boy. Okay, a great job from M80, and something that I'm starting to notice on this defense for Evictix is that they're extremely reactive. This is now, I think, the third round that we've seen M80 kind of go for that fake, and Evictix just take it hook, line, and sinker every single time. The full rotation kind of goes in there, which allows M80 to just cleanly walk into the site, put that thing down, and get themselves nice and set up. Sure, Raccoon still kind of posted a threat at the back line with the Odin that time, but M80 this time spraying through the smoke as well, anticipating that position, and take that Odin off the table before it kind of gets too deadly. This time, though, M80 look like they're ready to just completely pounce onto this B site. They will be going up against Dre, who has 1 star put down. But yeah, as soon as the ultimate gets kind of popped here, you know that this is going to be the rest of the squad coming through. And it's a very early Hunter Fury, actually, as Paint gets caught in the midst of it.
Ooh. Almost managed to tag someone else there as well, but the resurrection does end up coming through. Paint back on his feet. Judge in the hands of Raccoon. If he can get backside, that would be perfect, but I'm sure that's going to be really doable at this point. No bomb down just yet. Waiting for the salvos to come through first, I'd imagine.
It's as quiet as ever.
I think faking this.
I think they're trying to make it seem like they're going back to A, and you see Traded at least starting to move all the way back, and finally Barrett's going to go back for that, but the plant will go down now, so then everyone from Evictix is coming back.
Yeah, they didn't stray too far either. It's not like Traded was back all the way on A, kind of in their own spawn in CT. Dimensional Drift coming in now. Hunter's Fury looking to tag a couple, but here comes the Cosmic Divide, and then this is going to be an unfortunate spot trying to push back site. Bonnie with a nice kill though, but quickly traded by Paint. Now in mid, Scotty with the classic, takes down GMD. Thank you so much for the weapon. Diffuse tapped briefly. Derek, 49 HP, tries to double face, but Alvin with the kill on the diffuser. But it's all Judge all day. Barrett with a 2, and that will make it 7 to 5, sorry, on the half.
There is no way that Scotty should have walked away with that kill. Oh my goodness me. With the classic as well. I mean, once again, like you talk about those round changing kills where everything seems like it's going M80, that was pretty much the turning point. As soon as Scotty walks away with the classic kill, guarantees the weapon, allows Evictix to comfortably move up, knowing that that flanker is kind of taken off the board. And then on top of the Cosmic Divide, allowing, I think it was Barrett with the Judge in hand to be able to just kind of play hopping around, shotguns in hand, left, right, and center. It's a little bit cheesy, but you know what? It still gets the round in your favor. So an excellent job on the defense here coming through from Evictix. And once again, we talked about on the desk how, you know, the Pearl pick, a little bit interesting. We've seen them just win it out every single time in some of these tier 3 tournaments that this team has played on. And the fact that M80 picked Pearl, we were expecting them to come in with a little bit more countering, and yet still, it still feels like some of the learning curves are still being worked on for M80 in this so far.
A bit of chip damage down to Trey by GMD. Spots 4. Knife, not finding much. Pause for a second here from Evictix. Looks like they want to maybe try and test A, although all that Killjoy setup is going to be kind of a nightmare to deal with.
It's quiet as ever right now. Just trying to get some of that utility out of M80's hands, especially now with all of the new cooldowns that can be just a little bit more impactful and kind of pushing through. Is Bonnie flash in hand, waiting to kind of pop that one out just in case any sound is heard.
Missile deployed.
Sure, the drone spotted him. Shocked up on the doors, 27 HP, and trade down to 14.
Oh, I'm out of stars.
Yeah, not a good start. They haven't really made any progress at all, and they've already lost a significant amount of health. There's the flash, and an easy kill for Bonnie. Was holding that flash for what was most of the round at that point. But now a quick push on to B through the smoke. Salvo's trying to kill Paint from backside, but Paint refuses to budge as M80 take the pistol in stride.
A nice easy round, kind of leading into the raw abilities of some of the players of M80. Of course, that time around, we get to see Paint take a little bit of a highlight clip there, just kind of hanging out on that KO, ready to just receive all that pressure that Evictix is kind of coming through. And that fits very comfortably with how his playstyle was, coming from that Shopify Rebellion Black Squad, originally playing the Duelist. We saw Paint just kind of take the solo 1vx's consistently. And while it didn't really play out all of the time on that Shopify roster, now moving on to the Initiator has a bit more utility to kind of back some of that stuff up. And we'll continue to kind of play those off positions, but so much information gained right off the rip. And you see immediately, yeah, M80, you kind of back off a little bit, set up some of that util. Not sure whether or not the push is going to come through now, but they're holding this crossfire ready for it to go.
So 3 orbs, send the drone in first. Nade on top of the smoke. No flood coming through, but here it is. Evictix jump around the corner. Oh, that's a crossfire and a half. My word. And Scotty against the world now.
Must feel pretty nice for Derek there, just kind of hopping out. And yeah, my submachine gun shoots a lot faster than your pistols. Makes it nice and clean. Alvin as well finds Scotty there. So relatively speaking, a much greater second round for M80. And once again, just off of that initial information gained off of Paint, they immediately just kind of dig their heels into the ground a little bit, set up that crossfire, get it ready to go. And yeah, the pop flash makes it so easy between Derek and GMD to secure all of those kills. So goodbye, Evictix. We're going to just try this one again. This time you're going to have those rifles. And let's see if they've got anything new kind of cooked up for us now that they're really going to go for their main attack round.
Looks like there might be a fast push here for M80 out of A. So they want to try and challenge this. Alvin, though, looking up the long, and that's a free kill for Bonnie. Already rifle down, hot flash through the smoke. It's M80. Wow, turning up the pace. This is a different gear than we saw on their attack.
Almost like taking the strategy that they saw Evictix do on their defending half, you know, going for that aggressive pressure, but once again, all of those additional flashes make it just a little bit easier for them to lock in and secure those kills. And now Alvin bots out this information on Raccoon, so should know that this is going to be a B-side hit and reinforcements are coming.
Scotty seeing two M80 players backside there. Going to go for the trade. Raccoon at least finds one onto Alvin, but still needs to deal with the other player. Bonnie at least trades. There's Derek to finish off the round. M80 on that bonus. They're going to get some free rifles on board as well as Evictix. Not looking so hot on their own attack. Now down to just pistols.
Yeah, great round from M80. Once again, just with that initial aggression outside of A, they immediately kind of just spring the trap onto Evictix there. And, you know, at this point, it really feels like Evictix feel a little lost as they're just trying to move in. It doesn't necessarily feel like they have a protocol, and we're really just kind of relying on the synergy between some of these players to be able to win things out. So, honestly, just excellent defensive setup for M80. Bringing out a couple of fresh ideas to make sure that they keep Evictix on their toes. And this time around, we get to see M80 now take the lead here as Evictix just on two sheriffs across the board. We've seen some of these players kind of hit some nice headshots, so I wouldn't count Evictix out yet. Let's see what they can kind of do as this KO knife should get quite a bit of information. At least that, nothing's there. Never mind. Shot through, actually, so information completely nullified.
Slowly but surely.
Right here.
They're at least holding A main right now. Got a little bit of information. No aggressive push from M80, like you mentioned. Drone comes out. Sees at least a couple of players there. Would imagine that'll be the rest of them. Erica's going to call for someone to rotate. Another drone coming in. Barrett from another off angle there through A main is going to spot a couple of people, but the flash is good.
Oh my.
Flash is good for 3, in fact. I mean, with the pistols, it was going to be a tough one, but at least Dre takes one with him. But the money for M80 is looking so good right now. It's going to be a miracle for Dre to get another, but he does anyway. Paint down. Surely they don't lose another one to this Sheriff. Alvin around the corner. There you go. Way too low is the Astra. Barrett trying to get some revenge, but a quick jump spot there. And a drone is going to spot out the last player of Evictix. And a triple stack will end the round.
Something, you know, Nismo's playing coach for M80 when we're seeing some of these flashes just kind of go out from their squad. I mean, Nismo was one of the best flashers when it came into VCL last year, consistently getting maximum value out of it. And it really feels like Paint's gotten a little bit of that coaching to try and enable the flashes so that they can push off of it together. The timings that they take as soon as we see Paint kind of throw the flash drive out has been immaculate. And every single time M80 kind of go for those swings, they're rewarded with a couple of kills there. So that once again is really the key to the puzzle for M80, and Evictix just have to do a little bit better with mitigating some of that flash pressure, because as soon as M80 pop that flash, you know they're going to be charging through. I need to see Evictix set up a couple more traps or play a little bit more counter flash so that they're not necessarily losing all of their members in some of these head-on-head brawls.
Well, they got Hunter's Fury, so, you know, it's been a difference maker before. Jimmy G with the jump spot. Trading Raccoon looking rather silent right now, but they're going to get revealed in just a moment. There's the knife. Hits 2. So at least 2 revealed there. So they can anchor down on the side, not a problem. Now you can see Derek kind of spamming through that mid door with that Odin. They know exactly what that feels like.
Still as quiet as ever as Evictix. Want to get themselves nice and set up here. What I'm looking at right now is Scotty. Scotty's going to have to run through the Odin from Derek. Oh, never mind. Derek actually backs off, so suddenly an opportunity is Bonnie's still waiting for that flash, but does back off.
And he's Fury coming in. That's the clone. Oh, GMT avoiding the flash, though. He's going to re-swing, but Barrett takes the kill. Now Pain in a little bit of a problem. Throws out the nade. Just make sure the Astra ends up backing off as Barrett's elbows end up getting shot up. All right, Pain, null command popped. And now they can just bust onto the side without the fear of util being flung their way. Derek from the high ground with that Odin. And Raccoon, Scotty, Unfortunately, it's a 1v4, and the Odin is looking right at you, my friend. And there is the kill. M80 sink another one home. As Evictix, not really finding any answers to this, Marks.
No, they honestly aren't. I mean, once again, like when you can like feel the moment in the round where M80 decide, yes, now is when we want to attack there. And it does kind of feel like it's Paint making those kind of calls when he's like, all right, this is when I want to go. Let's try and push in. Let's get aggressive. Let's take them out. And that time around, it was off of that null command. We see Paint just be so aggressive, being able to deny the spike, get the ultimate online, pops the null command, and you could see the fear in Evictix's faces. Like immediately they're like, wait, what do you mean the spike went down? Uh-oh, now we've got 3 people running at us from different angles. It's just so much pressure as soon as M80 make that decision to push into them. So 5 rounds in a row now for M80 on this defense. As Evictix, they are taking their time out here. Raccoon used the Hunter's Fury last round, not able to get anything that time around. And so it's looking a little bit interesting. They've still got that Cosmic Divide to play off of. But honestly, I think M80 have just been doing a fantastic job at getting those initial engagements to kind of fall into their pattern and then being extremely disruptive as soon as Evictix think that they've got that site for free.
Good dimensional drift top in one as well. Maybe they want to try and force their way onto that A orb. I mean, with just pistols here, just looking at picking up and damaging M80's economy just a little bit, but they've just got so much money for the next few rounds. I mean, this is a really pivotal one. Bonnie posted up. Oh, that was close. All right. Well, they're going to have to deal with this now, and I think Bonnie is going to be more than happy just to set up on the on B-Long. But they're running into either an Odin or a scope, so, you know, pick your poison. Neither of them is very good, and yeah. All right, that's a bit of revenge, I think. Raccoon did dirty work with that Odin on their defense.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, too, like Bonnie just kind of hopping forwards. That timing was 100% just because of that recon dart. And now, at least M80 should be very cognizant of the fact that Evictix are going to try and make their move onto this A site. At least moving up to that orb, but GMD taking that initial pressure and immediately able to back out.
Oh, yeah, a lot of util there to make sure GMD could survive. They do end up grabbing that orb. Not getting it over too traded, though. They give it to Barrett, so I'd say how could come online if they manage to snag a kill, but Scotty, fortunately, that Odin is going to be your demise. And yeah, a push through the smoke, only with the pistols. And another round win for M80. 11-7 now, with their defense round flawless so far.
Yeah, you know, Evictix, this is just like, let's just try and get our ultimates online this round. You know, that way we've got tools to work off of. But I am just blown away by how much value M80 are getting off of that one position. We see Paint playing it there. Last time around, I think we got to see Derek kind of just spraying it down when Evictix walked in. But once again, Evictix, it just feels like they're not necessarily looking at art, especially just kind of in that clinch, and they're expecting your players to be able to find something there. So they once again are falling into familiar patterns without really changing anything up, especially on some of those pistol rounds. And those are just going to be nice, easy round wins for M80. Well, M80, they get aggressive between Paint and GMD, at least securing the ultimate orb too, being able to deny that one, but Alvin going to be under a lot of pressure as the mid to B push appears to be happening, but getting the rotations out, I wouldn't be surprised if the Evictix try and take space in spawn. Scotty takes GMD off the table.
Okay, that might just open up this A site now, although by the looks of things, Paint is pushing out already. Raccoon with one, Odin back in hand. So you're feeling at peace now. Now quick rotation on to B, using that lane. Dimensional drift comes through. Shot darts, everything to try and push Derek off the line. Hunter's Fury still in his back pocket, Marks.
A lot of information being gained here.
On. Is it going to connect? It does. Connects to the ground, not going down just yet, but Derek makes sure that reveal doesn't go wasted. And a swing out from Paint's going to be good. Another one backside, though, is traded, takes his head off. But Derek again. Hunter's Fury ringing true for the Sova as M80 in a 2v1. Derek is just spinning in the skies, trying to catch a clip there, but Bonnie with the wide swing kills Dre, and that's a defuse and match point for M80.
Yeah, I mean, once again, you take a look at the timings that M80 are kind of doing, and it constantly feels like Evictix are caught off guard. That time around, like the flood through from M80, just a little bit too early, despite the fact that they kind of secure the kill onto Baron after that spike goes down. Evictix, they still try and run away with their life. Scotty not even looking the right way, trying to hop away, getting caught in the crossfire of everything going on there. And it's these like small, minuscule gaps that open up that M80 when they decide to once again choose their timing for the engagement. They're able to just walk away scot-free. And of course, we get to see Derek put on a masterclass with the Hunter's Fury as well. Not necessarily just a lineup, but just so aware of where some of these players are. And honestly, that one just comes down to experience.
Oh, Scotty. No, that is tragic. Scotty didn't know. M80. 3-player pushing A main. Ain't happy to take a little bit of chunk with that frag nade, but might want to pop flash through smoke. Maybe not. Ends up backing up, playing a little bit safe now. GMD posted up on A main, so they know there's no wrap around there, but looks like
Time to jump.
a little noise made by Raccoon. Ends up backing up as well. Judge in hand, by the way.
Time to jump.
I like this adaptation from M80 as well. Given how much space they kind of yielded, this time around, they're making sure that they're staying so aware of that middle presence.
I'll handle this.
And now finally, Dimensional Drift
Go
online.
ahead. Stand your ground.
All right, there's the TP onto site for Traded. Paint trying to make it difficult for them to enter as Paint just swings and kills Sue. Dre, though, with the cleanup, so 2 kills each there, 3 on 2 now, but unfortunately, GMD entirely alone in A main without Evictix realizing he's there, and a spray through cover with the Odin. What a picture-perfect way to end that map, as Derek will send us to a map number 2 with M80 cleaning up Pearl.
Yeah, a flawless defensive half coming out from M80. Evictix couldn't get a foot in the door. Okay, that's not necessarily true. Evictix were definitely, there were a couple of rounds there that should have fallen into their field, but M80, just once again on that defense, it felt like a lot of the issues that we saw in the first half related to how they were kind of setting up their timings, opening up some of these gaps. That time around, it really felt like M80 were doing a great job at finding those moments against Evictix and able to just completely pounce on top of them. It still was a really good showing for Evictix. You can tell that they've done their homework. You can tell these players are very comfortable, but it still feels like some of that experience is missing, allowing this map to kind of fall M80's way.
Maybe needed the extra time out there, it feels like, for Evictix. I mean, honestly, you know, their attack side, it looked pretty clean. Oh, sorry, their defense side looked pretty clean with it. There were a couple of really nice kind of clutch plays. Hunter's Fury's coming out, and a lot of spray spam from Raccoon. It felt like M80 were a little bit demoralized, but man, you're looking so good as soon as you jump onto the defense in M80. The experience really just came in there, Marks.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, M80, like, you can tell the players, they're coming into here, they're ready to take those fights. You see Paint just kind of walking out, doing some crazy things. It's really looking good individualistically from them.
Oh yeah, map number 2 coming up soon, though. Don't go anywhere. Can M80 close this out 2-0? Or can Evictix come back and take us to a third? We're going to find out after this. fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Spam early. Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. And there's Alum. That's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And is it by that bite act done? Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
A relatively close map as we headed into the half of the series, but on the second half, this is where we truly got to see more of that prowess coming out from M80, as they're not just going to take the second half, but the game itself in a strong 13-7 victory. I mean, Emily, this team of M80, even if we haven't gotten to see them play together as this group, we knew of the talent there and really get to show up to kick this off.
Yeah, for me, it really showed on their defense half just how willing they were to fight together, how quick their reactions were, and the support util, especially coming in from Paint with all the flashes and just literally flooding site and willing to take those mid-round fights. I felt like when Evictix was playing a little bit slower on their attacking half, Paint and Derek were really good at getting that mid-round info so that they can stack towards a specific site. And when they were playing more aggressive and kind of just going into straight XX, they were ready. They were willing to brawl on the side of M80.
And I think that's really like the key thing for M80, right? It's just how proactive, how much pressure they were applying on the map constantly, right? We saw Bonnie fighting a lot towards that A main. Yeah, the first half, and Evictix had us going. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I actually almost believed for a second for Evictix. 7-5 half. They looked great in the beginning. The pistol round was great as well. They had very clear some good ideas, and they kind of had an idea of how they wanted to approach things. They had people in the right spots. It felt like things were looking really, really good for them. But they come on to that second half. It was just M80 the entire time. That pressure, it was relentless. And that's kind of where a lot of these, like, I don't want to say inexperienced IGLs, but people that have a little bit less experience than somebody like GMD might struggle is once that pressure starts to push and pull so often in the round and so like many times, and just how quickly it comes, and just that pressure that Bonnie was applying towards A main specifically, it really was pushing Evictix to their limit in terms of their mid-rounding and their adjustments to that pressure.
It's definitely something that going down the line, I'm excited to see more of Evictix with, considering how close that first one was. But a couple of little mistakes can really spell the disaster there, and an M80 that's looking exceptionally coordinated on the day, especially I mean, looking at how the game was able to break down Roy. Again, it was just M80 truly, once we got to the second half, it just lights out.
Yeah, and just out of those 12 first kills that M80 has, Bonnie just has a casual 7 of them. No big deal. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Bro put in a lot of work, and yeah, M80 put in a lot of work as well. I really did feel like that second half is where you really got to see why this M80 roster was chosen, right? Like the vocality, the team play, the constant brawling together, the buddy system. Like it felt like the roles made a lot of sense, and a lot of the question marks that I had in terms of the roles and how comfortable people were going to be on this team, especially when you take people from different play styles and you stick them together, like it can be kind of clunky sometimes, but it really didn't look clunky at all. It looked so fluid for M80.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Derek going 21-9 on this solo roll is kind of insane. Alongside Paint and Bonnie putting up insane stats. But we saw in that last stat card, they went 5-10 on post plants when I felt like they had the right idea, but they just weren't able to get that plant done. I mean, even when they preferred that kind of close plant. So it felt like players on the team they just weren't on the same page. We had people playing back, wanting to play in that post plant. We had people trying to fight up on site, but kind of just dying alone because of the util that Evictix had on their side.
I mean, you had called out the pressure that Bonnie was implementing, and before we went to the game, there was a conversation about roles. We have to talk more about Paint and Bonnie, because these two, I mean, they were just lighting up the server. Bonnie was doing such a great job, but Paint too, Roy, like this impact.
Yeah, it was so sick just to see not only Paint being able to support Bonnie, but also take things into his own hands, right? Like we saw a lot of the brawling, we saw a lot of the flashes, but we also saw Bonnie flashing for Paint. And I'm already starting to like this this dynamic between these two players, because we've seen how vocal from last year Paint was as a duelist, right? We saw those clips. We saw how much airspace he was taking in that role. Now it feels like, he was on the duelist. Now he's supporting a really good duelist as well. So I feel like that synergy between these two guys is going to be such a big factor for M80's success moving forward. And we really got to see that play out in this first map.
Yeah, and I feel like it was a very natural move for Paint to make because he already knows what kind of util he would want on that duelist role. So throwing it for Bonnie and having Bonnie be able to back him up too in those cases where Paint does kind of take over the server and become that duelist, especially on that defense half, it was just a natural reaction for Paint.
Yeah, to see a little bit more of the duo going forward should be exciting, especially looking at the second map of the series, which I have a lot of questions for as we go ahead and look at Split. I feel like this one could be quite interesting because, again, this is a conversation where for the side of Evictix, who picked this map, we have gotten to see what they're made of in recent third parties, which is a little up and down, though they have gone against some strong opponents. But for M80, with that duo that we kind of see came to light, and again here, Roy, just the tenure of the team, I feel like we should see something decently coordinated ahead of us.
Yeah, I think so too. But for me, the one thing that I'm thinking about, guys, in this specific matchup and the kind of the specific map that we're going to is I feel like this map is no longer that defense sided. Like it used to be very defense sided at one point, but recently in the kind of the more recent lore of this map meta progression, it feels like it's become a little bit more balanced and sometimes even attack sided. And I feel like the composition, if Evictix is still running the same thing they were running in tier 2, which is the Sky Tejo, that's a lot of util to push and pull. And I feel like if they apply their pressure correctly, if they spread their numbers well on that attack half, they could draw out and kind of isolate a lot of these M80 players, specifically towards top ramp, specifically in the mids, right towards vents or towards mail. And I feel like that push and pull is going to be the key for Evictix in the second map in that first half.
Yeah, we do have to point out that M80 is starting on defense, which I feel like is easily their strongest half just based on that first map, because you don't have to like overthink your strats. You don't have to overthink how you're going to kind of play the map, because when you're doing those team fights, it's just like really quick reactions and natural reactions for these players, right? There's not a lot of thought going into it. It's just like, oh, you're fighting here? Okay, I'll fight with you. Oh, you want to flash? Okay, I'll do that. And let's just group and fight together, which I think Evictix kind of struggles against because it is very overwhelming for them.
I think what I'm looking for from Evictix in this second map as well, if they're going to something that is their own map pick, where we got to see the team kind of struggle, was when things started to fall apart a little bit forward. We saw like maybe the idea is not necessarily connecting. That's where we can call a little bit more of like that difference with that tenure of the team, right? But with the map that they'll pick towards, that they have a lot of reps on, hopefully, even if M80 does start kind of pushing them a little bit, it should be an Evictix that's a little bit more prone to bouncing back, right? I would love to be able to see a third map in the series. I mean, Roy, we got to see that Evictix, the fact that the first half was so close shows that they can try and put up this fight here. It's just whether M80 steamroll us or not.
And I'm also curious to know what M80 is going to be bringing onto that first half. Like, what composition are they choosing? Are they leaning into the kind of the G2 thing where they have the extra initiators and the extra breach util, like dropping the Senti? Like, are they going to be overwhelmed? Is Evictix going to be overwhelmed again on their attack side with so much utility, with the fade util, with the breach util? Like, that could be very overwhelming for a lot of these teams, right? And this is kind of why I was mentioning the isolation and sort of the kind of the key factor for Evictix is because you need to draw, you need to kind of spread them thin, you need to kind of, you know, keep them isolated. But there it is, our answers are here, guys. It's a double duelist, the Paint, the Bonnie, the Waylay, the Yoru. I'm excited. I want to see that explosiveness. They're feeling confident, they're feeling great. I want to see them keep that up here on this defense side. Do not get isolated, do not get push and pull too much. Keep eyes on sight lines, and for Evictix, leverage those drones. I want to see the way they're going to be using it to put themselves in favorable positions and have good endpoints, and hopefully play out these pulse plants with their really good util with Raze, with Tejo, and with Viper.
Oh, I love this double duelist look, especially too, Emily. You're calling out how well Paint was able to set up Bonnie because he knows what util he'd like. So being able to see the two together, this could be really strong up against Evictix.
No, it for sure can, especially since Paint does have that Yoru kit now. And I'm just excited to see not only the double duelist aggression, but also those same team fights because we have the Yoru that can TP and be ready on both sides.
Oh, it's time to see, though, going into their own map pick, if Evictix can slow this game down and try and take it to a map number 3, or if it's going to be an M80 with their 2-0 in 2026 Challenger debut. Let's head to Split and find out, and send it back to your casters, Jaws and Marks.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Yes, we are back. M80, I mean, coming off that defense side on Pearl, Marks. What's the confidence rating out of 100 there? Didn't drop a single round, and now you start on defense on Split. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, like, the ego's got to be through the roof at this
gotta
point.
be crazy.
And I wanted to highlight something too, like the fact that we get to see Paint kind of walk away as the MVP on this side of M80, and then once again returning back to that duelist role, playing that double duelist here on Split. I mean, there's just so much to be looking forwards to. One of the big things I remember from last year when Paint was playing the solo duelist for Shopify Rebellion Black was it felt like the world was always on his shoulders. He was expected to just kind of fly in there and kind of take those opportunities, find those options, find these crazy multi-kills to try and swing rounds around. And now the fact that Bonnie is able to kind of pick up that there is a lot less pressure onto Paint and just kind of allow that Yoru to kind of go in and do his thing. And the desk also highlighted the synergy between those two players. I'm a big fan of both of them. And so I'm expecting to see a lot of those kind of, you know, buddy cop dynamics being mixed together here on this map. And on the other side for Evictix, I mean, once again, coming in with the Tejo, Barrett kind of just slotting himself into that role, going for this double initiator. I'm wondering if they're going to try and, you know, stall out some of those timings, find some opportunities, but it's a big ask against M80.
Ooh. Okay. Didn't like Raccoon reloaded there. Nice trade. Bonnie down. GMD with the trade, though. Derek backside. Seized up is traded, though. Happy to take the duel. Derek down, although GMD popping out of heaven. 1 HP. Still finds 2 kills. M80 now with 3 players left alive. 2 only for Evictix as Paint rounds the corner, finishes up the rest, and M80. My word. I mean, we're double clutching here, straight up to 7th gear. This is a very, very quick pounce on by M80.
Yeah, I mean, we see Evictix just like, you know, maybe being inspired by a very typical blue hedgehog, just deciding to go, rush things down, just completely steamroll M80. But then immediately, once again, when M80 have a second to kind of back themselves off, after that initial aggression has kind of gone through, we're seeing the timings work out well for M80. When they decide to move in, when they decide to swing out, it's a lot more coordinated. And so it kind of defeats the whole zeitgeist of how Evictix wanted to just kind of rush in onto the site, because they're ready to pick up things as soon as they lose a couple of those members. So great adaptation, great dynamic play coming through from M80 to mitigate a lot of that initial aggression. As Evictix with pistols, they go yet again and are already inserted all the way up mid.
The hero shotgun from Raccoon. You know what? Mad respect. They're going to try and at least kill someone to ropes again. Looks like they're going to go for a head push. Blind comes in. But Alvin with 3. Oh, that Bucky not looking so good now. M80 shut that push down. Rotations are going to come in through for Bonnie. GMD biding his time. Did end up getting mollied off as the rotation from Evictix back through to mid. They picked up the Bucky, so at least they escaped with that, but a saturate is good for 1. Hit the second, and there's the kill. M80 descend on their prey, and that is another round.
I don't want to be like that guy, but I
Don't be that
genuinely...
guy right now.
Okay, I'm going to be that guy. Envy has changed how VCL operates. And really, it's because of this like hyper-aggressive style. I mean, if you're watching VCT right now, you see them pulling off the same thing, even though they've changed up a couple of their members. But a lot of the players playing in Challengers still, they were forced to kind of play against that consistently. And we're seeing a lot of those adaptations kind of come together. You see a lot of these players being so comfortable on how to position themselves, how to mitigate when you expect just people running into your face who can more or less hit all of their shots. And this time around, GMD, though, under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, nice flash, though. Beautiful shots from Bonnie. Traded barely had his head peeking up above those pallets. And they even take the orb as well. Raccoon, once again, obviously bought that shotty last round. So only got enough money for another one. Scotty and Dre, though, open up the site on A. Need the rotation to come in, though. Spike on the B side of the map with Raccoon, with this Bucky.
Blinded.
Flash goes out there, but that's about enough time for Alvin as well to get around with the judge in hand. So this gets a little bit more dicey. Raccoon finds a kill.
Yeah, another flash available. And that's a weapon. And that is the spike. Dash there from Bonnie. Out of action. Now it's a 1v3. Evictix turning this one on its head, going through ropes. It's going to be a very tough battle to win here. Guardian in hand. She's only got the 25 shield there and 3 rifles on the other side. I mean, look, if M80 have done it once, they can do it again. You know what I'm saying? Like, Got to see some heroics here from Bonnie.
30 seconds left.
The copium's
Spike planted.
flowing strong here. But once again, if there's anybody who can do it, it is Bonnie. No more utility left available. Gonna take the first fight against the Viper just around the corner.
Go on, my son. Oh, not quite. Scotty knew that time around. All good, though. Second map in here, Marks, and that is the first round that M80 have lost on defense.
And that time around, I think the turning point of that round was just the aggression outside of that A site. I thought M80 sprung a perfect trap onto them to mitigate, but somehow Dre walking away with 2 kills in the midst of all of it opens up so many options, and Cavalry comes running in, and for M80, that's so much more difficult to kind of deal with there. Thought that we kind of see Alvin kind of getting caught out with the judge in hand, and Raccoon's able to find that kill there. So great job from Evictix to kind of hemorrhage the bleeding a little bit as they win out that rifle round. But now M80 gonna be buying the full suite of weapons, paint as well, having an operator in hand, watching mid.
Dog coming in. There's the shot. There's the TP. Now they know this mid is going to be pretty clear. They put a lot of pressure on this over the last couple of rounds. We'll see if it can work out again. Small push in once more. In a main. Mayo is going to get scanned, or not quite, but they know Alvin's there as he takes a chunk out of Raccoon. Saturate comes in. Scotty connects, and Bonnie with a double. It's even got this convergent path as well in ropes. This is going to connect with everybody if you decide to use it, decides against it in the end. No information there. Doesn't want to just throw it willy-nilly. He's going to try and even push A main here, but look at this backstabbing right now. Evictix are going to push their way onto A, which has been left completely open.
Question is whether or not Evictix will be able to secure these kills. I think M80 more or less are kind of getting the positioning down and just waiting for the information, so aware that this might be the site, and finally we get to see Derek move in.
Spike planted.
Oh, shots missed though, as Raccoon gets the kill. Oh dear, 3-on-3 now, paint with an op, but they're all coming through CT. Also, sorry, GMD coming through ropes there, up to heaven. Gonna have to deal with Traded first though. Clone ends up fading, and so does Trade's life there. Alvin with a clutch kill, and now both players from Evictix stuck on the site.
Stealing sight.
It's gonna be the Tejo missiles just to stall, but now the flood should happen. GMD in a great position.
Launching missile.
Salvo connect with the spike, but Pates connects bullets to the back of Evictix players. And that will be the defuse. Yet another round on the board for M80. Make that 3-1.
Good try, idiots.
Good job from M80, but I just gotta call out the fact that Evictix kind of looking nice in some of these long-range duels that are kind of going on there. Once again, like, I thought the pressure moving forwards from the M80 players to be able to secure just so far outside of that A site, and then Derek decides to just kind of move in and get kind of caught off guard, not able to find that individual kill. I thought the read was gonna be honestly spectacular from M80, but once again, when the reinforcements come through from M80, they're able to continue to sweep things up and win out yet another round, forcing Evictix back onto a save. Raccoon just one away from getting the Seekers online, but Paint's still gonna have that operator in hand, carrying it over from that previous round, as Raccoon just looking for that aggro kill.
And they don't manage to connect the flash, and Alvin waiting up in heaven once again with the judge. Jumping into the smoke, but that's a lot of util. Still low, Bonnie ends up getting a kill. Traded, however, Alvin still inserted into mid. GMD with the cross. Oh, Dre's just a little bit too close. The sun is traded, shut down mid-ult. Thank you very much, says Alvin. Just escapes to ropes, and Evictix wondering what's just happened as they both have to back up, and without any smokes left, this is going to be a rough one. Viper Orb is going to get popped to try and claim a little bit more space, but this is basically a mountain they're going to have to climb now.
Oh, yeah. Barrett able to at least take a little bit of positioning here. Trying to look for something, but I don't imagine any of these players are going to give anything up, as we get to see as well Paint rotating around, operator in hand. That could be the deadly backstab to just kind of close the door on this round.
I mean, there's no way, right? There's no way they lose another player here. Paint sees one, Paint sees another. Ends up getting his head ripped off. Scotty with 2. Okay. All good, though. Save the op. M80 with yet another.
Yeah, that round, a little bit of a tilter on the side of Evictix. I really got to say, Alvin playing around the smokes perfectly. I think really demonstrates the communication kind of going on the side of M80. as it seems like, you know, the calls being made, that when to pop out based off of utility, when you're going to push through, it feels very coordinated. Obviously, that last round, you know, Alvin kind of playing off the calls of GMD based on when the smoke gets dropped there. But the most importantly, they're able to get the showstopper out of Traded's hands, who thought that there was a little bit more pressure, should be able to navigate around. Surely M80 don't push, but unfortunately just loses that rocket right off rip. And so, Evictix, they will have weapons yet again. They're affording a lot of space here. The paint will get spotted out and thankfully can backstep out. At least that operator gets kept in check for Evictix as they're looking for an opportunity. The Seekers might get popped here just to guarantee a bit more information. So once again, it really feels like their play is centered around taking that mid control.
Still trying to work this mid. Alvin has just been such a nuisance on this Viper. No shotty in hand though this time. It's not playing as close. Pit available in one as well. There's the Seekers, like you were calling out. Paint with an angle. Oh, and Traded taken out. Dimensional drift pop. Bonnie popped in the head though. As Scotty claims one, but ends up running through that Viper wall. Then getting taken down, and the blind from GMD is just whimsical. M80 looking good. This is just such a clean game of Valorant they're playing right now. Evictix, they need to come up with something a little special here, because M80's defense is just looking ridiculous.
It honestly is, and it really comes down to some more of those like individualistic plays coming through from the players. GMD, perfect timing on the paranoia there. Perfect timing on being able to just step out and take those duels. Generally speaking, we've seen Evictix, especially on that A site, be able to take out the players from M80 without that much difficulty. But as soon as it starts to fall apart, as soon as we see the M80 players kind of get used to what's going on, then they're able to swing things around really quickly. And this is something that I've really noticed M80 stepping up in regards to. Every single time they get caught by surprise at something that Evictix does, immediately we are seeing a response in how they set themselves up. Oh, they like to push through mid, they like to run it down. Okay, well, we're not going to necessarily go head to head there. Instead, we're going to just play back a little bit more. Wait for them to push up here and then flood through. Oh, when they storm in through A, you see a lot of people just kind of walking through just main right there. Well, okay, we're just going to kind of give some of those up, wait until they just use a lot of their util, then pop out around. So I really have to commend M80 for being dynamic and kind of reading their opponents and making sure that they kind of do these little counter plays to stop a lot of Evictix from just running away with these rounds.
We're on pistols now with a pit for Scotty. With M80 triple stacking here on A, it's going to be a tough ask. Even that Viper wall as well. And Paint is, look how far Paint is pushed too.
Oh man, don't know if we're gonna be seeing the ego duel right off the rip here, but adaptation from M80 this time. GMD in an excellent position to shut this down.
Paranoia could go absolutely silly with it. Oh, there it is. Paranoia. Probably hit about 4 there, but oh, there comes the return. But Derek already in. Claims 2. Scotty with a headshot onto Bonnie. Paint now getting off the line, putting a TP back. Sight on B. Looking around. Looks like Dre managed to take the space, though. I'm sure Paint is fully aware of this fact. A lot of util still available for Dre, too, apart from that teleport.
Cover going out.
Smoke coming in onto ramps on A, so really selling this one. Uh-oh, uh-oh, straight into his clutches. Quick TP has got as well. Oh, the timing. I mean, that is just unlucky.
Last player standing.
And yeah, now they're gonna just more or less
Down. 30 seconds
run
left.
themselves into it. The spike goes down. Scotty left in this 1v3 scenario, but once again, it's just excellent stuff coming through from M80. I really have to commend how they're using their utility as well. Obviously, we see, you know, the paranoia, GMD being like, uh-oh, they're all here. What am I going to do? But then immediately the flash comes through. The haunt goes through as well from Derek to secure all of the people's locations. Bonnie flies in, kind of acting as a distraction, allowing Derek to find those kills. It's these little moments that we're seeing from M80 when they decide that they want to take that fight, when they decide that, okay, this is what's going on, we have to make a play right now, and the players are all on the same page. Whereas on the side of Evictix, it's more looking for those individual one-on-ones, 1v1 moments, and Pain already gets one right off rip.
Come on. You can't keep doing them to it like this. I mean, look, M80, They're in such a nice spot right now. Already, like you said, off rip losing the Viper, but they've lost their ability to use the pit, and now the Teo as well. Like, I mean, this is... It's not looking pretty, Marks. I will tell you that for free.
And they gain all the space, but the M80 player still watching every single angle. Paint actually gets sprayed down in the midst of it. That could have been a very good kill to close out the round.
A quick transition here through ropes to mid.
Alvin gonna be the vanguard here. Has to stay alive in the midst of it. Spotted out that shoulder, so aware, and yeah, it's just making the call to back off, allowing for the rest of M80 to start to make their way over. And this is really first opportunity we're gonna be seeing Evictix try and get that spike down, but Alvin's still uncontested.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, gets the kill, backs up, waits for the team.
Here.
Lovely stuff.
Spike planted.
There's the dash in, a little bit of info, a little blind, a little saturate, and he's out of there. And M80 should be able to clean this one up. Be a miracle here if Raccoon gets another, but he does. And unfortunately, there are two more bodies that were shooting directly at his face. And M80 get a 7th round. This is, yeah, looking a little dire. Do you pop the next timeout here if you're Evictix? Like, how are you approaching these next couple?
I mean, if I was Evictix, I would be, because very clearly, like, you need to think about something going on. You have the idea of how some of these players are playing. We're seeing, once again, these individual push-outs from a lot of those players from Evictix, not really fully coordinated. I need to see a bit more utility being utilized, especially bringing the Tejo in here. Once again, the specialty is repositioning people, forcing people out of their positions. And, well, Barrett does have the Armageddon online, but honestly, the salvos have not been getting the value that you necessarily would have expected. As Alvin does get pinged up here, the flood-in is going to happen. Armageddon gets cut loose.
Isn't going to catch anybody, though. But they do manage to get onto the site. The most important thing there, Alvin holding Mail, and there's the pit on the site. Okay, they're in the best spot they've been in quite some time to try and defend this spike. Healings are coming through as well. They've got 5 players alive. Raccoon with the Bucky. GMD gonna have a tough go of it now with this off, but there comes the Seekers through the smoke. And in fact, everything's just gonna get popped here. A nice little blind to the back line there, but Dre ends up cleaning up Bonnie. Derek on the high ground now, still trying to shoot into the pits, but it is Raccoon that meets him with the Bucky. GMD with the op is gonna opt for the save, but Barrett is not gonna let him do it. Nice little double tap to the back of the head. And there it is, Evictix with another round.
Once again, I mean, if you're M80, you can't be too upset with how that round kind of played out, right? You're winning right now 7-2, given the fact that you were able to get the Viper's pit out as well as the Armageddon and the Seekers. That was a lot of very important ultimates. And on top of that too, Evictix, hey, that was a little bit of a save round. You saw a lot of shotguns being kind of dumped into the pit. A very classic play, cut off all of the information, and M80 unable to really do anything against it. But still in the midst of it, they're able to keep Alvin's ultimate online. So Viper's pit right off the rip as Paint gets challenged and immediately taken down. Scotty is left kind of surprised actually, as you know, we get to see Body just recall out of there, nothing to be found, and it's just a 1-for-1 trade. So no showstopper this time around, which honestly could have been the solution here for this Viper's pit.
Yeah, we know you love that mid presence. How about a pit to deal with now? Salvos are going to come in. Alvin, oh, he's taking so much chunk damage. I mean, should be fine. Although not in the best of states. Only at 46 now, no armor.
Bit of a better idea there from Evictix. I talk about the Tejo salvo forcing that reposition. We almost get to see it come through fruition. If they were able to find Alvin in the midst of all of that, that would have completely opened up the map here for Evictix. But this time, they are actually making the right call to rotate towards a site. Will be up against Derek, who the haunt will be available in a couple of seconds here, but otherwise no other utility really to really defend this A, and Derek knows that, so will be backing out, or at least finding a bit of a better position. Has to at least find one kill to find value.
Yeah, it does have the haunt available. Oh, ends up dodging a little bit of U2 there. Convergent pass. Maybe connected with one. Derek ends up taking one with him. And now a 1v3 with GMD rotating from B. And yeah, jumping onto the side like this. It's inevitable here that Evictix take this round, but can GMD do any damage? Still with a flash in his back pocket. Or, yeah, okay. Know exactly where he is now. Paranoia. Dodge. GMD still pushing forward. Gets one, maybe? Yeah, okay. At least gets one. But a nice little cleanup. Anything at this point is going to be nice for Evictix. Both for the scoreboard there, Marks, and for the mental game.
I mean, at this point, I mean, you're looking at 2 more rounds left in this half here. And if you are Evictix, you know, getting to that 7-5, that would be fantastic for you. And this time around, I have to compliment how they did decide to go in for that A site flood. We see them watching heaven. We see them watching on site as well. We don't see those opportunities of them just kind of marching in one at a time, you know, eyes focused on getting that spike down because they don't anticipate anybody there. They have to keep themselves aware of all of the different positions. And yeah, it's going to be a fast flood in. Bonnie gets one and gets out for free. Barrett just simply wants to play the game, but gets denied yet again on this round.
Yeah, I mean, they know that Evictix really love to push that mid. So kind of stopping them in their tracks there. Little stun, little kill, little recall. You're all chilling. Evictix, though, they do kill Alvin. With a quick rotation here, Scotty is currently backside in elbow. But M80 have managed to find a nice little pincer. Maybe even trying to tag the players coming through CT. In fact, that's exactly what they're going to do. Although Raccoon, though, he's going to read this a little bit, maybe. Kind of jump spot in. Bonnie, though, with the position, might be able to get one. Nade ends up coming in. Flash! And unfortunately, that Odin a little bit too powerful in Raccoon's hands. Take down that cheeky play by M80.
Oh, the timing has just worked out in Evictix's favor this time. Suddenly it's all up to Derek. Gets blinded as well. Yeah, Scotty should be able to clean that one up. And once again, it just came down to that little play. I thought M80, if they're able to score those couple of kills, drop the spike down, and then kind of anchor down there. Despite the little bit of a weaker weaponry, it could have really swung into their favor. But once again, just the pop flashes coming through from Evictix. Looking nice and clean. The flash goes off, they immediately swing in. We see Raccoon just kind of walk away with the double kill, completely neutralizing that positioning from M80. And then the rest is history. And so we actually see now last round into the half as Evictix, they are one away from really getting to that 7-5 scoreline, really turning this half on its head.
Oh, straight through mail. Alvin spotted out, and yeah, nice connection from Traded. Ended up going down really early last round, of course, so wasn't able to even use that ult. Flash comes in, but Paint is ahead of the Flash right now. GMD up on that high ground box, but he still need to clear Bonnie. Bonnie once again gets in, gets out, gets a free kill. Paint on site now. Bonnie and Paint. This dynamic duo we've been talking about, dimensional drift to try and get him out of there as Derek from height ends up trading Scotty.
Okay.
Eventually the Odin does find his mark though with Paint falling down. Now Traded looking for Derek, who's sitting at a lowly 10 HP. It's merely a snack for the Odin, but Raccoon though equally as low. But a trivial cleanup there as the round ends up flipping over here with Evictix picking up 5 on what looked like it was going to be an M80 clean sweep once again, Marks.
Yeah, it felt like, honestly, M80 should have been able to make that one happen, but, you know, we see Pain kind of go into the dimensional drift. I would have assumed to kind of get out, regroup with the rest of the members, but instead just kind of pops it, gets the information. Evictix do a really good job at standing their ground, and then Pain just rematerializes right in front of 2 members looking right at him. The Yoru goes down so early, making it almost an unwinnable situation for Derek to try and win out. But an excellent recovery for Evictix. They get 4 rounds in a row as they swap onto the defense here. And so now things could be right back into their control. This is still a very winnable map here as M80 kind of let it slip a little bit more. They felt a lot more lax, a lot more just kind of, you know, we can go in there and win. And as a result of that, Evictix, they find their moments, find their kills, and start to swing things back. But this pistol round really could set the stage for how the rest of this half and honestly the rest of this map might play out here.
Smoking screens, dash onto the site, and a nice teleport as well. Paint and Bonnie once again pushing all the way up. Want to play super aggro. Double popping through the smoke. Oh, ends up seeing Raccoon there, but yeah, backing all the way up.
Wow.
And Paint Bonnie shut down by the single ghost there of Raccoon. Salvos. GMD still playing it ahead of this util. But unfortunately, there's just too many players there from Evictix. Trying to get the cross here is Alvin, but quickly dealt with. Derek on the sights. Nice headshot, and in fact, a kill onto Barrett. Migdad 2, in fact. Trader goes down. Dre with the swing. Takes care of the fade. And the spike taken care of by the Omen. Okay. Scotty is going to end up defusing that as Evictix almost tying this up. 7-6 now.
Evictix, great understanding of what's going on. And honestly, the star player for me right now is Raccoon. I mean, we talked about last map how it was, I believe, Paint playing the KO, you know, the flash is good, able to kind of mitigate in there, be a thorn in the side of Evictix. And really, I feel like Raccoon is just really stepped into that role here for Evictix, immediately understanding the pressure that Bonnie and Paint were going to try and force the issue back onto that A site, immediately backs off. A lot of that shotgun pressure goes completely unchecked. And you see that, you know, the utility comes through for M80. They're trying to get that flash, trying to get that timing. And Raccoon's nowhere to be found, plays that one nice and long, makes sure that no one can kind of get up close and personal. And so this time around, Evictix, win out that pistol, have the better weaponry here. As there's a little bit of a gap as Paint jumps through, but yeah, will be just sprayed down through the smoke from Dre. As a M80, this time they will try and explore mid here. But I'm so scared about this shotgun just around the corner here, Jaws.
OP. Oh. Don't test him. Yeah, don't test Raccoon either, not with the shotty, like you said. A little bit scared. M80, cowering in fear, end up backing up the market. Traded those sitting in the smoke, protecting this outlaw. No one from N80 is going to get that. Absolutely not. Maybe 3 players pushing through at the same time, but the Dogger's going to come through to clear this smoke once again, although quickly backing out there is traded. Flash in hand now for Raccoon. And there's actually Alvin still ends up getting the kill. They end up dodging the flash too as GMD makes his way through to Mail.
Oh my.
Go on, jump for it. Oh, little do they know how close they are to the jaws of the beast as Raccoon ends up going down as M80 recover the outlaw as Derek finds a kill onto Scotty. Heaven now completely free with 1 player on each site for Evictix. Can Dre hold on to this one?
Time also running low.
10 seconds left. Last
Coming through.
standing.
Oh,
Spike planted.
outlaw shot connects there from their marks, but Dre still ends up clutching that kill. Alvin is so low, they're just shoulder peeking in, but the classic is enough. Only 10 HP on the Omen, so it was a very free kill.
Missile deployed.
Timing's of an essence, though. Oh, no. Alvin is so weak. Yeah, the Stinger, even at that range, looking pretty deadly. And Evictix tie us up. M80 stalwart defense got him on the board early, but Evictix managed to come back.
I was gonna say, like, the fact that it gets that close, honestly, I think it's honestly a testament to M80 just holding their positioning, finding the timing on some of the players. You can see the Evictix players getting a little bit too itchy with how they want to play this one out, and they let a couple of opportunities kind of slip through, allowing it to get as close as they are. And of course, Stinger Gaming comes out on top. Just the bullets fly out a little bit too quick out of that gun. And yeah, it's a very rough buy on the side of Evictix, losing 4 of their weapons. Trader going to have that outlaw in hand. Honestly, it's only going to be a 1-shot against Alvin, who's got that rechargeable shield. And yeah, you see M80, they're going to be full weapons here. They've got all the cards in their hands. Let's see if they're able to make this play work, though, because Evictix, so far, their defenses looked really good at being able to shut down M80.
Bring them.
It's been kind of the story of the last 2 maps.
Oh, that's crazy.
That was a dirty shot. Dirtier than a table in a food court, Marks.
Oh, God. Would have also accepted maybe a porta potty, but
okay, yeah, take your pick. Vote now. Nice line for traded. Shoots the flash, gets the collab through onto Alvin.
Smartly actually backs out there. Make sure that they don't give anything up, especially with that flash. I thought that Dre for sure was going to get caught out, but Evictix actually not swarming around like sharks, given all the information that they've got, all the space that they have. Yeah, M80. They played a little bit too slowly. Have to make sure that they find Raccoon here.
Oh, no. He's just going to go through the smoke. Oh, no. Bonnie. Turn around. Wise to Raccoon's games. A sly little shotgun user there in hell, but outsmarted briefly. M80 with the plant. Derek gets it down. Scotty in a main currently with 2 of his teammates wrapping through screens. And is going to get swiftly revealed. Evictix anyway. Nice swing around from GMD. 180, killing traded. And yeah, the lack of weapons here, really devastating for Evictix. And again, 10 HP on this Omen. Good luck.
This one should be all said and done at this point. Drake just trying to maybe drop some of the weapons out of his opponent's hands. Spots one out, actually finds the kill on the Derek.
Hold on. Surely you know he's in hell right now. 8 bullets in the clip for GMD. Only 10 HP, and yeah, there's the kill. M80 with a round on the board, 8-7. Now, as Evictix, yeah, the lack of weapons really hurting them there, but still taking a large chunk of change out of M80's pocket there with the amount of kills they got.
A little bit of a Robin Hood scenario coming through. I mean, we saw M80 pretty much do the same on the previous round, really making the economy hurt on both sides of the board, except this time around it is M80 walking away with that round win. Still as close as ever. It's a little scattered on both sides. Raccoon actually going, not necessarily for the Odin, but got another LMG in hand, so hoping to just kind of spray things down here. All traded, going to be moving up with this Outlaw.
Oh, they hear the noise, and unfortunately, GMD suffers a mean case of bullet to the chest. Oh, there comes the Nightfall now. As Paint, first one to enter there without the Nightfall even connecting yet, and Dre makes good use of it. And now the Outlaw back in main once again. Derek at least with 1 kill, a teleport away from Dre to get away from that blind. There's Scotty now looking straight at Derek, but it's Barrett that ends up clutching the kill. And once again, we're tied up.
Yeah, Evictix starting to heat up against this M80 squad. And quite frankly there, like you see the calling kind of coming out from Evictix, reading what's going on here, because we see M80, you know, it's chaotic. They're going in. Oh, the flash kind of happens. The Nightfall's happening. You don't expect Bonnie to fly in, except Bonnie's already flying in here, trying to find a kill. And you see the members of Evictix actually on that B site, like swinging their mice around. I'm hoping their sensitivity is high enough to kind of keep track of all the craziness happening. But in the midst of all of that, what we see is the Evictix defenders start to flood in through heaven. And really, that's where it starts to fall apart for M80, because they don't have any protocol for taking out those members. Sure, they've overwhelmed the individuals on the site, but up in heaven, they're just shooting from up above, and there's nothing really they can do to stop them. And that really puts a cork in how M80 were trying to flood in on B, allowing the members of Evictix to stay alive and reclaim themselves and get themselves into positions to spray down the members of M80 walking in. So honestly, great job from Evictix playing off of the information that was given right off the rip. They completely mitigate it, as well as get the Nightfall out of Derek's hand. M80 take that time out here. They do have Elvin's Viper Pit online, but I don't imagine this is going to be the round that you save that one. If I'm M80 right now, I'm either playing for an orb, playing for that spike plant, get a couple of more ultimates online so that when you go into your next rifling round, you've got a little bit more to play with. You can stabilize your economy and try and discombobulate the members of Evictix to convert those rounds into a win.
Here, poison orb emitting.
Organ up mid. Scotty set up though. Although they've never seemed to care in the past, and I think Scotty knows it. Holding out ropes right now, doesn't end up getting blinded. Shorty in the hands of Bonnie, chasing his prey, but unfortunately, Gazelle was a little bit too fast this time around. Back up ropes though. At least they secured mid, however, as they now move the spike up there as well as Derek moves up. Looks like a heaven push is in order.
Have a lot of utility just to claim that mid presence. Don't have necessarily a lot left here, so they could just be walking into Dre's crossfire.
Calm before the storm. Slowly still wandering around in heaven, but Traded is going to be on such a nice little angle here. Teleport onto the site. Oh, both shots end up missing though. They've thrown into the fray. Dre already got 2, and oh, Barrett is going to clean up the rest. Oh, I mean, that was just cruel. At least give him 1 with the shorty. Come on.
You running at me with the shorty? It'd be a shame if there was a blast pack to blow you away from me out of the gun's effective range, huh? I don't think that was necessarily intentional, but just making it look fun. All right, moving to this next one. Shenanigans aside, this is going to be M80 buying up here. They've got Bonnie, they've got GMD, they've got Alvin's ultimates online. Right now, both of these teams kind of feeling extremely streaky on one of these sides. Tell there's a high preference for the defense for both of these teams here. Let's see how they want to make this magic work. Traded still having that outlaw to be effective against 3 of the members on that M80 side. So Traded still an ever-present threat with that sniper rifle. Looking down that A site. M80, they really just kind of take their time, play that default strategy, try and bait out some of that util before they try and claim any of the map.
3 of them so close to ult as well. Annihilation, Showstopper, Seekers, all one away. Verge of Path held in the hands of Bonnie, potentially trying to get up mid again, but they might be able to take this without too much util being expended either with the smoke in mail.
Slow as ever, and now Dre making his way forwards here. Could be caught off guard, could actually find all the members of M80 kind of pushing up. Or at least no, they're getting ready for that convergent paths.
He did end up connecting as well with the Viper. Scotty has got to run. Looks like Drake's going to buy his time, though. Double dash in and out of there, and a blind, a teleport away.
Okay.
Can Drake get out? Absolutely not. 3 members of M80 there running down the enemy Omen. And with Heaven control as well, this pit is going to be easily laid down. Scotty killing Bonnie before that pit can be placed down onto the site. And Raccoon just running guns paint out Heaven. Sure, why not? Nades end up coming in. Alvin pretty slowed up. And in fact, everybody from M80 a little discombobulated right now as Barrett takes care of Alvin. Showstopper over the top. And that pit did absolutely nothing there for M80, Marks.
That is a tough round to kind of deal with. In the midst of all of that too, I mean, you got the Viper's Pit online, you should be able to get it. And you see the members of M80 just try and find their timings, but the staggering from Evictix makes sure that immediately Alvin kind of gets punished there. But most importantly, Barrett walks away with the Armageddon. I don't know, if you're Evictix, you see that Viper Spit, oh, we got an Armageddon, we can make this one work. But the fact that Alvin walked out there and gave up his life for free meant that the Armageddon gets to be saved for yet another round, while the Viper Spit completely gets expended. At this point, Evictix are rolling. They've won 5 on this half so far. M80 only winning 1. As it's not looking too good for M80. They're back onto the scattered by. Bonnie having that shotgun in hand, trying to find an opportunity to find some sort of opening, but they're going to be walking right into the crosshairs of Raccoon here, who's holding down this long angle.
Yeah, another quick dash onto the site as Payne also puts himself in a spot where he can challenge screens. Bit easier with the Stinger at that range, of course. 3 players from M80 pushing Heaven. Bonnie pretty low, though, and there's the signs of life. There's going to be a slowed up player in the back lines, but it shouldn't matter too much. Spike has been planted, of course. Now as Payne goes for the wide swing. Nice little spray down. There's one. Oh, the guns come out, but Payne's got a bigger knife. Oh, the Stinger runs out of bullets. And M80 have turned this one right on his head. Payne with 1 HP. The savior for M80 in elbow is just going to toy with his food now as Scotty kind of looking around, wondering what just happened and why there is a knife kill in the kill feed.
Toxins going up.
Both members like, uh-oh, I've run out of bullets. Just paint a little bit faster, a little bit more aware of when to pull that knife out, to be able to find that kill, picks up a rifle, immediately teleports away. A crazy round from M80, but really, honestly, just kind of came down to them running it down, not really answering into those protocols, going for those individual plays here. As once again, it's just kind of madness coming through.
This, man. It's like, there was 2 different ideas there. One was pull out the knife and start swinging, or the other was pick up another weapon. Unfortunately, the pick up a weapon was the animation a little bit longer than the knife coming out and then getting your head caved in.
Oh man, if you had a little bit of HP too, then the the knife wouldn't have necessarily guaranteed the kill. So, well, a little scary from Peyton's side, but now it's gonna be the flood in, and immediately actually the back out here, as it was a fake, but Evictix still ready for this A side push.
Okay, dimensional drift onto the site already. Payne, as well as Bonnie, already touching down. Oh, yeah, don't want to take too much damage from that molly. Trade's going to be on a nice angle, though. Can M80 actually clear this elbow once again? They hear the dog. GMD also holding ropes. And yeah, so there's at least one spotted there out on the M80 side. Do they know GMD is also kind of hanging around? Well, Raccoon is going to clean up Alvin, but still they need to be wary of this Omen. A quick reveal. Maybe a smoke to maybe help the players on the site right now as Paint picks up the kill onto Scotty as Bonnie's also fallen. GMD, though, with the flank, and Paint is going to help him out. A couple of tap kills as GMD ends up cleaning up one. A 1v1 now, both Omens facing each other, but GMD with a connection with a paranoia ends up winning the round for M80. Skulking around in the back line, didn't take a lick of damage as M80 tie us up 10-10.
And honestly, right now, it feels like M80, their backs are against the wall in how they want to play this one out. It feels like they have to really just, when they decide to take that fight, really commit and kind of take that fight. We're seeing individuals go for plays. We're seeing people push forwards without necessarily the support of it. But it's adding just enough chaos into things to make it more difficult for Evictix to kind of play off of it. And it feels like the individual moments that we're seeing from M80 still reign a little bit true. That once again, we expected that experience really to be the difference maker when it comes down to those plays. Fight for spit there as Bonnie finds trade in the midst of it.
Okay, they hear the judge. Convergent path to try and clear people out. Push through, though, onto B main as Dre is taken care of. Heaven control still in favor. However, Barrett, how long can he actually survive up here? Scotty at least is going to deal with the flank, but there is the kill from GMD. And now Scotty has got one, has got two, and cannot quite get the third. Or the fourth even. Already got a kill with the judge, of course, in male. As M80 get another round on the board. Evictix, now they've got another bye here, but a loss and then match point coming through for M80 would be disaster. So in fact, they're going to take a time out to make sure they got a plan for this next round.
I just got to comment on the fact that Scotty has been shooting crisp today on Evictix, especially on this defending half. We're seeing constantly Scotty do a great job at kind of anchoring mid, kind of taking over that B heaven space, and is so fast at finding the headshots. We see M80 consistently take those opportunities where they've just got pure numbers flooding out onto the sites, and they're all looking the right way. You expect one of them to be able to find a kill, and yet somehow Scotty, with just a split second, can kind of walk up there, find a kill, back out, stay safe, hop up again, and make it so that it's a bit more scary for M80 to just assume that they're going to walk away from the round. Still, though, not able to clutch things up and pull it back towards their side as M80 really start to feel like they're heating up. They're doing a better job at kind of going faster with that more escalated pace that we're seeing their team kind of play off of right now. And it feels like a full map hit every single time. Sorry, not every single time, but these last rounds especially, where we're seeing that pressure be applied to A, applied to B, and then you see Evictix not necessarily sure where to look, and as a result of that, kind of back off and yield a lot of that space for M80, allowing to set themselves up for a good post plant. So M80 really pulled this one back, but off of that timeout, I'm excited to see how Evictix are going to just try and calm things down a little bit. Try to get their heads back around to it so that they can win out a round, which would punish the economy pretty heavily for M80 and may give them an advantage to kind of get themselves on to match point.
We're talking about how it was a very upwards hill battle for Evictix coming into this game, right? We're expecting M80 to do very well. We're expecting them to maybe even be a top 5, top 4 type team here. And Evictix qualifying through those close qualifiers, losing to the other team that also qualified, and even the desk and us, right? We all predicted M80 here. But Evictix, they're giving them a run for their money. Maybe, you know, Pearl, it's all good. That's in the past now. It's chill. We come to splits. We're 10 and 11 against M80, and we've had some crazy hero plays from, like you said, players like Scotty.
Yeah, completely unbiased cast here, even though we all credit M80. But honestly, we like having Evictix be able to win this one out. The underdogs who grinded their way through, be an amazing story, especially going up against this veteran roster of M80.
Couple of TPs from both Omens, just trying to get information as GMD actually decides, you know what? Just going to TP into CT and get a kill. That's a freebie. Saturation hits Raccoon. Can they actually pounce on their prey? No, they cannot. Unfortunately, this backup has arrived from Evictix. It's a 3-on-4. Make that a 3-on-3 as Paint finds a kill. They're taking a little bit of damage there from the salvos, and M80 will get the plant down. 0.5 seconds left to go. And now M80 looking at match point. 2 players in hell, 1 on site.
Here. Toxin screen down.
Eric, first contact. GMD spotted out. Double swing. Easy kill for M80. Now to 1-on-3 is Screens player taken care of. And now we're in the disaster zone, unfortunately, for Evictix. That was a big buy round for them, and their economy not looking so hot coming into this next one.
It's so fun to watch all of the different little techs that we're seeing. A lot of these challengers players come up. Obviously, we've seen so many drop smokes come in from the respective omens, and then now we're seeing the wide swing, and then the other player just a second later pop out around the corner and be able to take that trade while you kind of overwhelm your opponent. But once again, just great stuff coming through from M80, who they were looking all very discombobulated in their playstyle on the attack, but now they've kind of honed things in here, and a lot of pressure on to traded.
Oh, yeah, had to double satchel away. Ends up throwing the nade in, but has got the mouse sensitivity. No, it doesn't turn out to be does. Unfortunately, M80 just overwhelmed, traded on high ground. Scotty gets out with the judge. But of course, we know M80, they're all grouped up in heaven right now. Looking like they want to finish A. Can Scotty do it again? But unfortunately, Body has got their own judge. Holy standoff.
Going up.
There's the wall. Oh, unfortunately, Raccoon goes down. GMD. It's a massacre in heaven. And once again, it's all on Dre to try and clutch this round. He's got a rifle in hand, only 25 shield. A teleport onto the site for the Yoru, and a plant comes through for M80. Oh, and dimensional drift too. Oh, unfortunately, that'll be Evictix going down. M80 with the map win and series win to find their first one. Stage 1, 2026.
Yeah, this new founded M80 squad makes their debut. It looks really good from a lot of these players. Once again, M80 kind of taking a step back from challengers last year, and then they decide to kind of pop in here while all of the roster mania was happening in the tier 2 scene, picking up so many of these different players, notably GMD and Alvin from TSM that almost won Ascension, and then of course picking up Bonnie from Core, Paint from Shopify Rebellion, Derek from tier 1, and all of these players kind of coming together. They make it look nice and clean. Meanwhile, on the other side, Evictix, I mean, this is the team. Once again, we've made it clear they are grinding, and there is still so much to really enjoy about this player. These players kind of coming in and stepping onto the stage in their debut match. We talked about the legacy of these M80 players. The fact that Evictix kind of come in here and quite frankly made it look like they really could have won out some of these maps. I mean, I can't wait to see this team continue to progress throughout challengers, because you know, once they clean up some of that stuff, this is going to be a team to look out for.
Yeah, despite it being a 2-0 and the defense side of Pearl there for M80, I think Evictix did look good. And yeah, promising signs and promising things to come, I hope. But M80 do wrap this one up with a nice little bow. There, like you said, return to VCL, starting off with a bang. Beautiful plays and a lot of nice highlights as well, especially Sova's on that first map, the Pearl. But come on, like how many Hunter's Fury kills are we ever going to see? Are we going to see that many again? Even a double too? It looked good for M80. We'll see if they can carry on their streak as the weeks to come. But we're going to jump into a quick break before our second series coming up of today.
Killed.
One enemy remaining. Too bad.
fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Odin spam early. Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
A scoreline certainly closer than the first map, but not enough for the side of Evictix, as it's going to be none other than M80 to take the second map and the series. I mean, Roy, we knew that M80 was going to be a tough team to beat in the first place. I'm glad that we got a double-digit scoreline, but M80, it just kind of seemed like the ideas they had just a little too much, even when the scoreline was close.
I mean, I don't know if it's like M80 overcooking or if it's just Evictix honestly showing their potential as a team. I feel like they played quite well. They have kind of their own unique identity with the double drone initiators, and it kind of felt like they had a pretty good grasp on the way they wanted to approach things. And honestly, just dare I say, there was a moment in time where Evictix, I was thinking Evictix could have easily closed this even before the later stages of the game, where they started to really rack up some rounds. But had they, kind of adjusted early in that first half, things could have been very differently. But the one thing for sure that I'm very interested in here, the one thing that is really cool, is that we're seeing a lot of the kind of glimpses of the identity of M80, where they're playing the double initiators for support for Bonnie, where they're also now running the double duelist. So we're getting to see kind of like their identities and their looks and how dynamic they can be when they want to play Valorant.
Yeah, I think one thing for me to watch out from 80 is seeing how they improve their ability to adapt, because we did see that first half, it could have easily been like a 9-3, a 10-2, but because Evictix kind of switched things up, started playing a little bit slower, focusing more on the extremities, playing contact, and not really giving M80 any information of where they wanted to go, that's where they kind of struggled and allowed Evictix to come back into the match.
Yeah, just unable to quite close it out. I mean, even just a retake or two that could have gone a little bit differently. But for the Challengers debut coming up from Evictix, definitely can see a lot of the ideas more so coming together. And I think, too, that this is one of the more difficult teams for them to go up against. Even if it wasn't a map 3, that map 2 was definitely something you can kind of take forward and should hopefully be able to see a lot more of them going on into the next weeks. But again, M80 was the team that I was really keen on going into the season, and yeah, to be able to see it right end up this way, especially with how the game played out, makes sense.
And even like the stats are just split so 50-50. The pulse plan's looking very similar. The first kills, first deaths looking very similar. I think for me, the way what I interpreted from this kind of second map is it's very obvious that M80 still has a little bit of growing pains, right? There's still a little bit of glimpses of the fact that they're a fresh roster, that's trying to get on the same page. But I feel like in terms of roles, in terms of their meta interpretation, they're pretty on point overall. Like, it feels like everyone's kind of comfortable in what they're playing. And we had some questions regarding how Paint was going to look in this flex role, in the double duelist role. I mean, we got our answers. He looks fantastic. So I'm excited for M80's future, and I'm also excited to see Evictix is developing their defaulty style and grow through the season as they get more reps against some good teams and some good players.
Eyeing up the individual performances, I mean, there is a couple step-ups from Scotty. I keep feeling every time Scotty did something good, Roy's in the call saying Scott doesn't, just kind of going off.
Scotty, I guess he does know after all, huh?
So it can even just, track from there that Scotty was putting up a heck of a performance, but even just the consistency across the board from M80. I mean, I feel like a lot of the conversation, Emily, we've been having is so focused on Bonnie and Paint and this aggression, this double duelist, or even what Paint was able to do last map on the KO. We never really talked too much against GMD, who had a heck of a stage last year, and just kind of continuing that going on forward with the squad.
No, he definitely stepped it up, specifically in this map and in those post plans for M80. Like, he was kind of being that clutch omen that we like to see. And overall, like, all of M80, they were just so good at picking when to fight. And I think they kind of struggled when Evictix on their defense half started playing to really lock down sites and also flood. Like, it felt like they almost weren't ready for it. But then in those last few rounds, M80 had every angle covered, and we're just winning those fights, and they just weren't going Evictix's way.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones that there's maybe a couple things that Evictix could have been cleaning up. But I think that, again, this was a really good indication of what we kind of should be expecting from M80 going on forward, right? Just not even the win, but that was the question. What was the identity going into this? And that was a great 2 maps to figure it out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, actually. I quite enjoyed what I saw from M80. I quite enjoyed what I saw from Evictix. For me, the one thing for sure is, you know, some of the players that we were expecting to do well are shining indeed. We talked about Dre. We kind of highlighted him. Even in this second, you know, he had a slow first map and a bit of a slow start in the second map as well, but we saw the step up from him. We saw the potential shining through. And I feel like for on the other side of M80 as well, is they're kind of going through their own psychology, right? Where you're on a brand new team. There's a lot of expectations. M80's back. Like there's you know, there's some barriers. There's some mental blocks, I feel like, but they shook it off. They still played well, all things considered. They showed the potential on both sides. I couldn't be any more excited. I feel like the one thing's for certain, guys, is the fact that in my eyes, the competition is getting kind of intense here, and I can only imagine it's going to get even more intense as these teams get reps, more time in the server, more time in the arena. It's gonna be a really fun season, I think.
Oh, 100%. It'll be really, really fun to watch, especially too. I mean, for M80, this is a coach that it's Nismo's coaching debut reminder. We get to see Paint switching up a role, even if it was for the one map. Like, we're seeing the teams come together. There's still a lot of good that we can build upon. So this was already a great way to start. But I'm really, really intrigued, even just in general. We're almost done with the first round of Swiss here. But Emily, it kind of seems like a lot of these front runners are kind of performing how we would expect. I don't feel like we're getting too many switch ups to be kicking off our stage one this time around.
Yeah, not too many big upsets. I mean, we've came close, like with Evo Genius's Academy team getting that 2-1. They did find the win eventually in the end there. But no, we are kind of seeing things play out how we would expect. Even in this match, like, it was a little bit closer than I think I predicted. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a cleaner duel, but like Roy said, M80 is going through these growing pains with these new rosters. They have great players, great foundation, I want to say, and especially with Nismo coming in, making his coaching debut. I think he's doing a great job. I was actually really curious to see what he was kind of saying in those timeouts there that he took, especially on their attack, because that's where they were kind of struggling, and it looked like Evictix could come back into the map.
Definitely. And another thing that I kind of noticed with this matchup is the fact that, I mean, everyone kind of understands Valorant, the map pool, right? Like, everyone kind of understands the macro ideas, and just seeing, you know, these players step up and seeing Raccoon's growth as the IGL through the season, and just kind of seeing some of those, like, what the fine details look like for who comes out on top is pretty interesting. But hey, I'm excited to hear from the squad as well. It's gonna be an exciting season, guys. That's all I gotta say.
And we have one from the squad here and ready. We have Paint on the line for an interview now to talk about this M80 debut in stage one. First off, congratulations, 2-0, new team, new year. Paint, how are you feeling? How's the team feeling?
Honestly, it was a good win for us. We have like a little like prep here and there, like 2 weeks now. I think we're in for our team, so it was a pretty good start. We actually have a lot to learn from this match itself, so it's really good.
Learning's always great, but it was a really good victory. I want to talk about, first off, this first map, specifically from you, because we asked, we know that there's a couple of really strong duelists on the team. We're curious about the roles. We see you slot into the KO, the initiator, instead. So I want to know how you're feeling about that. We see more of it, all of this.
I mean, you'll definitely see it on Pearl for sure. I mean, you saw me there, right? Nah, but what was I gonna say? I think honestly, all in all, the swap to KO, it kind of felt pretty seamless or natural for me. I have really no matchups at all with playing KO, but I have I have the KO GOAT like on my team, so it's really easy to slot me in and be able to learn that role. I learned a lot from him to be able to help me get better quick as well, so it's really nice.
Let's talk about the KO GOAT, because I'm assuming you could only be talking about Nismo, right? Head coach of the team. Like, how has that been as well? Because, of course, this is his coaching debut for the squad.
I mean, honestly, man, his timeouts are at the perfect time. I feel like every time we were kind of like hitting a wall, or even in Pearl, we weren't really hitting a wall, but he knew exactly what they were doing, and he gave us the read for the rest of the game of what we need to do for T-side. And all in all, I mean, he's just a great coach. I think he's really dialed in on being able to teach his players and like help us just be a great team.
I'm so glad to hear that. We knew that Nismo would be great, but to hear it from you too, I love that. Last but not least, I mean, there is a couple of big teams that we're eyeing up here ahead of stage one. M80 was one of them, but I'd love to know how you're feeling about this team's chances against a couple of these stacked rosters and who you kind of got your eye out on.
Well, I mean, for me at least, it's definitely just SRB. I mean, I'm no longer a part of the organization. No bad blood there, of course, but I would definitely like to play that team the most, I think, out of any team here. But I think every team has a chance to beat the teams like in this league any day. You know, some people could have a bad day, some people have a great day. This is how the game is. So I'm excited to play everyone, but definitely SRB.
We definitely have our eyes on SRB too. Paint, congrats again on the win. Have a good night. Thank you so much for chatting. Good luck with the next match.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, he's eyeing up SRB, and we will be shortly as well. They're going to be playing up against Blue Otter after this short break, so stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America. One of the powerhouses sure to be this stage, M80, to take their first win, and now eyeing up what is presumably about to be another. It's Shopify Rebellion Black next, going up against Blue Otter. Two teams, two orgs that we are familiar with, but of course, different looks going into this year. But this is still the discovery phase, Emily, so we have expectations, but I'm curious to see what we're gonna get.
No, me too. And like, kind of focusing on Blue Otter, every time I think of tier challengers, Blue Otter is a team that comes up, right? I feel like they've been in it for so long, they've had success in it, and with this new kind of revamped roster, there's a lot of players here that have the potential to kind of pop off, and we saw that in their most recent off-season event. Literally in every best of 3, there is a new MVP of the whole thing, and one player that specifically stands out to me is Bob, because she's now switching to more of a chamber only role, right? And she's been doing so well at it.
Yeah, it's always nice to see Bob make her return to Valorant. Always enjoy watching her play. I like her flair on the game. I also just want to touch a little bit on as well some of the rest of the players on this roster, right? We've seen what Zolsol's done. I feel like he's had a lot of time in the arena as the IGL, so a lot of that experience, a lot of that voice and ideas is going to play a kind of a big factor for Blue Otter's success. And then you look at players like Tuzi, a player that I spoke highly of all of last year. He popped off. He showed so much prowessness in the controller role and some of those fragging potential. And then you look at players like the recently added 299. I mean, if you just peep his VLR page, he's crazy. Like, his stats are insane. He's very flashy. He's very aggressive. He's very confident. I feel like this team has a bit of like a unique vibe where they have their own identity and they kind of don't adhere to the cookie cutter metas. And I feel like that unique identity is going to be their strengths moving forward, where they might run some compositions or they might have some ideas that teams haven't really gotten a lot of reps against. So they could catch a lot of these people off guard and kind of get teams to play into their own style instead of adhering to a generalized approach.
Which is something that I always love about Blue Otter. Even if we have some switch ups here going into it, Blue Otter's normally been a team in an org that is kind of marched to the beat of their own drum, right? So I am really excited to see how they're going to perform, especially as you called out 299, because I had to double check, triple check, quadruple check the VLR pages with a couple of these performances being put up. So that is, whoo, I am definitely ready for it. But they definitely have a formidable opponent on the other side, the Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, Paint had called out, this is the team that he was eyeing up, not just because he was a part of it, but for the players here on Well and Emily for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, a complete roster swap is always a little bit scary, but it's a new identity, and what a better way to have that is at the start of the year in the brand new season. And I want to touch on the coach here, Effie's swapping in from SRG. He's shown that he can build a winning team, and I have no doubt that he'll that he won't do he will do the same here. Sorry. And it's also just like a ton of experience, and that's what you like to see out of a coach. And one player that stands out to me specifically here is Satellite, coming in from Qbert Academy. And Qbert Academy has seen so much success. We had Scuba, who used to play for that, and now they are literally a champion. And we have Caillou and Redux now in tier 1. And I just expect great things every time I see a player advancing out of Qbert.
And to kind of add a little bit, like sprinkle some more details on here as well. Like you have Satellite, who was a hot prospect all of last year. And then you have Xander, you have Nature, the seasoned veterans on this roster with so much experience. And then you have Exa, who is not only the #1 statted player in Korean VCL for stage 3, but he's also part of the T1 Academy roster that won the third stage. Like this guy is coming in from APAC. He's looked great all year. He was a hot prospect in NA, moved there, popped off. Now he's back in NA. You also have Ion, the Ascensions winner here as well, to help push this roster all the way to the end. I mean, I don't really have any other way to put it besides this team kind of looks like the high school for gifted children with Uncle Effie's at the helm. It's going to be an interesting roster. It's going to be a very exciting roster, and I'm really excited to see what they've cooked up.
I love that call out about Ion, because we know across the board there is so much talent here, but Ion in particular, when you're looking at 2025 challengers, you're looking at Ascension. Ion won that, but of course there is age restrictions and unable to ascend with the rest of the team is back here in challengers, but has been a player that has been on that stage, has made that run through Ascension, which is always what we're looking at with the teams here, Emily. So I definitely am intrigued how he's going to adapt with this new team, but I have a lot of expectations going ahead of the split with him.
Yeah, we saw them play a little bit in the offseason after his swap from Envy. Because on Envy, you see them play the controller. You see them perform on this Omen and have like these matches where he just kind of pops off and it's unreal. But now that he's playing for, I blanked on their name, SRB, he did make a role swap. We've been seeing him play a lot of that duelist. So I'm just wondering how that's really working for them, and if he is able to kind of step up and be the aggressor, be that big space maker and playmaker for them.
I think that's going to be a really important just journey for him, because with that just fragging capability that we saw on a team that had King Zera and Exter that were stealing all the kills away, but still being able to find himself on the top of the leaderboards, I feel like there's a lot of time during the 2025 season that we didn't necessarily talk about Ion when we really should have. So I'm excited to see him going from the controller to assumingly more of that duelist going on in the future, and to see more and more of those reps and really being able to shine himself. But going into the series, Roy, I mean, it's a lot of questions for both of the teams, because again, SRB is probably the one team we've seen the most of with the current iteration, and Otter, like they could show us anything.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this, again, I don't sleep on any team in VCL. I think there's always a shot, but I would be remiss to not see this match as a mega Goliath versus like baby David. That's how I see this. Like it's going to be a very hard fought battle for Blue Otter. They're going against some of the best players with some of the best people in their respective roles. Like it's going to be a test of your skill when it comes to experience, mid-rounding, mechanics, like all these things, the micro, the macro, it's all going to be tested. How well you can manage the chaos, right? Like a lot of these things are going to be tested here for Blue Otter. And I feel like Shopify Rebellion Black, that's really what makes them unique. It's the fact that they have so much vocality and talent and experience and so much hours in the game, and I feel like that's really what makes them scary, and they're going to be very hard to predict with the X factor that Exa and Ion bring to this team.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you, because normally when I'm looking at like the underdogs, which in this case for me is Blue Otter, I like to always give them the benefit of the doubt that they could kind of surprise SRB and with being super aggressive or having that kind of different play style, or just something different, I guess, for them to bring to the table. But here, when you look at SRB, they have a roster and all these 5 individual players that I feel like can kind of counter that no problem. Like you can throw whatever at them. That doesn't take away from their raw mechanics that they have on every single player. So I don't really know what Blue Otter is going to kind of pull out to kind of throw SRB off, but just thinking about SRB as a team now, having that coaching staff, having these set protocols and set plays that I hope that we're going to be seeing a little bit. Just, I feel like when we dumb it down a little bit, I think Blue Otter is just going to struggle against SRB purely because of their mechanics and their, not foundation. I'm losing the word here, Roy.
Fundamentals?
Fundamentals, thank you.
Got you.
I mean, looking at this series, you guys have definitely set up this mega Goliath versus a baby David storyline. But does that change at all when we see the maps with, again, the knowledge and a little bit more
Yeah.
information than the others, Roy, on what we can expect from the teams. Like, this doesn't change your mind at all that this could be maybe not a baby David, but a teenager, young adult David
Like
going up against the Mega Goliath.
I mean, we're about to find out. And Split is one of those like interesting maps where sometimes I feel like the skill gap gets diminished a little bit, right? Because there's so much push and pulling, and a lot of players are constantly isolated. And sometimes it feels like restrictive with how much you can fight on the defensive side, and it kind of just feels a little bit claustrophobic at times. So I feel like if there is a map where, you know, you're going to pull ahead if you're Blue Otter, that could be one of them. Now, in terms of what to expect on this map, I feel like it's a little bit hard, right? Because we did see SRB play this map in the Sentinel show match tournament. They pulled out a comp, but the meta shifted a little bit, right? So are they going to bring back the double duelist composition that we saw? Are they going to, you know, switch to something else? Because they've had time in the lab, they've had time to cook, so I'm sure some things will be different. And in terms of, you know, their cohesion and their potential, I feel like SRB is probably one of the teams with the most time to practice. Like they haven't made any changes to their teams. They've been playing with this roster for a while now, at least a lot more than some of the bigger names in this league. So I think they have a heads up in that regard, and I feel like that's really what makes them such a dangerous prospect in this split one.
I feel like going into this next question, I already know both your guys' answers based on how the conversation's been going. So getting into the predictions, it's my turn. And, you know, sometimes it's vibes, guys. Sometimes it's vibes. But
Okay.
I will say as well, even more than just vibes, is I think the individuals on this team, when I think of Blue Otter and I think of even just past rosters that Bob has been on, she has been someone that has sometimes just carried a team across a finish line, putting up such impressive numbers, and really just has that ability to take over the server. And looking at Blue Otter in their recent third-party tournaments, Bob is not alone in that regard anymore, which I think is something that I'm excited about with this Blue Otter roster. I think that this potential for a pop-off is immense, and I think it's for more than just one player. I think Social can take over. 299 is definitely taken over. So I think if we're seeing the players on their A game, that it could be a lot closer, Roy, than people are giving it credit for.
I completely agree. Honestly, I kind of respect your decision for that, because one, I'm never going to sleep on Bob. Two, some of these upcoming players on this roster are scary, and I think a lot of people are going to be pleasantly surprised by the level of play they're going to be putting up. Now, what are their shots of winning? It's really hard to say. I feel like for me, it makes sense why SRB is the pick here. The players, the individuals, the from top down, whether the coaching staff, all of it, it seems well constructed. They had great results against tier 1 teams in the Sentinels Invitational. I've liked what I saw, and I feel like they've only had time to you know, close up some of the gaps and kind of work on their weaknesses. And I feel like the level of play that SRB is coming swinging in the split one is going to be really high, and that's why I'm leaning SRB here.
Yeah, and to add on to that, because I also do think SRB is going to end up taking the win here. I think they're the foundation that they will have. Like if each player is having kind of an average day, I think that skill gap is still a lot stronger, or that skill ceiling is still a lot stronger than Blue Otter. Because while I agree, like, upsets can happen, I think in order for Blue to kind of come out and take a win, more than just one player has to kind of be the hero and save the day and step up and kind of pop off in these next few matches.
I mean, I think that they have that more than one player. If this was a different team and just Bob, then I'd be right with you guys, and we'd all be holding hands, running off into the sunset together. SRB's gonna win. SRB's gonna win. But I think that, Roy, if there's these pop-off performances, like, could be close. Keep in mind, if there's no pop-off performance, I think it is an SRB win. But, you know,
I know what you're saying. I know. I just know. Yeah, I completely agree as well. Not only do I know, but the thing that's crazy is this game is getting to a point where it's becoming mature, right? Like, everyone has an idea of how the maps work, how the comp's playing out, right? Like, in terms of the macro ideas, it can only be so different. So where it comes down to is the micro, the team play, how they manage the util, how they play off each other, how they manage risk when they're, you know, feeling overheated, or like that's really what differentiates it for me. So I'm looking at that to be the differentiating factor between these two teams, and I think this will answer a lot for us where these two teams stand by the end of this.
and we have set up the series. We have our maps, but we still got to get our players together. So we're going to be taking a short break. On the other side, SRB up against Blue Otter. Stay tuned. Thanks everyone for your patience. We are back. SRB Blue Otter, and I'm Emily and Agent Select. I'm excited about it. I'm excited at this prospect to split.
No, I am stoked. Obviously, seeing Bob on that chamber roll, but pulling out the double duelist on top of that, that is just a crazy, I'm expecting to see super aggressiveness coming in from the side of Blue Otter, where Shopify, they're actually running a double duelist too. This is kind of crazy. We're gonna see a lot of fights, a lot of firepower here, and it kind of just goes down to who will be winning or who will be coming out on top of those.
Yeah, and my eyes are on the explosiveness that the Shopify Rebellion Black roster has with the Waylay, with the Yoru, as well as with the Fade utility to allow them to, whether they want to play split, whether they want to explode on sites, there's a ton of options available to them. And while the Blue Otter, the composition might lack some defensive powers with utility, they have a lot of mechanical agents. They have the Chamber, they have the Raze, they have the Yoru. I'm looking to see how they're going to combat and deny some of that space for SRB so they can't pop out comfortably from those chokes with that composition. Let the games begin.
We said that Blue Otter have this identity, and it's a comp I'm excited about. Let's see how it fares against what is said to be one of the best teams that we should be having here and challengers. Let's head in and find out and send back over to Jaws and Marks.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Blue Otter and Shopify Rebellion Black Marks. Now, is this as much of a David Goliath as the desk is making out?
Honestly, it's very easy to look at these rosters and just kind of be like, oh, 100%. SRB, they got this in the bag. This should be a walk in the park. Everything should look nice and easy. They're pulling out some of my favorite players from Tier 2. And then on top of that, they're bringing in a bit of Tier 1 talent as well. But on the side of Blue Water, I think the desk made excellent points about how their playstyle works. We get to see all of these individual members have their pop-off moments. And looking at this composition, I'm anticipating we're going to see a lot of pop-off moments, a lot of frag potential coming through from those players. Where the risk lies, though, are if those Blue Water players are not able to secure their kill, then it should be just fundamentals that'll get Shopify Rebellion Black across the finish line. As we get into it, Ion already taking a dink.
Nade as well to Heaven to waylay the push for the time being, as both Heartless there, the Yoru player. Two ZG make their way to Heaven. Paranoia in the hand now, waiting for some kind of push here from SRB. A lot of flashes coming in, but a wide swing does result in Social's death. A trade back and forth. This is a 3-on-2, but look at the health bars here of SRB. Very low. Bob with that Headhunter could be devastating, but unfortunately, she's across the map currently. So 1v3 on the site on 8.
Yeah, Heartless has to be able to at least find one to make this a bit more of a winnable scenario, but SRB completely just slowing things down. So many of the members, like you said, so low HP, a single shot could really do some damage. Heartless, though, taking the initial fight against Xander, is able to win that one out.
All right, Bob needs to make the quick rotation, but she's still kind of waiting, potentially thinking that a B push is imminent, but the spike being planted. Now the rotation can come in, but I mean, Heartless can just do this one on their own, to be honest. They just 48 HP.
Yeah, and at this point, Heartless just waiting for Bob to kind of regroup here. Just take this one together. It's a pistol round. Honestly, even a classic should be enough at this point. So once they kind of group up, it should be easy pickings up against Nature.
Yeah, trivial, really. If Nature pulls off a miracle play, I'll leap out my seat and do a backflip. Here you go, Heartless, with the peek, and there's the kill. No backflip for me. Good, because I can't do one. There's the defuse there for Heartless, and that is a round on the board for Blue Otter.
Not gonna lie, I was a little sad. I was ready for you to attempt to do a backflp. I was about to be like, yo, you can do a backflip? That's pretty sick, man.
Pastor breaks neck live on stream as he attempts a backflip.
Oh, maybe that's for the best, because he's still got quite a bit of map in front of us. But yeah, that round, kind of crazy. It started off with just, two bulls just hitting their heads against each other up in that A Heaven spot. Amidst all the chaos, Blue Otter able to come out on top, but it was Heartless who made sure that that was going to be a Blue Otter round, finding so much value with that ghost, shutting down all of the players on Shopify Rebellion Black. Now this time, Ion has this Bucky in hand. I'm assuming you're going to see that very fast waylay play with the rest of the flood coming through, but it gets shut down.
Fast? Absolutely not. Legs cut out from underneath Ion there. And here comes the Judge. There's one. Another one in the smoke jumping around. There's two for the Judge. And that's about as good of a Judge can get with a right click with a classic, not connecting, a 2Z with the triple.
Okay, well, first 2 rounds out of the way. Not going to necessarily call whether or not maybe David's going to beat Massive Goliath here, but it's still looking really clean from Blue Otter. I mean, a lot of their engagement protocols, it's just kind of playing smart, playing it nice and close to be able to find those opportunities against Shopify Rebellion Black. But now, coming into this next round, we are going to see that buy up happen. Ion, previously buying that Bucky, wasn't even able to kind of get the dashes in onto the site there. Will now be using the Outlaw, looking for that individual potential. Actually gets a hit onto Xander. Not necessarily able to secure the kill, but still a very good deterrent to at least mitigate a lot of that pressure outside of B, while Blue Water are still just kind of waiting, looking for their opportunity.
Hey, you're really not complaining with that damage, like you said. Oh, TP away. Still, though. 2 shotguns in heaven. Flash on the corner. That one goes wide. 399 just completely blind.
Portal closed.
Upgraded from 299. It's 399 now. Added an extra 100.
Let's see if he can make those stats happen here to get them up to 399, but slow rotation from Shopify Rebellion Black. Taking that middle space, and of note, 2 players on a bit of an off roll for them, both Satellite and Ion. We previously saw Satellite playing a little bit of duelist way before Qbert Academy. Went on to more of that Sentinel role this time around.
Ooh, that flash coming in from Heartless there ended up triggering on the clone, so kind of gave them the impression that there were players around there. Quick rotation now for SRB. Oh, Bob. Oh, gets taken down. She falls. Ion with a better Outlaw. Heaven control for 2Z. However, Ion with a sharper shot.
Spike planted.
2Z falls. 4 on 2 now.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Zostal, though, will have a rifle in hand. At this point, Heartless just has to wait for that rotation to kind of come through, but it looks like they might just be playing for their individual moments here. Ion on a sliver of health. Xander 1 bullet away as well. It's not looking pretty, but they might be able to still do some damage here.
Spam in the box, revealing the position. Still got a flash dog available too. I mean, could pop flash out of here. Heaven player jumping down, not even giving chance for Heartless to even act in that manner. Satellite, nice little 3K to save the round. SRB with a point.
Most importantly, they're able to carry through so many of their weapons into this next one as well. It's going to be 3 rifles carried over, and then that Outlaw. And well, the Outlaw, you know, you might be scratching your head a little bit about how much value it's going to get.
Outlaw.
It's still going to be able to get 2Z and Zostal with 1 bullet. And on top of that too, Ion, you know, coming from Envy last time, is a cracked aimer. So 1 headshot will be more than enough to kind of send someone into the grave. Looks like it might be a little bit more rambunctious here onto this A site. This wall goes up and immediately Heartless is just spraying things down to be safe.
Ion taking a little bit of chip damage. Saturate on elbow, dash into Heaven. Ion not choosing to recall there. Paranoia does connect, close the door though, and a nice swing around from the sidelines. The Satellite is cleaned up, but not before. They get a double. Still though, Heaven here, a bit too treacherous for Blue Otter. There's now SRB slowly making their way back in main, trying to sell this fake.
At the same time, I like Blue Water's positioning. They spread themselves out, trying to get some information. Heartless has been shooting on a dime, so really just needs that. But the blinded will more or less secure where these Shopify players are.
Yeah, really nice. Probably a call for Bob now for her to come over towards A. There's the drop down. Exit in hell. Nature ends up getting absolutely rolled by Heartless, who's on an absolute tear. Don't need backup. Heartless, alone on the site, takes care of 3. Wonderful stuff from Blue Water. 7-1. Seekers up. Heartless is dominating.
Yeah, Heartless is just looking flawless at this point. Once again, just kind of taking that 1v3 opportunity and able to make that one work in the midst of all of this. SRB players just a couple of seconds behind each other, allowing for the 1v1 opportunities to show themselves, and Heartless really just kind of taking over this game thus far. Shopify Rebellion will be able to buy into this round. Satellite, though, only has a Bucky in hand. Bob, sniper rifle operator looking for an opportunity here, but will be flushed out.
Oh, yeah. Dog connects, and that's a lot of blind players in main now. Dog trying to back up, create some space between her in the front line. Satellite's in the back with a Bucky. Bit of an odd spot. Seeker. Gonna be swiftly dealt with. And oh, the shotgun shot goes wide. As Heartless kills Satellite. I mean, mid-control here, but this pincer is gonna be deadly. Already trying to transition to heaven, but look who's made their way to the site already. Blue Otter, Heartless, one in screens as well in 399.
Nature looking for opportunity, will hop down, gives away that information, gets spotted.
Almost hopeless here, I think, for Nature to get this spike connected to the floor. Ion from heaven. Got 4. Bob left. Op in hand. And now Ion looking for this ace. Convergent path available. Wow. Okay, so they know no screen presence here for the chamber, but slowly but surely Bob creeping up. But I mean, Ion is right behind her. Surely. Yeah, there it is. Ace. Easy as you like.
I couldn't help myself.
SRB with 2. Ion with an ace.
I was just gonna say, like, you know, they're moving in onto the A site. Heartless there, hanging out. You know, we've seen some pop-off moments. Heartless should be able to do it. It's so discombobulated coming through. And yet, in the midst of all of that,
I mean,
Ion coming
messy.
alive. Yeah, like, quick 2K, and then finds the rotation around onto Bob, secures the ace, makes that one happen. Blue Otter, they're still coming up with a couple of nifty ideas, still kind of finding those opportunities on Shopify. Once again, just the player quality on this Shopify Rebellion squad. You know that all these players are going to be ready for those individual clutch moments. And that time around, we get to really see Ion take off.
Oh, hello. Goodbye.
Never mind.
Ion down. Nice attempt at an engage. Flash around the side. Clone available too. Another flash connects. Although Tuzi taking a little bit of damage here. They're still holding onto this corner quite well. They're going to be still inserted onto this site with 1 flash remaining. A pop flash around the corner. Nature down. Spike to the floor as well. Not planted, unfortunately. It's all 399. Tries to go for a heroic play into that choke point. And Bob with a slight miss there with the op. So straight back to heaven. But Spike is down on the B site with 3 players from SRB. No way near.
Yeah, they don't have anything to pick it up as well, so it really just becomes a waiting game, trying to find an opportunity to really open up this round, but the fact that the spike is so deep onto that B site nearly makes this impossible. Exa gonna be walking up here, but Tuzi still watching this angle as Bob's getting a rotation around.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough. Like you said, there's nothing really here to pick up the spike.
30 seconds left.
You're looking for some heroics. Tuzi, check in heaven. Male, 2 players walking through SRB, but Tuzi caught a little timing. See if Exa can find anything. Gets 1, but now heaven, they know where they are. And Tuzi playing in the smoke. Exa with a quick tap on the rope, but Satellite waiting, baiting,
10 seconds
as he perfectly executes that kill. And now 3 players from SRB on the site. Bob last alive again. Can she get the clutch?
What a turnaround here. We'll be able to find the back, so Sandra goes down. Makes this a 1v2, but still a difficult scenario.
I mean, still with an op, 7 bullets in the headhunter, looking for a shot, hoping Exa ends up popping their head out. 1 bullet will all it will take to kill Satellite. But they're not giving her a chance to play. There's 1. Oh, can't get a second. They were readying up the social accounts clip there, but unfortunately, didn't quite get it. Bob, once again, last left alive. Slower rotation there, Marks, and cannot get the job done.
Yeah, I hate how that round also started out with Ion immediately falling down right after we kind of gassed him up. But in the midst of all of this chaos, I think it's just good fundamentals kind of coming in there from Shopify Rebellion, clearing out all of their individual corners, making sure to find their timing. And of course, Exa doing a fantastic job at reclaiming that top space. That was very pivotal to make sure that that round kind of came through. Bob flush off the angle, but that is going to be a rocket, and immediately it goes down.
Yeah, it's completely denied. 399. I mean, these kind of blast pack heroic attempted kills have just not gone their way so far. 399 having a little bit of a rough one at 3 and 6 currently.
And you see just a lot of respect being played on both of these sides here. Blue Otter not really taking that opportunity to move forwards, but still being kept in check by Exa outside of that A site. Meanwhile, they've just completely circulated all the way over mid. So still gonna try and find a cheeky timing with that Bucky, just in case they rotate over onto this B site. But still, my eye is on Bob, who is still watching things very far, but Tuzi able to find a timing here. might open up an avenue here on what's going on.
Look at, I mean, this is absurd. Gonna be able to get out. One shot left. No, not quite. Heartless though, still with a kill. Everything's kind of weak in heaven, it's worth saying. 2Z with a rifle versus 2. Ion with the op though. Yeah, looking up towards the heaven ramp, and a plant comes in as well for some extra chunk of change there. SRB with 4.
And now we're starting to see Shopify Rebellion Black feel a lot more comfortable on how they want to start playing things. And I think that this comfortability really comes from Ion being on this waylay currently, because, you know, they're coming in here with that double duelist, Satellite and Ion kind of being the back-to-back double agents kind of flying through, taking a lot of space. But really what this composition allows for is for Ion to kind of go for those crazy timings, go for those crazy over rotations that was so fundamental to Envy's playstyle. I'm just going to take a swing out, I'm going to take it because I know I'm going to win. And Ion was a huge piece of that puzzle. Meanwhile, Satellite can still hang out with the squad, still get a lot of that space, allowing for the rest of the squad to be able to meander their way up. Both Satellite and Ion right now leading the kill feed for their team, and I think it's very much deserved so. Xander, Nature, and Exa have been doing a good job at like using the utility, but really when it comes out to those standout players, Ion and Satellite both are willing to take such aggressive timings, and generally speaking have been rewarded for it.
Yeah, we're always expecting Ion to do very well, like the desk kind of set up perfectly with the NV last year. Let's have a look how they tackled this round. They've got a decent amount of ults to kind of play for the post plant. They've got this wall, convergent paths. They've got even a pit too in one. So still looking for Bob to come up with some key kills. Swing and a miss.
Oh, no
nice
way.
aggressive peek though.
A.
Yeah, they're not even letting SRB get anywhere near the sites. Oh, a shot, and Satellite doesn't TP in time. 2 on 5. That timeout for Blue Otter working wonders.
It's so interesting because you see that like first wave of aggression from Shopify Rebellion Black, and then immediately, you know, they've got the protocols to get out if they need to. But the aggression from Blue Water that time completely counteracts it. They walk out, you know, they get their information, Shopify Rebellion Black back off, and Blue Water completely chase them down, catching them off guard, securing 3 kills so early on. And now, once again, the spike in such an inopportune spot. 4 members of Blue Water just watching it like a dog, making sure that there is nothing here. But Ion does have the convergent paths. I wonder if this is an opportunity, but it looks like maybe this will just be a save to carry these rifles into the next round.
Yeah, there's no way they go for anything
seconds
crazy.
left.
Like you said, just so quickly executing through that Viper wall. They were very ready for SRB to make a quick play, but they just beat him to the punch. So yeah, just 18 seconds more of just waiting around. All good. I mean, we're expecting Bob to come up with large things too. I mean, you've got the op online
10
already.
seconds
He's been
left.
holding down B, transition to A heaven. Last couple of rounds. We'll see where they end up going next, because that line also on B main has been challenged a lot of the time as well early by SRB.
And a lot of those like early kind of re-op peaks up against each other, like if Bob can kind of nail those, then suddenly Blue Water are in such a good position to be able to spin out the round. They remove one of the main players on Shopify Rebellion Black currently with how they've been kind of playing these sniper compositions, but still, unfortunately, the Chamber hasn't quite found that value just quite yet. But still staying alive is quite a big deterrence, if you ask me, because you don't want to be walking into those crosshairs without any sort of support from your team. So different look for the Shopify Rebellion Black attack this time. Gonna go for a 3-1-1 across the map here. A little bit more emphasis being played onto this A site, but it is just kind of Satellite rolling in, so we'll be able to just TP out of there if things start to get a little bit hairy, while the rest of Shopify Rebellion just kind of play it slow outside.
See that dog covering as much of that smoke as they possibly could, just weaving in and out, making sure no one's hiding inside of it. Hit available from Exa. Slowly but surely, like you said, just trying to get people off of their lines, but both Tuzi and Bob pretty ingrained in on B.
Spit aggression, though, could work out perfectly Heartless still up into heaven. Xander just kind of trying to keep them
pushing.
honest here. Gets flashed out.
What a flick. Nice. So it does get traded. Quick orb take as well. Take another one, and oh, that is disastrous for Heartless. I mean, that is an awful spot to be in. Now a quick duel with Ion on the high ground as Heaven control for SRB. And now Spike and point control too. Good luck getting through the pit. Covering that Spike perfectly. 399 trying to clear Heaven.
Spike planted.
Same with Bob. No up anymore. Switching over to Phantom.
And that's really important too. The pit purely just deployed to make sure that Bob doesn't have any angles here. So this is going to be a tough retake coming in. Still, paint shells are online, and that will at least clear one of the corners inside this pit.
Couple of blast packs as well. Slowly but surely making their way up, not trying to reveal any kind of noise. Bob has already gone down, and yeah, all right. Ion showing off now. As there was shorty double shot there on 399 in that round. It was, yeah, it felt almost inevitable. That Viper's pit, like you said, only with that nade is just so hard without any more clear.
And I got to comment on the Waylay attack here. I mean, we see Ion just kind of fly all the way through. And usually you see Waylays try to go for the, oh yeah, you know, I'm going to try and go for the kill. And then we usually see them go down. Nope, never mind. Just toss Saturate at the ground and I'm going to get the heck out of here. Allowing the rest of the team to swing through and secure that kill. Especially with how well Heartless has been shooting. No need to kind of, you know, throw your body at that sky and kind of end things out. A good adaptation though, Blue Water. So aware that Shopify Rebellion Black have been hitting mid quite frequently, and so they reinforce it this time.
So another dog. Ion already dead though. Large carry potential now down for SRB as Tuzi gets a double. Exa trying to find some sort of anything really. Any space, any kill, any free pick. Like, Blue Water are not giving them a chance. A minute to go, and what feels like quite a similar situation. As soon as Blue Water get a couple of early kills, SRB just kind of wandering around trying to find something. Dimensional Drift even being popped here. Oh, it's Exa just kills Heartless through smoke. Okay, well, that's one way to open this one up, Max. Oh, what a shot. Oh, make that two. All right, Xander. Show us what you got. Come on.
Oh.
They know where you are. It's unfortunate. They know where you are. But come on, just one. Just one here. Just pretend he doesn't exist.
He's also got the Bucky around the corner. This is not looking good.
No. I'll take the free one.
And quite frankly, that was just pure timing coming through from Blue Water. The fact that we see that aggression come through onto mid, Shopify Rebellion Black, assuming that they did their due diligence to kind of clear off those angles. And yet just some of the members of Blue Water step in from that B Heaven, go right into the smokes and completely catch Shopify Rebellion by surprise. And suddenly, like, you got people pushed all the way through at to the top of middle, and yet still there's somebody behind you. And the backup isn't necessarily doing a good job of clearing them out either. That was single smoke play. Works out perfectly for Blue Water to stop the play before it even happens. It's gonna be the tour de force online for Bob to make up for the lack of operator this round with Shopify Rebellion Black in a full save here minus Ion.
You're max chilling if you're Blue Otter right now. Just don't die to the Stinger Rush challenge. Still have the wall. Divergent paths. I mean, they've got ults here to use. They want to make something happen fast. Xander. Okay, well, yeah. I mean, it worked on you. Why can't it work for you? Well, there we go. Boy. Double kill. Oh, and shoot the bodies too. That's it, my son. A nice double. And now here comes the entryway through Heaven. Satellite takes a kill. Upgrading those SMGs to rifles, as now it is Bob and 399. A very familiar situation for Bob. But again, you just got this ult. Because of rocket launcher, though. Surely. They know. Oh, gets the kill. 399, though. Even in the score. 3-on-2 now. As Exit on the high ground. Just with the Sheriff. That's all they need.
Bob with the ultimate as well. So unlucky, but might as well give it a shot. Only has a classic in hand. So we'll be trying to take some of the rifles out of the members of Shopify Rebellion's hands. At this point, this round is all but doomed. This time Xander really making up for how that last one went. You know, we got to see him pop around the corner, immediately get buckied. This time around, Stinger finds a nice 2K, completely opening things up, allowing for Ion to fly in through the sights. The rest of the flood-in looks fantastic from Shopify Rebellion, just completely manhandling their sights, but it's all because Xander finds those kills.
Yeah, 399 not looking too bad either, but again, Bob left alone in the very end, and she's unable to kind of clutch it out. Seeing it 2 and 6 on the chamber currently. No tour de force kills either. Back onto the rifle though, final round. Always suicide.
Cosmic Divide very early on here.
They're going
all the
fast.
ultimates being popped.
Oh boy, I think Bob dodged that too. All ends up getting deployed. Bob alone on the side currently though, and yeah, quickly dealt with. That wall just so tricky to deal with, but a quick pop flash through it though. That's 2Z a kill, but now Ion on a flank has got control of Heaven as the Seekers end up connecting with the site.
3 for 3.
Nothing necessarily found either, so just a regroup for Blue Otter. At this moment, they still have that paranoia, still have 2 flashes, but still, SRB have a good hold on this set.
Poison's off.
Well, they don't check this back corner. Oh, no, yes, they do. Okay, so now X is kind of solo. So 2-on-1. Don't let X get a kill here. They do, but they trade. But now a 2-on-3 TP and a flash on to the sites. But Ion's got such a good cross, but Heartless shuts it down. Xander jumping into the smoke. Zostal falls as the spike ticks away. Heartless looking for Summit, but it will be all SRB this round, and that'll be 8 as we jump on to the next half.
Sides.
Or 70.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know, it's so funny. Sometimes you just have to dump all your ultimates in and immediately just intimidate your opponent on the site there. And you can tell, like, the intimidation, not necessarily the intimidation, all of the ultimates as well as the utility gave Bob next to no option for what she could kind of do. The flooded was gonna be inevitable. Bob looking for maybe just a single kill, but the rest of Blue Water gets cut off and kept at bay amidst all of the pressure that was implemented onto that site. So a great execute coming in from Shopify Rebellion Black, almost just hitting the I want to win this game button. And so they find themselves at 7-5 now. Still though, as we swap sides here, a lot to like from this Blue Otter team. They've individually have been playing a really strong game and still being able to find their moments up against this very stacked Shopify Rebellion Black roster. And so really this map still could go either way.
No Bandit Gaming though. This is so sad. Oh, Bob having a very tricky game so far. Just not having the impact we thought she'd have on this chamber. Tried to go for a hero peek onto the player in Heaven. Here comes the wall, popped up. And Nature is going to kind of miss a timing there with people popping through the smoke. Although, guess the timing onto Zostal was looking Heaven and quickly swung back. 399 though, still making this push heard with Satellite with a 22 HP. 399 shot in the back as Exa takes over Heaven. But now a 1-on-3 and in enviable position for 2Z.
On top of that, Ion so close by, shorty in hand. This is tough.
Yeah, I mean, inevitability is a word that we use a lot, and it's apt there for sure. Another round win for SRB.
Yeah, great kind of pistol round there. And once again, it just comes down to the individual heroics. But you can tell, like, when it comes to playing off of one another, I'm still really impressed by how they decide to kind of play this one off, specifically off of the Waylay. We've seen quite a bit of Waylay start to get played by a lot of these other teams, but it always feels like the Waylay is flying in just at the right times. Ion is able to find so much space without kind of giving up the life for free and is able to actually have impact. And sure, Ion leading with kills right now, but it feels like just that intimidation factor has been so instrumental for Shopify Rebellion Black claiming space and allowing for kind of those surprise moments that they've been able to find a lot of kills onto Blue Water.
Try mid push. Oh, you can't trick me, not that easily. Oh, go on, go for it. 399 is like 16 HP. Classic right click, not good enough. Sander from Mail gets a kill. Same in Nature on 399. And Blue Otter's push up mid. Not looking so great. Bob once again, last player alive. Trying to find an angle. Oh, that's unlucky. Go on. Just one tap. There's one. Another. Nature, yeah, unfortunately playing with Bob a little bit there, but It's another round for SRB. And, well, 9 and 5. And now the buy round can come in for Blue Otter.
Now let's see kind of what they're able to bring to the table here. An excellent round for Shopify Rebellion. The full bonus more or less coming through. Xander going to be the only one who has to buy up a little bit of a sheriff into this next one. Right now, while all of that fighting was happening, Satellite able to just kind of maneuver through and take all of that space and be able to find that backstab online. Satellite previously into that Sentinel role on Cupid Academy last season. Very familiar with kind of the solo alert, and especially now onto this Yoru has a little bit more tools to kind of work off of compared to that Cypher that we previously saw him play quite often. And so a lot of tools available in just manpower for Shopify Rebellion Black here, as it is going to be Blue Water once again re-exploring middle, trying to take a little bit of space, but they're so intimidated as Ion just going to move things forwards into Zostal.
Oh, what a shot.
That's disgusting.
Gets away scot-free as well. All right, Blue Otter have lost Tuesday already. A couple of flashes down for the team, which is not going to be good for an entry. Looks like they're trying to pivot towards B, but... Yeah, they're still picking up Ion. I mean, it prompts the response here, you'd imagine, from Nature to kind of ASCP run over. But now Bob can maybe take some space, although, to be fair, with 399 getting that kill, maybe a B finishes where they want to head. Oh, I say that, but no. Looks like they're heading all the way back.
An excellent denial coming through from Shopify Rebellion there. Satellite making sure to be able to find that outlaw kill, allows the space for Exa to move up with the judge. At that point, Bob's gotten so much space on A. You got more than enough time to be able to rotate through. But I'm looking at Bob's position. It's so far forwards here. Shopify Rebellion Black have to know this, but still that gun difference might make it happen.
I mean, there's a seize, there is a flash. So Bob could be flushed out, but using that early just to flush out one player and then not being able to get to sight with it could be a little rough. Another player in screens there. Heartless spotted, trying to bait for Bob. Seize comes in and the seize is good. A headshot from Exa. And now Heartless on the run, 4 bullets left, but it's all good. Zostal with 1 and Heartless with 2.
Heartless like, yo, if no one got my back, Zostal got my back. Is able to just completely back off. Uses the reload. Sure, yeah, it probably needed to get the reload off there. But could use it as bait, really, because then you see the members of Shopify Rebellion go hunting right into the crosshairs of Zostal, holding that so far away, Guardian in hand, finding all of the headshots necessary. And Shopify Rebellion Black just, once again, red in their eyes, so ready to just kind of move through in on secure that kill, allowing Heartless to be able to pop out as well. Excellent little synergies kind of coming out between those two players there to keep Blue Otter in the middle of it. It's going to be, once again, a bit of a full buy from both of these squads here. Ion going to have that operator in hand. Blue Otter take a lot of space on the mid. We'll just be kind of spraying things down. Shopify Rebellion trying to control it, but Satellite gets spotted out, has to immediately step off here.
Again, mid control being pivotal importance here. They try and make their way up, but they're just getting dogged. A nice blind there on exit is going to force them back. But look at how much damage has already been done. I mean, a lot of them are one tap already. Nature, exit, they're just picking them apart. Everybody moved forward their marks, and they were like, what, 50 HP each? Like,
the one thing
it's like they lost a limb
this
when they went for the push.
Enemy remaining.
Still got a dog left. Yeah, you know where they are. You know where they are. Heartless 86 HP and Xander with the cleanup. God, that was a nice hold of mid.
And that's the thing that I'm seeing a lot in challengers right now. I know it's only day 2 at this point. We don't want to analyze any sort of trends. But if we were to analyze some of the trends, then one of the things I'm seeing is split defense. A lot of attacking teams are having such a hard time being able to take mid presence. The defenders simply on the crossfire have consistently been able to win these rounds. We saw Blue Water do it last time. We saw the previous matchup. M80 to be able to do it. Evictix able to do it. It just feels like that is such a difficult read for a lot of these players, and yet Blue Water, they aren't quite done yet. They move immediately and get gunned down.
I mean, yeah, mid control, if it wasn't impossible before, it's impossible now. Although, my word, the MG42 like bunker fire there into the pit ends up killing The Viper, luckily, but still with mid-control. Shotguns in hand, but no, Heartless wanted the gun a little bit too desperately. A nice paranoia, but Satellite doesn't need vision. From orbit there, picks up 4. Bob, though, with a return kill, but again, 3-on-1. Op in hand for Ion. Bob's chance to probably go for a save. Pit is even on the other side of the street to her.
I love being able to see Satellite be able to pop off in that moment. Bob, though, able to find Ion, suddenly makes this somewhat of a winnable scenario here.
Yeah, hang on, hold your horses. Or hold your otters, I suppose. Bob. Retreat into A main, but yeah, heard out by Xander and Nature, so... Ooh, hang on. Little slick with it.
30 seconds left.
Love me a good ring around the rosy all the way around, but more than plenty of time here for Bob to be able to kind of get this one down. Talking
still
about how
in
we
mid?
needed to see Bob kind of pop off, but this is going to be tough. Xander and Nature very familiar how to play off of one another. 2 rifles in hand. Spike will be able to go down here, but thankfully they're not too far
10
away, so
seconds left.
should be enough time for them to rotate around. It's going to be up to Bob to be able to find this double kill.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick rotation. Yeah, like you said, they were already at mid, so they didn't exactly book it to A. They're already on
Information given.
site. Yeah. Surely they know. Yep, they're going to know now. Either B main or CT. Oh, and CT it was. Bob with the swing onto the site. Smoke down. Nature Bob in a 1v1. Smoke disappearing. And Bob with the win. 4 kills for Bob. Satellite picking up 4 for SRB, but Bob doesn't want better.
That is unbelievable. We were looking for that kind of clutch up moment from Bob to be able to kind of step up and win that one out. And SRB, I mean, that time around, yeah, Satellite really tried to carry this one across the finish line. Once again, it's just this all-out brawl in the middle here, with Satellite being able to find so much value, just so aware of everything, and yet Bob coming out on top. SRB, they split themselves off trying to get an opportunity, get that backstab online, but instead just split themselves up, allowing Bob to be able to find it. Tour de force back online. A little bit of information given away, but SRB on a full save. Satellite and Ion, the 2 duelists right now, holding it down with Buckies in hand, as immediately it's a little bit of that denial in mid. Still a little bit scared to kind of poke and prod this machine, as we know SRB have been very good at holding mid.
Getting out as much util as humanly possible. See if Bob ends up getting an entry pick. Xander knows. I mean, Bob's been playing these angles for so long.
And actually, the call gets made here. So we see Blue Water start to rotate themselves over. SRB haven't given up a single thing. And now, finally, Satellite is going to be moving forward. Once again, that Bucky could be huge.
Uh-oh, that's a lot of ults. Dodging a couple of them. Quickly stunned up. Satellite with the Bucky on the site already, but the nade flushes them out.
Down with.
And quickly is felled by Tuzi.
30 seconds left.
Exa
Spike planted.
making their way towards mids. I mean, there's just so much utility still available for Blue Otter. And only a Bucky, maybe just looking for exit kills at this point.
Yeah, you see Ion's positioning here where Nature and Exa are. All of them just kind of waiting for an opportunity maybe to get one of those guns, get a couple more ultimate orbs online. Nature the only one who really doesn't care about it that much, already with the Nightfall in his pocket. But if you're Blue Water, given how things are going, you want to make sure you walk away from this one alive. You still have an ultimate online. Tuzi as well, 1 away, so we'll try to give up the life.
Okay, well, looking the wrong way there. Trying to dodge the flash. It's fine.
Man.
I got money. It's fine. We're chill.
Just let Ion get one more closer to having convergent paths online.
Yeah. Not the best. It's all good.
It's just a flood in right now from Blue. Oh no, not the freeze frame. Oh, you're doing it dirty there.
Put it on the wall. Print it out, put it on the wall. That's something with the timeout now.
Okay, well, now we're seeing SRB take that time out because once again, like coming into this matchup, you take a look at these two teams, you're expecting a certain result. You're expecting Shopify Rebellion with the prestige, with the experience of a lot of these players to kind of come into this one and be able to really just walk away with things. And yet we're seeing a pop-off performance from Heartless, from Tuzi. 399 as well has started to really step up. And I think that it's very classic split that we're seeing right now, and it's working out for them. They're more or less ready to kind of take some of those duels, and it doesn't feel like, unless we get into more of those close range battles, you know, when there's a lot of smokes kind of going on and we see the kind of shenanigans, the dive that we expect from the waylay coming through, where we get to see Shopify Rebellion Black really thrive. Satellite has been really trying to pull the team across the finish line, but right now it feels like Xander, Nature, and Nature have been getting kind of caught off guard consistently by Blue Otter, not afraid to kind of go in and take that ego duel and more or less win it out against those players.
Here.
I was thinking they might just want to rip it onto a site with Tuzi's ult, but looks like a 2-3 here.
With information given up, but Satellite trying to take it forwards.
Yeah, all right. Quick TP away. Screams. Did end up giving up elbow or ramp, but should be fine with that. Heaven control's still in Ion's hands.
You say that, but at the same time, Blue Otter actually are too scared to go into Heaven. So even though they're able to flush out the Yoru, they have a feeling that something's going on there. We saw another bird kind of fly out there, try and get more information whether or not someone was there. And that's just more utility being drained out of Blue Otter's pocket. Well, SRB, they really just kind of use the Yoru stuff there to force that kind of back off. But Ion going to be lurking forwards.
Who's next?
Oh, what? Yeah. 399. That was half a second before Ion probably backs up there. Tuzi, dimensional drift on to B. Teleports, thought about.
Obscuring vision.
Oh, thought about. And now, yeah, straight to
30
backside.
seconds
Full
left.
control here on B, but they still need to deal with Xander. Bob, swing out of the smoke, trades the kill, but still need to get that spike down. And now they've allowed Blue Otter, or SRB, sorry, to now push back of CT. So they're all kind of grouped up, waiting, and still Heaven for them too. So they're actually in a really good spot here. Nightfall ends up coming in. Bob, though, tried to go for the shots, but hindered Decay Mark. Everything thrown at Bob to try and take her out. And those assists kind of painting the whole picture there with Satellite grabbing that kill. Heartless, though, dueling out Satellite. Dodges the flash, picks up the kill onto the Yoru. And how does Heartless win that? Doesn't win that one, though. Half was already diffused as Nature finishes off the next. I'm not sure how on earth you get that kill. But hey, you end up getting cleaned up. I was like, every button on the keyboard panic press there.
When the nerves start shaking, so does the hand.
Yeah.
And yeah, not looking the cleanest from Exa, but that's okay. I still like the setup kind of being done there. Exa's really trying to make that one happen, but then Nature just so aware, goes for the swing, goes for the kill. And of course, once again, it's Satellite's aggression that really starts Shopify Rebellion Black off on the right foot, going from that dimensional drift mid-plant to try and get that information, go for that early Nightfall, but then trying to play that one forwards, add a little bit more pressure to discombobulate Blue Otter. It's a lot of pressure and it works out well.
Oh, nice kill from 399. I needs to be able to get out of there. The amount of cover and fire there, trying to spam down into the Heaven is kind of insane. Now Nature's turn to step up to the plate, but Heartless shots him down. A triple splay down and a flawless round coming through from Blue Otter. Look at all those blue X's. That is a little ridiculous.
You know, earlier we were like, oh, look at Satellite. He doesn't need to see. He can still find those kills. And apparently the same applies to Blue Otter at that point. Smoked off completely. Hold that left mouse click down and just kind of swing your mouse around. See what's going to happen? Oh, snap. Okay, we just won the round.
Oh, 3 kills. Oh, sick. Nice.
Yeah. I love it when that happens. Why does that happen in my ranked games? But it finally, that middle aggression that we see Shopify Rebellion Black on that defense do such a good job at kind of clamping down on, it gets dealt with. And it's purely just off of a spray down through these smokes. And so now SRB a little bit more scared, given the fact that they're on this weaker weaponry as well. Gonna go for that jump spot, gets a bit of information. Of course, we're gonna be seeing Blue Water yet again adding a little bit of discretion onto mid side. But now it's just going to be a nice and slow from Blue Water. They know they have the weapon advantage, and they're not afraid to kind of flex it whenever they decide to make a decision.
Ion and Satellite were basically on top of each other there. With those shorties in male. Decoy. Dash. Yeah. Okay, there's the TP away. Oh, good.
A lot of
used,
information gained. And on top of that, they get all of that space now. So Blue Water still have a lot to play with. Plenty of time as well. Still 45 seconds left on the clock, and they will be making their way towards A side. The fact that Shopify Rebellion Black had to give up mid presence means they don't know where Blue Water are going to end.
Nature just gently jiggle peeking.
30 seconds
3
left.
players on B for SRB. Here come the Seekers. C's thrown out. Here comes the flashes, but that wall is going to buy them some time. Valuable time for both players. Satellite on Iron to make their way through spawn. Blue up onto the high ground, or 399. It doesn't manage to find anything, but Tusi's going to open this one up. Onto the side, though, as Nature's behind them. You got to check every angle, man. Nature just runs them down,
important.
picks up a gun, and that's the plan. Not connecting. Will they get it? Yes! 0.15 seconds remaining on the clock. Nature, almost the hero for SRB. Cut short. My word.
Oh,
that would have been a round of Valorant of all time if that plant didn't go off.
Xander as well ran for the hills as soon as Nature kind of confirms that kill. Just stay alive, no time to plant. And with just a sliver, just a little margin left on the clock, able to get that spike down, and suddenly it's all Blue Otter all day. Heartbreaking for Shopify Rebellion Black here.
Don't give him the orb. No. All good. There you go. Spike ends up going off. My word. Yeah, I think I saw on the clock 0.15 was they were that close, like a few frames off from losing that round from the heroics of Nature. You see the amount of people that went past Nature. The patience from Nature there was absurd. Quite like Mother Nature herself.
And on top of that too, it comes down to just hanging out in the smoke again. You know, we're seeing so many players inside of the smoke. Players on both of the teams just being like, yeah, there's no way no one's in there. And as a result of that, just able to kind of meander their way into the back line of a squad. Completely unchecked, but aggressive again for Blue Water.
Oh, this wall has just been working out so well.
Oh,
Ion gets 2. Zosu tried to TP away there. X's wall has been so pivotal into holding on to A. Bob with a nice angle onto like ropes here, but probably not even going to give her the opportunity.
And good just understanding from Shopify Rebellion on where Bob might be hanging out. That smoke is more than enough to kind of allow for that reposition, allow for the push-up angle, while of course the members that are still inside of it will be able to get out scot-free. Nature kind of aware that something might be happening in this A Heaven site, while the rest of the people move in onto the site. Keep your eye on Satellite, though. We're still hanging out here with an operator. The flash from Heartless should be able to make this one possible. But Tusi's gone so far away. Wonder what Blue Otter's call is going to be.
Bob's going to have such a nice line here, but again, that wall from Exit is going to put a thought in her side. But surely, Satellite with 1 kill.
Spike down A.
Bob's going to try and make her way forward now. Takes a shot, hits a clone. Hoping to try and get another. Bob making their way past that wall too. She's going to have such a nice angle on screens, but she needs to go and plant. Tusi at least picks up a kill, and unfortunately, Bob ends up going down, transitioning to the point itself. And that'll be SRB on match point.
And Satellite still playing so dynamically around that site with the operator in hand, is able to take Heartless down, really making the spike so much more difficult for them to be able to get on and get the spike. It's well played by Shopify Rebellion Black, just kind of cooling things off a little bit in that mid-rounding. Making sure to really stand their ground against Blue Otter, play off of the fact that Blue Otter have to engage into them, set up protocols so they know what to do. It's going to be aggressive on this B side here, as Ion still going to be looking for something right off the rip and gets taken out.
Wow, yeah, Ion Gun animation there didn't end up finishing off, so couldn't even get a shot off even if they wanted to. Exo already out of heaven. Dimensional drift coming in. The Otter in such a good spot. I mean, 399 jumping forward. Just getting at least one kill and trade it out. Satellite op versus 3, and Bob's got an op as well. So I don't think you can even get a rifle at this point if you're Satellite, so you're gonna have to try an alternate angle to go for. Looks like the angle is just save the op for the next round.
One of my favorite angles, if you ask me. Just teleport all the way across the map.
I am that chamber player. I will save my scope, no matter the scope, every single round if I can.
Listen, if you want me to shoot with the sniper rifle and find those kills, then I gotta be alive with my sniper rifle. So you gotta do what you gotta do.
You spin with that one.
Still, I mean, given the economy of Shopify Rebellion Black, they should be able to come back into this one, being able to buy up completely. Assuming Satellite doesn't take any damage right now, should be able to buy the rifle as well as a full shield here. Catches out Bob, yeah, make sure that that operator gets dropped out. But Blue Otter right now are not hurting for credits on their side either, so both a big buy up for both of these teams. And this is going to be the round that can really see how this one is going to go. Shopify Rebellion Black are going to take their time out here because, well, Blue Otter, if they take this round, will force overtime. And once again, coming into this one, you know, we were like, Blue Otter, they can pop off, but they're going up against the Avengers on Shopify Rebellion Black. A bunch of crazy superheroes pulled together that should be able to pull this whole thing out. And yet still, we're at an 11-12 scoreline on Shopify Rebellion Black's map pick. Sure, we can chalk this up to Shopify Rebellion Black not necessarily having a lot of time to play together to kind of work on some of those synergies, but I like the alternative perspective that this is really just a sign that Blue Otter are going to be one of the teams to keep your eye on here in Challengers. I've been very impressed with how they're not afraid to kind of take these opportunities, take these timings, and the 3 new players to this roster have just been heating it up on this map.
Yeah, talking about individuals too. Heartless is having a hell of a game. 22 and 15 right now on the sky. A lot of heroics coming through. I'm looking at Xander. It's got the wall. It's got the judge. Double judge. Oh, X is going for one as well. Okay. No, Guardian. Okay. Oh, at least one judge on the field. Again, trying to like lock down that mid. Blue Otter want to try and get a little bit of info first in B main.
Concealment.
A bit of a different angle this time, but honestly speaking, I think that's just a big satellite.
Wow.
Oh, that timing is just so unlucky.
Would have at least got one there, you would imagine. Quick rotation though, but look at this. 399 already made their way into hell and just pushing on through. Nature dead, X are down. Bob was just lurking around. Shorty though, Satellite's one is better. Ion in the back lines, and yeah, Heartless not looking so clean and crisp now with a bullet in the back of your head. Dimensional drift for Satellite, right in the corner of the site. No scope with the op. Oh
my goodness.
Can't see anything. Neither can. Okay, someone's going to die eventually. Okay, there it is. It's Doozy that comes up with a kill. That was ridiculous. That is the smallest gap I've ever seen for a Astra wall. They know Doozy's there. They're like, what are you going to do? How do you get Doozy out of that position? Just how? Bob with 3, and that will be it. We're going to OT.
Switching sides.
What is going on, man?
That wall is absurd, bro.
I was like, oh,
Give me a replay of that.
This is such a fun way to play the Yoru ultimate here. And immediately Satellite gets clocked, and then it's just 2 Yorus.
Give me a replay.
Skippity-doo. Yeah, here we go.
Put clown music on this. Like, what is that? And then how do you get Doozy out of that position too? Like, it's almost impossible.
Oh my goodness me. Okay, well, full reset now as we get into overtime. So good job for Blue Otter being able to win that one out. Finding so many opportunities on some of the shenanigans that Shopify Rebellion were kind of hoping to pull off and surprise your opponent here. Now we swap back around. Blue Otter onto this defense yet again. Shopify Rebellion Black on the offense, and it really feels like this is just going to continuously be this battle for middle, a trade of utility to try and flush the other team out before they try and take their space here, as it will be Nature holding the spike, using that utility to at least clear out that space.
I'm trying to find a line. extra kind of positioned fairly far forward. Oh, seeing the knees. Oh, wow. Bob flicks the wrong way as Exa takes care of that op. Bob going down on that side of the map as well. He's actually going to prompt Heartless to take her position up. But a full rotation here. SRB looking like they want to finish B.
That's such good information gained from Heartless right now. Knows that immediately there's nobody that's pushing up onto A. Means it has to be a B or a middle hit. So just to be safe, Blue Water, they got themselves ready on B.
Oh, they see the gate crash. There is the dash in and straight back out. And hello, Tuzi. Yeah, we already saw you, buddy. As Zostal does end up going down. What an absurd explosion onto site there by SRB. Just an absolute ridiculous play from Satellite. And with the spike planted as well, Heartless, good luck. This is a 1v4, and Xander has an op, and they know exactly where you are. Oh, trying to draw the fire. Heartless gets one. Heartless gets two. Hold the phone. Heartless gets three. Seeker's deployed, but there's just not enough time.
Okay.
Nature finishes off the sky. As Heartless attempts with the heroics there, as Nature decides, you know what, doesn't matter how much time we got left, I'll take the fight anyway.
You know, Heartless really trying to stop my heart there for a second. Craziness kind of going on there. Maybe a little bit of trolling from Shopify Rebellion Black. They really thought that they could just kind of take this one, but Heartless just walking away with it. Honestly, it's just been a crazy map for this Blue Water player. But it still will be Shopify Rebellion Black winning it out. I really like the way that they engage in on some of these sites. It always looks so clean and the util feels so coordinated to just overwhelm any of the defenders here. But of course, now that we see Shopify Rebellion Black go onto the defense, I'm curious how they're going to try and change things up, maybe to find an opportunity to take Blue Water down. If they can get this round, they can get their map pick. Blue Water really with an opportunity to cause one of the biggest upsets, being able to win against Shopify Rebellion Black on their own map choice.
Taking a hard exec on to B, or at least try to. 5 players stacked up for Blue Water. Xander, yeah, taking care of that teleport. Thwarted the push for the time being, but left Bob inserted. Onto the high ground though, and the dog didn't quite connect, but Xander's bullets definitely did. Bob goes down. They go back to mid.
A little bit of a hold here. Ion playing far forwards with X trying to be the spotter here. Smoke goes off, should give up what's going on.
Looking for some chip damage. Shorty in hand. 1 HP on the sky. Head spotted, but Heartless with a 90-degree swing there ends up taking down Ion despite them being 1 HP. Heartless with another. Spike collected. Heaven control on B. Xander in main currently. Are they actually going to check this playing in the smoke? Heartless is half HP, is going to be able to get the spike connected to the floor. And here come the Seekers. And one heading towards. Okay, so they now know. But 2Z doesn't quite kill Xander as Nature now collapses in on the site. SRB aren't out of this just yet. In a 2-on-3, Satellite goes pretty low, but Xander still 21 HP, wants to be able to turn the ire of both 399 and 2Z and make space for the rest of SRB to walk in. Satellite, hands taking clean off. Nature with the swing. Low has to reload. Time's a ticking though, as 399 watches that one up and takes us to another.
Blue Otter not out of this one yet, and it really just came down to Ion being forced in such uncomfortable positioning there. Spotted the gun barrel for a second, and yet it's the W key nature of Blue Otter in that smoke, completely dodging all of the bullets. Xander almost being able to shut down Heartless, but wow, what an impact Heartless has had. Sure, the flashes have looked so darn good every single time, but Heartless has consistently been winning duels up against Shopify Rebellion Black. It is looking amazing from these new players on Blue Water. Gonna say that one a number of times, but once again, we go back 13-13. Double overtime gets activated.
Mid push, you know this one's coming. Oh, that is a lot of util being thrown out already. Wow, Ion fearless right now. And spraying through the smoke and kills 399. Okay, well, that's definitely a kill. Unfortunately, 2Z looking a little bit battered up there. We're losing their partner.
And like all that util, and they just get a little bit of spray damage on nature. It's not necessarily how you wanted that one to go, but Tuzi has an opportunity to really get this one.
Nice pop flash. All right, well, at least gets the trade. How long can Zosel actually hold on for, though? Ion not quite looking at backside. Zosel with a TP. Smoke right next to him, now playing in it. Now teleporting even further back, but straight into the sight lines of Exa. Heartless trying to make another hero play onto the side, but 3 players looking at CT. There was just no chance there for Heartless. Good luck. Orbit dropping the op. Picking up a rifle that was laying in mid. And the pit.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough here, but Bob going to try and make this one work. Only 10 bullets left in the clip. Let everyone just hold it close by with shorties in hand.
Yeah. You need to hit the reload at some point. I mean, to take 3 players out, plus no armor, because they've got the op. Like, there's the shorty, and that'll be that. SRB, match point.
Man, it's so chaotic on some of these rounds. For Shopify Rebellion Black on how they kind of want to play that one out, but overall, still doing an excellent job on this attack here. While Blue Water, I mean, attack definitely feels like it's their favorite side as well. A little bit of shenanigans kind of going on and kind of claiming some of the space onto that site, but Blue Water still just being overwhelmed round after round on their defense. Bob could be back with the glass cannon op. Be looking for something, but this time will be spotted immediately thanks to that Prowler. So a little bit of information at least as to where that operator is sitting. It's Blue Water. Tale as old as time, they want mid.
I mean, they've been running a 4-1 for so long with Bob on either A or B. Looks like Bob's going to join them this time around with that op. But will SRB give them mid for free? The answer is absolutely not. Oh, this is going to be deadly. Straight in the corner there, Ion gets traded. However, still though, mid control is what they need. But even that flash doesn't stop Exa in mail. Bob and Zosel left. Phantom and an op versus 4. Or Zosel's head peeking for a frame there. But SRB looking to take this one home. And Zosel is so low, Marks.
Just a quick little reset, but the smoke comes down. They're going to try and grab the spike now.
Just TP away. Oh, the spike. It's just so far out of reach. Bob trying to move up with this op. Tries to dodge the flash, but you can't dodge a 4-person swing. SRB with the map win.
So many opportunities for Blue Otter to be able to close that one out, and yet it still just comes down to a battle in mid. Both these teams doing such a good job at really, clamping down on each other. I'm really impressed with the Shopify Rebellion roster, specifically Satellite and Ion. Just really good coordination kind of coming out between those duelists and the rest of the team. Their attacks looked so well rehearsed every single time they wanted to kind of dive in onto one of those sites. But if you fly things over onto the Blue Otter side, I mean, once again, we came into this one expecting that it was going to be Shopify Rebellion Black being able to walk away with this one. Nice, clean, and easy. And yet you got Heartless kind of stepping up, going up top, finding multi-kills, finding 3 or 4 around, really clutching up these key rounds for Blue Otter. I mean, Jaws, like, this revamped Blue Otter roster looks phenomenal and definitely a lot better than a lot of us were anticipating.
Going straight to double OT as well against Shopify Rebellion. You're definitely happy with that. And we're going to jump on to map number 2 after this. Can Shopify Rebellion keep up the pace? Can they claim another map, or will we go to all 3? We'll have to wait and find out after this.
Buried. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
fight together.
Last player standing.
Exactly what Core needs. Delivering MCA.
Odin's fan early. Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get this classic round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to Ada. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Caught up by the save
And
and
trouble without his right way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And is it by that bite act done? Early drop down and Ange catches all of it from hell.
For SRB and Blue Otter, it was a wild, wacky series and a very close one as well. We headed into overtime after a crazy back and forth, and in the end, it will be SRB to be taking the victory. I mean, Roy, kind of a far cry from what was being set up at the top of the day. This was exceptionally close.
And we talked about the mechanic potential of Blue Otter, right? We talked about their individuality. We talked about how much of the step up that these individual players can do, right? And we saw a lot of that happening in the split map, where we saw Heartless stepping up, where we saw so many moments of brilliance, of brawliness. And listen, all I know is one thing for certain, okay? A Blue Otter match will never cease to be wildly entertaining, and I was entertained thoroughly.
Entire time, I don't, Emily, there are some of these rounds that I just didn't even know what to think. Like the wall on back A at the one point, I don't even know. But it was kind of some of these fun and wacky ideas just paired with the mechanics that kept Blue Otter in this match.
Yeah, and it was weird watching it, especially that first half, because it felt like every time that a team found success, the other team was ready the next round to kind of counter that. They were constantly swapping setups. It felt like there were no huge patterns that I could really find because it was just so chaotic every single round. But I think Ion, like being on this duelist role, he felt unleashed to me. Like he had some insane rounds, especially that ace in that early half, and then opping on attack found so much success. Also, I just found it funny how on attack you would see Ion with that off, and then on defense you'd see the Yoru on satellite opping.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like a preference or like a comfortability thing, or if there's like, you know, plans that they have with Waylay or Yoro that they want to enact, that they're not really trying to like keep the op restricted to one person, or maybe it's setup dependent. I think it could also be setup dependent, but I think also just kind of thinking back on that first half where we really got to see the double duelist activate for SRB, right? We got to see the Ion playstyle deep in space, fighting deep in enemy territory. We got to see the satellite Yoro as well, putting in so much work, and a lot of that early success that SRB found was honestly mostly in those two's hands, where they were just getting so much space and so many important kills. But kind of just reflecting on, you know, the Ion presence as well, I feel like the Omen controller, you know, instinct that he's built over the last while can honestly be a little bit shown in his Waylay as well, where he's like, you know, using his ability to get deep into space, fight through smokes, like fight deep in enemy territory, like be almost this like very annoying nuisance duelist kind of lurky style that has worked so well for him in this first map.
Yeah, one thing that I think Blue really struggled with on attack, or something that made it harder for them, was Bob with the op and B main. The thing with SR is that they never really contested it. Like they never pushed Bob back, so it made them feel like they had that space, but they were still playing two on site, right? And they also never, they just didn't feed into the op. They wouldn't peek. They were playing it really, really smart. And there were times where I was like, oh, they should be kind of pushing back Bob in that B main, not letting her have so much space. But that also just made Blue feel more comfortable going into those B splits, where in reality, SR was ready for that.
I mean, looking over the performances overall, though, something that I highlighted going into it was just this pop-off potential from Blue Otter to where this could be interesting. And I mean, Roy, without Heartless, I don't think we would have gotten an OT. I think we're already well into the second game. Like this was such a step up, and someone who we didn't mention at all in our pre-show.
Right, and it almost feels criminal in hindsight. Like he's impressed so well. He stepped up early and consistently throughout the game, and in the debut of his roster on the Sky. Like, you know, from a former Sky player, like it's not easy to get a lot of value from Sky in the modern day. Like it can be a very hard agent to play, to be honest. And the fact that he makes it look so easy, gets a ton of value from not only the utility, but puts himself in positions where he gets 27 kills. And it's not even about the numbers either. It's how impactful it felt like every kill, every round where Heartless popped off, how like impactful those were. And it was just crazy. But ultimately in the end, it really just did feel like SRB just had a little bit of a tighter hold on the fundamentals on the team play towards the very end, and they're just a little bit more consistent in that OT, and they're able to close it out.
I mean, we'll have to see how that consistency and everything else goes on going forward. Looking at this second map in the series, because now this is Blue Otter's pick, and a stark difference looking forward ahead to this. We had highlighted both of these teams have gotten quite a few reps in comparison to other challenger teams going into this, but Bind is kind of a little bit more of an exception on the side of SRB here, Emily. And for Blue Otter, they have so many reps, even just in the last couple of days here on Bind.
Yeah, specifically on Bind, I think that Bob is gonna be that player that's gonna have to step it up a bit. She had a rough start going into that first half on Split, but she did like warm up. She started getting her picks. She started kind of like popping off there towards the end. And I think we're gonna need to see that right off the bat for Bind, especially because Bind to me is like Chamber's playground. That is where you see Chamber have the most impact out of any map for me. And so I want to see her winning those initial fights. I want to see her getting those first picks on both sides.
And hopefully we can see a little bit more of that as well. A 299 with a pop off as well to match what Heartless was able to do. But let's get into the agent select again. A lot of information from Blue Otter, so anticipating they're going to stick to a little bit of the same with the Bob on the Chamber, 299 on that Raze, and sure enough. And on the opposing end, Roy, we are back to that double duelist again, which I'm a big fan of because, again, it worked so well. And Exo on the Viper as well. Just this core makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think Exo was heating up towards the end of that first game as well. And I think the Ion Waylay looked great. I think we've seen the Satellite Yoro before. We're seeing it again. It's getting so much value. And I feel like in terms of having a lot of options to work with on that defensive side, I'm expecting a very aggressive defense, challenging showers, challenging out hookah, challenging out long. There's going to be a ton of trap plays along with the Waylay as well for the Shopify Rebellion Black. So my eyes are on to see how they're going to capitalize off these factors. And for Blue Otter, I want to see the Chamber defaults, the slows, the push and pulls, the kind of using the Chamber escapability to bait out some of these traps, kind of bait some of the util out from SRB, and then work back with the fade, work back with the Raze, and close it out in the post plans.
Again, going into the series, it was highlighted that SRB were a clear favorite, but Blue Otter have shown that they can definitely hang. Time to see if it's well enough to take it into a map number 3. Let's head to Bind and back over to your casters once again, Marks and Jaws.
Yeah, thank you very much. Double OT, man. Double OT. Are we going to see that again here on Bind? Oh, my apologies. Hello, welcome back. I was muted. Shopify Rebellion versus Blue Otter. I mean, double OT in the last map marks. Bind coming up. Are we going to see that again?
It's definitely possible here. I mean, obviously, we got to see the complete step up from Heartless there. I mean, Roy said it best, on the Sky, not easy to get that much value, but Heartless was just fragging out of their mind. It was kind of unbelievable to see so much value get kind of pulled over from that initiator, but we're seeing these members go into a little bit more of their comfort role. Shopify Rebellion Black, a lot of their roles being really solidified here. The only real difference is instead of seeing that Astra, we're going to be seeing the Brimstone, which makes a lot of sense here onto Bind. But once again, it's going to come down to, I think, Satellite and Ion and how much value they're able to get.
A lot of presence now on B-Long. Hexa, double bandit kill, make it a triple. That's a one way to start off and kind of make a statement on this second map. I mean, we're expecting this team to be what, like top 3. We're expecting them to make it even big on day 1, game 1, right? We're expecting them to just go ham against a Blue Otter who you'd expect to be a little bit more inexperienced in comparison. See if Tuzi or Bob can pick up anything here, both on each side of the map. But look at this stack. I mean, Tuzi doesn't know what's around the corner, but we definitely do. And there is no chance.
Oh, man, it's the beginning of the Lion King, All the meerkats get their heads up at the exact same time and all look over. There's no chance you're winning that, especially into this pistol round, despite the fact that all these members of Shopify Rebellion Black are low HP. Doesn't matter. Okay. So, Blue Otter, Bob has to kind of make this one work.
30
but
seconds left.
Once again,
Surely.
up against the world here. There's no way.
Single kill. No. Check this out. Okay, Bob died, but a valiant attempt. At least a bit of damage there. If Xander was anybody else, because they were low enough to get one tapped, I mean, maybe it's possible. All right, SRB, realistically, SRB, taking that one round pretty easily with a very, very strong defense there. Exa with a bandit.
Spike down
Heck yeah. Love me bandit gameplay here, especially as that new gun. I believe it was Roy on Twitter said that the Ghost should still be picked over the bandit in round number 1. But one of the good things about that is you can carry the bandit over into this next round. And yeah, I mean, X actually just going straight for the Phantom buy up here. So that screams confidence if I've ever seen one. A lot of pressure. Satellite watching it out is able to spot out 2 members.
Oh, spotted the elbow there. Ion takes the TP. Gets the head taken clean off by 399. Oh, hello. What's going on? That's a free gun. As Blue Otter just snowballed their way onto the site. I mean, the Phantom's good, but there are still 5 players from Blue Otter left on site right now with Classics, a Stinger, and a Judge.
Yeah, this one is really tough. Honestly, just good flood in from Blue Water. Taking a separate angle. Completely overwhelming and surprising Shopify Rebellion Black. They didn't even have a chance really to engage, and the backstab was already online. It's a good initiative being taken by Blue Water, and at this point, I don't even know if Shopify Rebellion Black could bother. They just try and take these guns into the next round because this one's looking all but cooked for them.
Yeah, it's choked for sure. Yeah, there's no way. Just looking for some exit kills. You don't want to give up that Phantom. Absolutely not. Same with even the Outlaw as well, to be fair, right? Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
Like you said, fantastic flood from Blue Otter. Ion tried to be a little bit cheeky, take the TP, but 399, boom, head on a swivel. Takes him out with the classic.
Yeah, I mean, you could just like see the surprise on his face when 399 kind of hops out there, classic in hand, just pew, 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 and
like, bro,
he's able
really?
to win that one out.
That just happened? Come on.
And now, moving into this next one. I mean, actually, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a buy-up from Shopify Rebellion Black, so they wanted to kind of take the surprise right back to Blue Water. Blue Water going for a little bit of lighter weaponry as well, assuming that they should be going up against pistols. That assumption may prove deadly for them. They run into Shopify Rebellion here. It's already a lot of pressure. Nature forced out of showers right off the rip, but still can hold this one close with the Stinger.
Dander looking for any kind of action here on a short. TP expiring for Satellite, potentially waiting for that one. Blue Otter, Nature trying to reclaim a little bit of that space, but Zostal with the Judge, going to hear that one, and yep, hold S, back all the way up, as far as you possibly can.
And at the same time, they understand that there's a Stinger close by, and so you can see Blue Water a little bit more hesitant to move up there because especially close range, that's when the Stinger goes, but Bob might have just ignited the spark here, finding Satellite.
Oh, that swing as well was wonderful. Teleport ends up coming through. But Heartless is there, like in the smoke. They know exactly where each other are. Stinger in hand, Xander gets it, but Heartless jumping out of the smoke. Hits Xander with a 3-hit right click there with the classic. Bob, 10 HP, but still can just play so far at range here. It's up to Ion to try and hold this one down. He's got one already. Looking for a second one. Destroys the Haunt. Repositioning right-hand side of the tube now. 399. Reading Ion. Takes the kill. And that is the site claimed by a Blue Otter. And Bob switching over to the Phantom. Here's Nature. Nature still with a kill, though, onto Bob. He's still going to have a tough time getting through this. Yeah. No way. And that's a gun upgrade for Zostal.
You're telling me that the Judge doesn't find the kill, but instead the blind fire through the smoke does? That's kind of crazy, but still a round win for Blue Water nonetheless. As once again, they've now got 2 in a row there, and finally Shopify Rebellion Black, because they bought up on those previous 2 rounds, are not going to have the funds really to bring anything out. Xander going to be going for that bandit buy. Should be a pretty quick and easy round, so now Bob's Outlaw will have maximum value. It'll be 1 shot, 1 kill on any member of Shopify Rebellion Black. Bit of a risky gamble on those last 2 rounds. It doesn't quite work out for them, as it's the stimmed rundown of showers, at least trying to clear some of those angles, forcing Nature back, and the Haunt at least will yield that there are some of these players here. And with Tuzi kind of letting the snake bite go, it should at least give them the idea that they're looking for that play. Oh, crazy.
Oh, what a TP again. Bandit kill for Ion. Unfortunately, can't claim that gun, but the rest of SRB are moving up to try and get it. 4 players pushing through, or 3 in showers, 1 in the TP. Ion goes down. Oh, hookline in Singo. Zostal with 4 kills. Tried to peek 1 by 1 by 1.
You can see Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, they were all kind of hanging out there and looking for something to bail them out.
We really want that gun. If we can get that gun, we can kill him.
It's possible. It's winnable. And of course, who else but Ion just takes the teleporter like, yeah, let's make this one happen alongside Exit to add that additional pressure there. But then Zostal, another player previously on Blue Water as well, kind of holds this one down, left clicking their way through things with that Phantom in hand and shoots down all of the Shopify Rebellion Black members. Now, the buy-up will happen for Shopify. It's going to be contentious here on long, but Satellite misses that initial shot. So it TPs all the way over to this A site, making sure that it's only Exa and Ion watching B.
Snake by in hand. Okay, ends up lobbing it. They still put a little bit of pressure onto Showers there. Is 2Z, but Nature trying to go for this. Oh, little jiggle peek. Okay, a little bit of information gained. At least one player over that way. Satellite on a nice little line.
What's important here, though, is Ion making his way all the way up in Hookah. You can see Blue Water are finally going to be backing out here, but if they do decide to kind of move things through, they'll immediately get gunned down by the Waylay. In the midst of all of this, Shopify Rebellion Black haven't yielded anything, so if they do go onto this A site, they still will be running into Xander and Nature. We're looking down both of these sites right now.
Yeah, it's got the util to escape, so... Gonna hear the horn, okay. Saturates.
30 seconds left.
Oh, there comes the old blue traded. It's gonna open the B site up a little bit, but... Just like SRB are deciding, you know what, actually, it's going to be an A hit, and they're calling that perfectly. Although Teleporter can still be taken. Volley into Lamb. Xander taking a ton of damage, 52 HP remaining. Yeah, gunned down by Heartless. We thought maybe they don't expect me to run through it, but Ion and Nature make it hurt. And now it is Bob with the op. Trying to find any kind of kill possible. It's an SRB round win. That brings him up to 2.
Wow. I mean, first of all, that's crazy. You push through a molly, take all that damage, try and take that timing, play so aggressive forward in Blue Water. Unfortunately, we see one of the members spot that push out and shut that one down. But honestly, a good adaptation from Shopify Rebellion Black. They didn't get caught out by that fake towards B, and in the midst of it are able to get 399's ult out. They gun that one down. Despite the fact that they lose a member, that's all good because honestly, just Xander and Nature do an excellent job of holding that A site down and don't give up the space for free, making that time crunch really just coalesce on top of Blue Otter. Satellite looking down this long sight line, won't be able to spot out that pesky little Viper just on the other side, but we'll be just teleporting out here now, reinforcing that B site.
Players from Blue Otter, though, scaled up into Hookah, at least 399. Small back out for Heartless. Bob on the opposite side of the map right now with that op.
Oh, spotted
sneaky,
out the cap.
beaky like. Yep. Oh, hello. Oh, that looked like it could have hit. Teleport, though, across the map again. So now, Showers control. Bob on a nice angle, but Nature is going to be here to surprise her. All that util being used. Bob's going to try and make a play, and she does. Nature down. Smoke's covering the point now. Should be a free plant. Absolutely. Uh-oh, that's a lot of damage. Ion out. Oh, Boombot. Ion, 68 HP. Taking a little bit of damage, but ends up surviving most importantly. But 2Z through the wall. Gets the penetration kill onto Ion.
It's tough, but Exa, honestly, is so far away at this point. I think they're just yielding the site here, and yeah, Shopify Rebellion Black completely backing off. And honestly, if we get to see that kill onto Bob there, I think that Shopify Rebellion Black would have had a much better opportunity. Satellite, so aware they're getting chased down by 399, but should be able to save that op over, now reunited with Exa.
Yeah. Oh! Whoops, Daisy. Well, not getting chased down anymore.
Yeah, get an ultimate orb. Life is going to be good here, but Blue Otter really just kind of running away with that one. And I think it comes down to how those smokes get deployed. I was going to comment on the fact that Satellite, you know, put that teleport all the way on to the other side of the map, and immediately just teleports back under so much pressure in A heaven, or sorry, on B, but then goes right into A heaven where he kind of needs to be, given the flood through for Blue Otter, and yet the smokes make it near impossible for that Yoru player to find any value with the operator. And as a result of that, that sniper rifle finds negative value on this map and ends up being more of a hindrance than a tool for Shopify Rebellion. They're forced to retreat early on because they can't find any kill, and they need to make sure they secure their economy a little bit more. So we get to see them now. They're going to be taking a time out because Blue Otter have really started to roll things forwards here. And honestly, they show zero signs of really slowing down, as Tuzi has been the one to really step it up on this map so far.
What are the adjustments you're really expecting here from SRB in that case?
Honestly, I think at this point, they just have to be a little bit more cautious about when Blue Otter decide to go in. It's those kind of like individualistic opportunities where we see that 1v1 opportunity happen. You know, they try to get the jump onto Blue Otter, but Blue Otter, they're just paying it patiently. They're waiting for those chances to be able to just kind of walk forwards and, well, really catch Shopify Rebellion looking the wrong way and win in those little duels, making it kind of cascade. Shopify Rebellion Black look best when they play together, but unfortunately on defense, there's not much opportunity where they can do that.
Satellite versus Bob, and Bob quicker on the trigger. Up, down. Satellite's body in showers. They're going to try and recover this one. Smoke it off. Even grab the orb, maybe. Nightfall comes in. There's that Brimmo as well over towards Lamps. Nature is alive and well on the site, although the amount of util thrown at them, I'm surprised they've managed to stay so healthy. Not so much anymore. Cursed them a little bit as 399 ends up taking their head clean off. Xander still in showers with that judge. And it is Exa trying to open things up again, but being able to swing on this high-low setup is going to be rather tough. Even a player in Lamps is going to waylay their push.
Top of that too, like they're just so aware. Assuming Shopify are going to move in, but Spike finally goes down and Viper Spit deployed.
I mean, Alion's going to try and open this one up, but there's just so many players just on every single angle. Ion now, throws out Saturate, little shorty damage. Heartless takes, what, maybe half a bullet worth of damage there, and it looks like SRB deciding this is not the fight they want to take.
Yeah, forced again to save. But I think that they just kind of want to send Xander in because Xander's one away from having that orbital strike. But yeah, with the operator in hand, decides to back out of that one, walk away scot-free.
Oh, hello. Hey, nice shot. All right, get one, and then you get the ult. Okay, there you go. That's one way to get it. 399 is going to push. Ion quickly sorts that problem out.
Well, hey, that's pretty good now. You got a couple of ultimates online for Shopify Rebellion Black. At this point, Blue Otter, though, it's just those initial first bloods are consistently kind of falling their way. And one of the highlight players from that last map, Satellite, has simply not been able to get online, consistently getting diffed by Bob, which really feels like we're taking the script and kind of turning it on its head. Last map, Bob not necessarily able to get as online as we would have wanted her to be, but Satellite was consistently shutting her down. And this time around, feels like it's opposite day, really. As Satellite has gotten almost no value for Shopify Rebellion Black thus far, making this a very difficult first half year for Shopify. Still though, 2 ultimates online, the Convergent Paths for Ion, as well as the Orbital Strike for Xander, so a little bit more denial pressure, and I think this is why Blue Otter are kind of playing this one a little bit more split up. They don't want to kind of fall victim to those ultimates and immediately get kind of smoked from the sky, so you see it be a little bit more patient, being a little bit more opportunistic.
Anyone else?
That's a death best left avoided there. Tuzi just walking straight into the sightlines of Satellite. Yeah, they're kind of speaking about it on the desk as well a little bit, about how Bob basically OTP in the chamber right now. You can see it's kind of paying off. Heavy B presence right now for Blue Otter, but they decide they're just going to leave Bob inserted. Oh, that was close. Ion just taking a leisurely stroll past the choke point. No worries.
Knife out at everything. It still is able to walk away.
30 seconds left.
Unbelievable.
There's the horn. Really kind of selling this one, but there you go. TP noise is coming in, and 4-5 player rotation for SRB. Heaven control for Satellite. Misses 399. Position given away, and Bob executes. Satellite down, and 399 have made their way to the backline already, but Xander from the skies there. Alt kill online, as well as that kill onto Bob, but now there's only 399 remaining, and the collapse there from SRB is picturesque.
Yeah, great job that time. Obviously, kind of using both of those ultimates that I talked about, pulling them out at the exact same time. But really what it does is it kind of forces Blue Water to play a little bit more forwards. And you can see the kind of go, go, go mentality for Blue Water. They're forced to kind of go out there. And then it almost feels like peekaboo from Shopify Rebellion, either pushing out from Heaven, pushing out from main, you know, one and then the other, and then consistently finding the back of Blue Otter's players. And so it works out with all of the members of Blue Waters looking the wrong way. So Shopify Rebellion, they take back around in their favor. But I really like this whole Satellite v Bob storyline here, because once again, Bob gonna be winning that one, unfortunately, for Satellite.
Double boss back. Up onto the high ground. Nature deafened, and I've seen that one before. 399 killing Nature. Dog in through Lamb. Xander's already there. Manages to get a little bit of damage onto the Rays, but wow, this is a fast execute by with Bob opening the site up yet again with a kill onto Satellite. Op v op, like you said, it has been going Bob's way.
It's so funny too, because you see there's a bit of utility to support that. Nature obviously using the Prowler to kind of send that one out. And what that can also do is, you know, if the Prowler's up into your face and you shoot through it, it'll do a lot of damage to the person behind, but won't guarantee the kill. Kind of acted as a body block, but it doesn't matter this time. I mean, Bob has just kind of got the read on that and consistently challenging Satellite and consistently winning. Satellite up against Bob has not been going well for Shopify Rebellion Black. When we see Satellite on a different site, holding a different angle, it kind of works out well, but this time around has been consistently getting shut down, kind of opening up the path for Blue Water to really walk away with some of these rounds.
Still free kill. Now they know they're in hookah. Yeah, I mean, Bob has been wonderful. I mean, honestly, Bob is just Giga Chad. Ignores the dog flying towards them. Wide swings. Satellite perishes. Like, that's basically what's happened. The last, what, 3 duels or something? Like, the 3 1v1s? The util's great, but the dog also, it's not that quick, you know? It's a medium-sized dog, maybe with getting a little older. It doesn't exactly sprint at the enemy until it actually sees it. That's right up close to it. So, yeah, Bob has been winning out. And a stinger buy now for Satellite, so no shot. They're holding the line on Showers. Looks like a 4 stack on B for them.
Oh, man. And actually, we're seeing the Viper Spit get utilized as well. And so, Exa with a Bucky wants to try and shut this one down. This is an expensive gamble right here. If one of the members of Blue Water are able to move forwards, or even just kind of take that hookah space, or sorry, not hookah space, the shower space, this Viper Spit could really go kaput. But that is enough actually to kind of make Blue Water look on the other side and slowly start to clear their way through. Shopify Rebellion Black playing very patiently just on the other side. Util in hand of Satellite, ready to just kind of flood in when necessary. But they're just waiting for a little bit of noise before they make that trigger known.
I mean, look at Bob already. Halfway up Showers, smoke blocking her way. Few players going through sand there. B along. Contact play. SRB looking to leap out and surprise. Hookah kind of cleared. Actually, it's a tag one in the end. Bandit Gaming for Xander.
Oh, boy.
Bandit Gaming. That's a triple. And that's some free guns. Some free loot on the ground for SRB. And Heartless, unfortunately, you're not going to do too well here. There's a crossfire waiting for you with open arms. Bob is on A, by the way, like straight up, just on A, but unfortunately the spike is in no man's land.
The up-down works perfectly, and once again.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on. Well, Exa didn't expect someone to walk all the way through A, around into Lambs, and then shotgun. I mean, fair enough. You're probably best looking forward in that situation, but a little unlucky. But a round they'll take.
Yes, around 100% they will take there. I mean, it just comes down to the triple stack. Ion and Xander just kind of up, down, and then they got Satellite as well to kind of flash for him when they need it. It works out perfectly, and you see Blue Otter, they try and swing through off of that initial contact and immediately just get blinded, so they get taken out. A great little protocol being set up and a great little trap play for Shopify Rebellion. That time around, we don't necessarily see that first blood go the way of Blue Otter or the members of Shopify just running into them.
Oh, they want to go fast. Nice get out of jail free card there used by Ion, but Xander's already claimed two. Shorty in hand for Ion, jumps around the corner. Oh, Tuzi, I think connected one. Yeah, 20 HP for the Waylay left. We've lost 3 already of Blue Otter. This series, or this map at least, marks very pendulum swingy. Domination on one side, domination on the next. Domination on one side, domination on the next.
All the players of Shopify Rebellion Black that time, it felt like they knew exactly what they needed to do. And in the aggression kind of going through. And I think that comes down to that individual skill, individual knowledge of what necessarily is going on. As soon as things kind of get dicey, in a heartbeat, we see the orbital strike get popped, kind of forcing the players of Blue Water move their way forward right into Ion's Shorty. So it works out so well for them. They just need to get those utility engages online, and the rest of the round is theirs.
30 seconds left.
Okay. Satellite taking a couple of shots there through the wall. Don't give him it. Oh, bobble one. Maybe with another? Not quite. All right, round over. SRB with a win. And they even get an ult for their troubles. Another one, in fact. Last round and a half now. Almost 6-6. SRB with a convincing round win.
Yes, a very convincing round win. And honestly, it almost felt like they were just more ready for unfiltered aggression as opposed to kind of the slow 1v1, you know, map control game that's kind of going on, and the way that Blue Water has kind of been playing. It's that very explosive push out that this time around Shopify Rebellion Black are ready to receive all of that pressure. Moving into this next one as well, though, I mean, Bob still got that operator online. Blue Water plenty of money to make sure they've got a buy up for their final round. And Xander gets spotted out by the Haunt very early on. A lot of pressure just outside of showers here.
Sees nade. Oh, Xander. Ooh.
Escapes?
With the B-hops, okay. Bot to clear the rest. A little bit of spam damage. Oh dear, not another Odin.
It's a classic at this point. An initiator and an Odin. Bob actually pushed so far forwards. Ion, with the wide swing though, is able to walk away completely unscathed and challenge that operator. As everyone, right now, it's just a standstill across the entire map. Spike though, favoring that A site.
Oh, Satellite. That's a kill that you want. Taking down 399. Someone who's been instrumental in actually getting them actually on the site itself. See what the final call is here. It looks like it's going to end B.
30 seconds left.
Thankfully, Satellite's still alive as well with that op. So you see just the caution that Blue Water have to play with. They don't have anything to kind of deal with this besides Bob.
Wow, that was almost picture-perfect timing. Ion with one, though, as Tuzi gets on to the site, but that wall and the snakebite is going to stop any kind of counterplay. Zosta with two. Uh-oh, dimensional drift. Satellite going to try and reposition here as the spike ends up getting planted. Shorty in hand now for the Yoru. Looks like Heartless is going to pull out the same thing, just hiding on those little boxes there onto the high ground, but Xander takes them out. Heartless down means Satellite's going to have a little bit more room to work with. 33 HP now, and Xander also pretty low. Everybody on the site kind of bleeding out at this point. Zosta with a third, and now Satellite with an op still in hookah. Needs to be able to deal with both Bob and Zosta, who have a fairly nasty crossfire. There's the shot, and Bob's going to finish it off. Bob with another kill onto Satellite as Blue Otter finish the half 7-5.
Zoe still really just coming alive in when Blue Water needs him the most. And a little bit of unfortunate spacing from Xander. Xander walks out and looking the wrong way. Would have found Zoe still looking right up into hookah and would have been caught completely off guard, making it up to Bob to kind of clutch a 1v2 with only an operator in hand. A little bit of an unfortunate moment there. Spells disaster for that final round for Shopify Rebellion Black. Now down 5-7 here as we swap sides. Blue Otter still kind of going up into this one, feeling very comfortable. All of the members right now kind of lifting their own individual weights. Last time we got to see Heartless kind of pop off and have an amazing performance. This time Heartless sitting at the bottom, but Bob has really just climbed that ladder back up. It's going to be a contest outside of Hookah, and Xander takes quite a few bullets there, but will smartly back off and kind of keep that aggression from Blue Otter measured.
It doesn't want any of that smoke. Come the smokes, the dash. Okay. Oh, Bob with... Oh my god, nature. Okay. Well, hello.
Spike planted.
Showers was rather info. Spike does end up getting planted. The TP plays from both teams, to be fair, have been very funny to watch.
Interesting at best, but still Blue Water. They have to start making this one happen sooner rather than later. They're really taking their time here as Ion gives us a bit of a jump scare.
Okay, time's a ticking. Gotta get a move on now. Smoke ends up coming in. Top box is there. It's going to create a little bit of a one-way. But they got to check Xander. But Toaster with a 180 ends up getting him. Nice little flash to bang comes out though. As Satellite cleans up the rest. Nice flash there as you can see Blue Otter kind of running out of time, struggling to find anything in that round. I mean, it was just SRB just not giving them the angles, not giving them the timing. Just played that to perfection, that timing game.
And also it came down to that satellite play. Or sorry, not satellite play, the teleport play, I should say, where Blue Water, I mean, they had their opportunity to kind of rush through, you know, try and surprise them, and yet Xander just with a pistol in hand, able to keep all of them at bay, removing all of that kind of flank pressure from the site there, making sure that there was less things for Shopify Rebellion to kind of worry about, but Satellite getting marked completely with the haunt through, and it's another teleport play from Zostal.
All right, well, Ion's dead though, across the map. Satellite's like, nah, I'm good. I don't know how many of you there. I'm good, I'm backing out.
Oh, Tuzi going exploring though.
Yeah. Uh-oh. My best catch. Exit. No. Wow, that's an unfortunate death there by Tuzi. So we're in a 4v4 still. Heavy stack towards B though. 4 players from SRB.
Blue Water just trying to reinforce the site right now, but the teleport play still available for Shopify Rebellion Black if they deem it a little bit too crazy, but Bob goes down.
Yeah, Bob's dead. Okay, Molly's gonna block any kind of swing here. Those are back sights. And now it's up to 399 with just a shorty. Oh, it's got an 8, I suppose. Maybe picks up somebody. Whoops. Oh, okay. Gets one. Okay, you take that. Hey, look cool doing it. You take that.
There's no way that shorty finds that kill on an Nature. That's kind of funny.
I was like, surely that's too far away, but well, yeah. Right? Nature was pretty low, I think.
Nope, headshot will do you in just fine, but still excellent stuff from Shopify Rebellion to at least tie us up here. But once again, when you win the pistol round as decisively as you do, should be nice and easy. A nice clean execute kind of coming through. One of the things that I was really impressed with on the last map from Shopify Rebellion was how they like to execute onto these sites, especially when they've got all the pieces that they need. It looks really well coordinated and really well rehearsed. And so now that we get them back onto the offense, I'm excited to kind of see what they can bring to the table. And this really will be the ultimate test because Blue Water have all the weapons that they kind of need in their hand, while it's going to be SRB on this hard bonus with Exa buying up that rifle.
I'm waiting for Tuzi to take the CP. I'm looking at the map. Someone's got to take it. Oh, nice TP away from Bob there. Good damage done, actually. Satellite only 45 HP as Ion dashes in on top of the truck. Does end up hitting an insane saturate, but Social takes Ion out. Just jumps straight in front of the Brimstone, who was all caught up. Volley straight over the head of Bob. Undisturbed was the chamber in Lamps.
Undisturbed is actually the team. Yeah, completely. Every single duel they were just able to come out on top of there. Whether or not it was a little gap in the smoke, whether or not it's just the angle that they're holding. Shopify Rebellion Black just walk into the crossfires of Blue Otter that time. You see the smokes come down strategically to try and buy a little bit of space, but it doesn't quite work out well for Shopify on that round as Blue Otter, they take a very convincing round back, but most importantly, Zostel's able to now get the orbital strike online. We're seeing Shopify Rebellion Black as well go for a buy up here, with Nature being the only one who has to kind of buy that Spectre. But if they lose this round, then that's going to be an economic travesty for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, Bob ends up taking care of Ion pretty swiftly. Boombot not going to find anybody. Quick wrap around here to short. Nature swapping the gun out.
Another rotation getting called. Shopify Rebellion Black starting to meander their way over there. Bob's still such an instrumental player here on Bind, shutting down so many avenues for Shopify Rebellion Black.
And Bob has found so many, like, first bloods. Oh, yeah. Just stop the push here for a second. Choosing a little bit of time. Toxin is pretty low, though. I mean, it's going to run out in just a moment, but they managed to actually get close to the teleport. And there's the orbital strike. Well, they tried. Exit 23 HP. Walked away a little bit battered and bruised. Now Bob's inserted. Do they know? No, they do not. Nature is going to end up sending a dog out, but Bob is just going to stand tall and deliver.
Spike down A.
3 kills for Bob, and now it's a 2-on-4. Flash onto the site. Satellite is trying to push in, but
Spike down.
all on their lonesome now. Know exactly where he is. 5 HP in a dream. No spike in hand. That's all the way back in shorts. Straight back to the showers. And probably going to save.
Tuesday doing an excellent job denying all of that space. I think Satellite will just try and get this last orb as time really just kind of counts down there. Man, Bob's map control has just been such a big boon for Blue Water on this map. Of course, you know, we're talking about finding the kills, always winning out those initial first bloods, finding the space, but that time around just finding an absolute key timing to completely just confuse Shopify Rebellion. Xander had no idea they were there, and then it takes this crazy double swing for Nature, full HP going down, leaving Exa the last person alive just around that corner, but so low HP. And yeah, this is going to be when you want to call that timeout for Shopify Rebellion Black. Once again, I anticipated that this would have been a little bit cleaner coming through. I thought their engages always looked good. But Bob has consistently kept them in check thus far. And Ion and Satellite have not been able to come online the way that we did on Split, which to me is very concerning for Shopify. So at this point, you know, take this tack timeout, clear the heads a little bit, come up with a little bit more of an interesting plan on how you want to kind of get some of those wheels spinning the right way. Even if you do lose some of those members early on in some of those initial duels, they should have enough in their toolkit to run over and overwhelm the site, which Blue Otter, you know, they've just been finding a kill, and then immediately you can see Shopify Rebellion so cautious, so scared.
Is Bald under there?
Surprise, that's why you wear a hat.
Yeah. Tell Sideshow that.
Ooh.
All right, what is the game plan now for SRB? Still got the hero rifle. Call it a hero shotgun as well for Ion. A little bit of armor there too. Dimensional drift, maybe a pit online. Heavy, or at least semi-heavy showers push, maybe get the pit. But it looks like Blue Otter are going to try and challenge this.
Oh, it's all just bait though. And meanwhile, Bob, so aggressive forward. Ion just kind of waiting for that actually with a Bucky in hand. I don't think Bob's necessarily going to give this one up for free.
Yeah, I really love these aggressive angles by Bob. Quick TP away as well, around the corner. You are max chilling. Feel Bob right now.
Here, pin drop in the server at this point. Both these teams kind of playing so slowly, and finally,
hello, goodbye.
Swing for at least some spot, but will force the teleport away from Bob, so at least you know that that rifle's going to be gone, but smartly so. Still SRB playing super slow, because look at this. 399 just watching from above, ready to just click any heads if they decide to show themselves.
X is going to try and make a little bit of space on B, but I mean, Tutti is right here. Both orbs and guys, you bumped into each other.
30
All
seconds.
good. Mad at the moment, changed places as 2C ends up going down. Exa with a nice little kill. Dies to Heartless, but still. Fine coming in. No way. There's no way that. I mean, come on. Iron with a double Bucky shot on 399. It's a 3-on-4 now. Rifle's still in the hand of Satellite. But the site control here is close to 0. Dimensional drift to get some information now. It's actually swapped over the Bucky with Ion. So Ion now with the rifle. Xander swinging out showers. The saturate is just ridiculous. And Xander with the 2 kills. And now it's up to Bob. An amazing shutdown and a thrifty for SRB.
I still can't believe what we saw right by the teleporter there. You know, both those Vipers are like, why is the wall a little bit closer than I remember?
Yeah, what's going on? I guess I'm just against the wall. I'll just move left slightly, I
Yeah.
suppose.
Oh,
Look at them. They're
man.
literally bumping into each other.
And then, yeah, just based on the positioning that X is able to get, just completely dodging each other. But then, once again, it just feels like maybe the Sketty a little bit on the floor there. Xander able to completely just walk all the way around through showers and kind of find that backstab. So a good round from Shopify Rebellion Black, but you can tell Blue Water, they're accelerating their pace.
Nature, you gotta run. Oh, unfortunate. Very quick run through Hookah, though, calling 3 players running B along. Going to try and get the site before they can get there. A beautiful spray, though, through that wall. Ends up killing Satellite. Hit deployed on the point, but it doesn't look like Blue Water want to go down without a fight at the very least. Rocket launcher in the hands of Blue 399, but unfortunately, another perfect saturate coming through for Ion. Does net a kill onto Heartless. And 399 still alive on this site right now with a shorty kill. This is messy, to say the very least, as Exa now jumping up to Hookah, 399 and Bob. Last alive on the site. Just green. All they see is green. A quick tap. Bob goes down. Blue 99 with a jump up. Nice kill onto Exa. It should be good for the defuse.
Yeah, just is able to squeak that one by Blue Otter. They claim that round in the midst of that Viper's pit, and I understand the call. Like, immediately you see the rush out from Blue Otter. They're all the way back there, and so let's just deploy this pit. Everything should be fine. But then if you took a look at the minimap on how they decided to dissect that, I mean, so many members of Blue Water just hopping in there, shorties in hand, ready to just find the spray down, and they're inevitably going to bump into the members of Shopify Rebellion Black, making it almost an unwinnable scenario for them. So in the midst of all of that, they get that powerful ultimate away from Shopify Rebellion, and Blue Otter find themselves now at double digits. Okay, a little bit of a dance off on the other side there, but finally we get to see the Brimstone make his way through. A lot of pressure here, but Tuesday gonna have to hold it down. Ooh. Does though.
Almost got a kill, but that sets up Satellite perfectly. That Bucky damage was enough to secure 3 kills. And another quick push onto the sites. Zostal, though, is still chilling. Oh, they lined up perfectly for them. Spike down. And you can see Satellite's position too, currently sitting in elbow, and, well, Zostal knows it. Rotation from Bob now through CT as they hear that teleport.
Look at all the guns on the ground. Everybody dying in the exact same spot.
Oh, Social spotted out. Takes a little bit of damage too. And just going to square off on the point. Please not again. Nope, all good. Eyes a little bit sharper this time around for Exa.
Spike planted.
Those X-ray specs on. All right, Bob, what's the play?
Smart move from Shopify as well. They just kind of go so far out, understanding that Bob only does have sniper rifle on hand. Teleport kind of gets taken here to allow for this regroup, but it has to be fast. Otherwise, it's going to be a very weird situation for Exa to try and defend the spike alone.
Yeah, you're going to hear that teleport as well. I mean, Bob probably wants to save the scope at this point. Going to try and just exit through CT. Yeah. All right, save the scope, save the op. Bob's going to get out. But that is another round on the board. SRB almost tying this one up. 9-10 now.
Some heroics coming through from Satellite to make sure that Shopify Rebellion Black win that round. I mean, you see kind of like the bait, hook, and sinker for that one. Satellite immediately just kind of playing off the information, gets the spray down, spots the last one, and finds that spray. But really, the hero here was Zostal, making this a winnable scenario for Blue Otter. Stays hidden in the midst of all of that, which is kind of crazy. But once again, gets completely unchecked by Shopify Rebellion. And so it really gets a lot closer than it really should have been. And now we finally get to see Blue Water on a little bit of a budget buy here. Get to see Bob still buying up that operator, which has really made a difference on this defensive half. But SRB, they've got all the weaponry that they need, all of the ultimates that they need as well. Ion with the convergent paths, Xander with the orbital strike. A couple more tools to make sure they can potentially tie this one up.
Oh, Heartless calling for help, calling every emergency number in the book there to try and get out. Zostal with 3 again. It's Blue Otter. They just keep on doing it. They keep getting away with it. They keep
Through the Viper's wall. 3 kills. That's
just
unbelievable.
A demon
guys.
on B site. Use of the sentry, easy kill. All right, Satellite, lone rifle.
Decoy.
Oh, 1v4 scenario here. Does have the rifle, but really needs to isolate at least one play, and Blue Water have more than enough comfortability to be able to retake. Even if they do lose Bob on that A site and we see Satellite go for that teleport, got more than enough players alive to kind of circle in and attack.
There's a fairly deep trip on Showers as well, so it's like, we know this was a fake, that was a clone, all good. We can just wait, and we can actually stack here, as we saw 399 kind of rotate to B. Just another save. Trying to look for a kill, just anything at this point. All right, you'll take that. A bit of revenge for the rest of the team.
Well, Bob's gonna chase right now.
Oh, no. No, it should be good. Good. Uh-oh. Maybe not good. 20 HP. Oh, they're going for him.
Run!
Okay.
Oh no!
Oh, there we go. Susie, the last frame. God, you thought Satellite was safe there. Maybe best to stick in the teleporter or something, but an unfortunate gun loss. And that's going to mean Satellite has to pick up a Bucky for this round. Blue Water 1 round away from match point marks.
This is, you know, wouldn't have seen this one coming, and still, I can't understate the ridiculousness of that last round with Zostal just finding a 3K headshots only with a Guardian through the Viper's wall. The awareness just so good, and already Bob finds Ion, ready to pack this one up and go to map number 3.
Original drift.
Where take them?
Okay, just land one tag. Well, there's that orbital laser coming down. Satellite on the site already, taking a mean chunk out of Heartless after getting the kill onto that Viper. It's just all spam. It's all spam, all smoke. This is what this is. This is what B-site has become now. We just spam through smoke and we get kills.
Welcome to Mind. It's just unbelievable. And one of the things right now, which I think Shopify Rebellion might be kind of staring the barrel down, is the fact that last round was so frustrating. We see them just kind of trying to make anything stick right now. All of these players kind of going for these individual hero plays, and honestly, none of them really making it stick with the weaker weaponry here.
One enemy remains.
Fairly trivial cleanup there for 399. Match point, sorry, for Blue Otter.
Match point.
SRB trying to get their last buy round in, but I'm looking at Blue Otter maybe going fast again. You've got this raised rocket available.
And it would be a pretty easy way, but once again, this unmetered aggression coming through from Bob. It's gonna be good for that first kill right off the rip, and it really feels like they're relying on Satellite to try and make that hero play happen, trying to make those moments, those pop-offs, get that clip ready in line, but fortunately not able to come out with anything, generally speaking, and this time around, it's going to be just utility to try and fish things out here, but Blue Water, they're playing so confidently that they just know that they're going to win this round.
Bob waits the last second there before teleporting away. See the 4 stack of SRB players straight into the moat. The saturate is going to be good. Made them look one way. Unfortunately, the sense not high enough to look the other way at the same time. There's Xander with a kill. 399 in the teleport, waiting for some rotations as the spike gets planted, Marks.
That's going to be 4v5 here. Don't forget that rocket still available. A great retake.
Yep, they're going to pull it. Convergent parts ends up coming in as well. And oh, dying to the fire. Not the way you want to go, 2Z. Still waiting to fire this rocket off. And there it goes, launched in. But straight to the back of the head. 399 falls. SRB now just facing Bob. And Bob is going to slink away, op in hand.
All right, should be able to save this one. It doesn't look like any of the members of SRB are necessarily going to go hunting. They understand their economic situation, and the economic situation is not very good. So you want to make sure you keep all those rifles alive into this next one. But the impact that we finally get to see Ion have on that exec is exactly what we need to see. It's been a hot minute since we've been able to see the Waylay kind of fly in there. And once again, that was one of the things I complimented SRB on. I think their Waylay initiation is so gosh darn good, especially you get that saturate down, you got the rest of the cavalry walking in, and you more or less gain a kill. And Ion has not necessarily had that value and more or less been taken out pretty early on. When the wheel starts spinning and all the gears are in place, then it looks a lot more decisive for SRB. They need to do it 2 more times, try and force out this OT scenario, but Blue Otter, they're ready for Pearl. They just need 1 more map, a couple more kills to make this one happen.
Slowly but surely. Just trying to get some util out of SRB. 3-person push. Oh, Bob. Ends up going down, normally the tip of the spear for the team, but that spear met a heavy brick wall. Ooh. Nice kill from 399 though, holding it down on the sights. Smokes covering the pit, and 399 just popping through it. Gets 3, shut down eventually by Sander, but the damage is already done.
Got the spike.
The spike is going to get picked up. Oh, Zostal dies to the molly. Oh no, Satellite gets one, but needs to deal with this next player coming in. A 2-on-1 now as he manages to teleport away, but can he actually deal with Zostal? Spike in hand. Zostal can go for the reswing. It looks like Satellite might be able to get away though through short. And now the sprint to B.
30 seconds left.
Has to clutch this one up. Only the rechargeable utility will be available here for Blue Otter, but that haunt could be absolutely pivotal. We've seen the damage that Heartless has done on the last map, but right now Zostal has been firing on another one as well.
Spike planted.
Well, this is going to be it. 2v1 on this retake for the win of the map for Blue Otter.
A barren set of util as well for Blue Otter with a single flash for Satellite. Hookah through CT. Horn's going to come in. Not going to find Satellite, who's kind of vibing right now. Still got to be scared of this flank, yes, but Zostal and Harness now making sound on the site. Still Hookah in control. Heartless going to swing for 1, and there's the flash comes out. A teleport available 2 from Satellite. Probably going to fakey this one as Zostal gets half HP. 5 bullets left in the mag for Satellite. He's gone and done it. Satellite clutches up for SRB.
Oh man, it's so close between those 2 teams, but they just have no idea where this Yoru is. And once again, it just comes down to pure distraction techniques. You already got that spike down. You don't need to worry about trying to secure that kill. Just play it smart, and that's exactly what Satellite does at the end there. Ion kind of going on a rampage, but 399 almost trades that one right back in the midst of that fire, and you can tell, I mean, unfortunately there, Xander thought that the fire was going to expire, but turns out it was actually just yet another molly that was burning just a little bit longer. She almost lost that entire map. This time around though, Blue Water, they deploy the pit outside of that A site. Want to make sure that that is hard contested. Look at the trip as well being set up, so that's going to give so much information if any of the members decide to go in there. A deadly combination of utility. While Shopify Rebellion Black, 1 more round to send us to overtime. They have to believe here. And they've got all the tools necessary to be able to make this one happen if they don't get caught off guard here by the defenders on B.
My face went double OT again. SRB making a bit of space on the side there. Ion, not sure what info they gain, but they get an orb. Yeah, that pit on A is to be kind of annoying to deal with. It's got a trip inside it as well, which is just a cherry on top. Please no random spam kill. Oh, that's a lot of util dumped in that corner there. Heartless with one. There's the orbital on the points. And with Ion taking down Heartless. Now Zostal alone in hookah. Bob's going to join them through that teleport. But what an angle from Ion. But unfortunately, he doesn't actually end up connecting with the shot, but does with that one. Straight through the wall. Takes down Zostal. And now Bob in hookah. Completely separated from Tuzi right now with only a stinger. Bob's going to make a hero play and kill Ion, though. And now maybe he's going to give enough time for Tuzi to get a kill and swing. But no, Xander takes down Tuzi. Now has to deal with Bob. But Bob through the wall ends up taking one. But does she know where Nature is hiding out in Cubby? No, she does not. And there it is. Another OT here as SRB take us to 12.
Impressive stuff from Blue Otter to get us to this overtime scenario yet again. But SRB making it work when they need it to. That time around, Ion the one to pick up the operator. And you know, when you're looking at this team composition, you're looking at these players kind of coming in. Honestly, Ion kind of being more of the rifler while allowing Satellite to play that operator. It makes sense. Satellite known for playing kind of the jet duelist op, while Ion a bit more in your face with that Omen player. But this time around, Ion gets that operator and is able to make that one last. So we get sent to overtime yet again. It couldn't be closer between these two teams. SRB ready to close this series out, while Blue Otter, they want to send us to Pearl. Starting us out on attack. Let's see what Blue Otter do.
2 glass cannon ops. Ion, Bob. So a bit of util there. Hookah cleared out with both a dog and a boo bot really early on from Blue Otter.
I like this defensive setup on B as well from Shopify. And we got 2 members just kind of hanging out by long just in case they push forward. Satellite not necessarily trying to take that ego duel right off the rip. Means that Yoru doesn't get taken out right off the bat. And now Blue Water actually making the rotation around. Keep in mind, they don't have the spike yet, so they're not committal to any of these sides. Although it looks like the emphasis may be being placed on B.
Oh, spam through the smoke. Zostal gets another. How many spam through smoke kills has Zostal got this half or this series? I'm not sure. Kill from Ion though. Glass cannon working out this time. Spike still in the middle of the map.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. One of the slowest rounds we've had so far, Mark. So I'm going to be honest with you. Satellite with the kill onto 399. Ion with the angle. And, well, there's a Showers player right now. I need his Bob, but it's a 4-on-2 with a push now on to A. 3 players, however, are stacking up. Oh, double shorty shot. How does Social survive that? 22 HP. Reload the shorty. You got this. Oh, very doable. You got to reload. You got to reload the shorty. You got to get in there. There's the orbital strike, and oh, Bob takes down Satellite too. Spam through the box. Nature gets the kill on to Bob as Zostal perishes to their own orbital strike. SRB with a match and map point now into this series. I need a replay of that one, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Jaws, I think the nerves might be getting to some of these players right now. Zostal, under so much pressure, is still able to find so much value here. And I love the way that the swap around kind of comes through between these 2 players. But yeah, Zostal, amidst the kind of push through, decides to back up a little bit, walks right into the orbital strike, and lasers himself. Pretty much guaranteed the round being a loss. Once again, we're seeing that swap over. Satellite going back onto the rifling. Ion's going to be the one with the long-range sniper rifle in hand. Decides to go with the Vandal this time. But this adaptation has honestly looked a lot better. They're not just yielding the first blood over to Blue Otter consistently round after round. There's a bit more signs of life from SRB. And as they start to kind of heat up here and get ready, I mean, it's looking like SRB want to win out this map.
They managed to put Bob on a really nice line in Showers too, so we'll see if Satellite does end up going for the challenge. Uh-oh. Bob never flinches, never wavers. Just gonna back up slightly though. Here comes the dash in, one shot as well. Caught off actually by the trip. It's getting burnt alive by those toxins there briefly. That snakebite doing a little bit of chip damage to Bob, and they managed to smoke off the point, giving Bob a fairly easy method of escape.
Still looking a little dicey on both sides. Players just so scared to push into the smoke and the spray downs that could happen.
SRB really won this plant, though. Looks like they're going to be able to find 2 kills, though. Zosul and Bob end up going down. 399 trying to beat the hero once again with the shorty on the site. Finds the kill onto Nature, stops that spike from going down. Xander flipping to the haunt there, manages to take it out as a quick retreat there. 2 lamps for 399. Spike planted. Can SRB close this one out? 399 goes down, and there's the pit deployed. SRB in a winnable position. Heartless and Tuzi trying to win this one out, but Heartless cannot find anything on the site, and SRB finish off the series, a 2-0 with 2 back-to-back overtimes.
Man, it could not have been closer between Shopify Rebellion Black and Blue Otter. So many hero moments coming out from both of those individual players, but I really think when the pressure started to mount it, where we saw Shopify Rebellion Black be smart, be a little bit more dynamic, really adapt themselves, understand what necessarily isn't kind of working, that being the operator on satellite. Blue Otter, it felt like you could feel the pressure that was going on for them. A lot of the shots that we would have expected them to see get right off the rip, it started to slip away. And I think that just comes down to a little bit of experience. And once again, this is kind of their debut match with 3 new players onto the roster. And while it really felt like they were going to give Shopify Rebellion Black a good run for the money, SRB are able to take this one home. But so many highlight players, so many highlight moments between people bumping into each other in smokes, you know, people finding multi-kills through smokes. It's just been an absolute cluster between these 2 teams. But you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way, because that was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's anything you want from some of the first games of a stage, it's stuff like that. Accidentally dying to your own ult, like you said, bumping in the night as well, and, you know, giving a little kiss on the forehead each and then parting separate ways. It was a good time all around. And back-to-back OTs, too, for both teams. It was so close. And, you know, this gives a lot of signs of life to Blue Otter as we move on in. I mean, I think people were expecting SRB to win. I mean, most of the desk was. Well, there was one. I'm going to name it, but pretty close from actually getting that prediction right. And it makes me excited to see them throughout this stage as well. But we're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. On the other side of this, the analyst will break it down and send us off for the rest of the day.
Spike down, B.
3 down.
1 enemy.
Like butter, baby.
1 enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
exactly what Core needs. Delivering as the anchor.
Odin's spam early. Through the smoke and off we go. Envy trying to get his class around this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
And trouble without his rifle. Way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And is it by that bite act done? Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell.
They're making sure they're not catching us slacking in here, that's for sure. And SRB not going to be caught slacking either. 2-0 to be closing out the series and start off Swiss round right. Though it was really close. I mean, Emily, I was saying in the green room that this was a series that Blue Otter could have taken. It got a little dicey in there, but SRB able to find a way to close it out.
Yeah, and I'm honestly not exactly sure how they managed to do that. Like, a lot of the rounds that I was seeing, I feel like couldn't be replicated. Like, they were so random. There's like a lot of hero plays that were going on, and it felt like it wasn't like that the whole game. Like, the first half of that on both sides, they had a game plan going into it, but then because that wasn't working, they just started switching it up a lot, and it did come down to just players getting insane multi-kills.
No, this was literally like a descent into madness. It felt like it started off with good Valorant, and every round we just kept going lower and lower, and just like at some point we entered the fever dream realm where people were getting 3Ks through smokes every round, and there was people walking through each other's smokes and just hugging each other. It was crazy. But like we said before, a Blue Otter match never disappoints. That was fun to watch. And you know, normally, Sierra, I do want to be honest, normally I would roast you for your prediction, but there actually was a world this could have been a 2-0 and you would have been the one laughing at us. So honestly, I respect you.
And I think a world where I think maybe should have been a 2-0, not even could have, but should have, right? Like, I think too, you look at reps that both of these teams have had going into this event. There was a lot of expectations on SRB for a reason, and yeah, they get the 2-0, but I think looking back at this, like, it's still kind of fresh, Emily. And I mean, Blue Otter took advantage of that, even if they weren't able to quite close out a couple of the rounds that could have been that difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, especially on their attack, like Bob was out opping Satellite almost every single round, and that was really opening things up for them. They felt confident to kind of push on the site after that. It's just when SRB stopped giving them those first picks is where they kind of struggled, right? Because SRB was like having these crossfires on site. You know, Xandy was just there mowing them down through smokes or through tiny cracks in the smokes. So it was really a lot of the success that they were finding in that half was due to Bob getting those opening picks.
And I think the really weird thing to consider with this, despite how close it was, the fact that SRB won both pistols and they also won 2 thrifties in that and a 1v3 clutch. So like, you take all these things into account, and honestly, this does feel like this is a loss that, or a win that slipped through Blue Otter's fingers. Like, this could have very well been the Blue Otter win, and it could have been the 2-0, and it could have at least gone the full distance into a 2-1 potentially. So I think ultimately Blue Otter did do really well, especially in the beginning of the rounds, like you were saying, Emily. They were doing great at openings. The op was working phenomenally. They're doing a great job devolving the rounds into their favor, and I feel like that aggression was catching SRB off guard a lot. Maybe they're just not used to getting, disrespected or people, pushing into their boundaries, but I feel like this was a really good introduction into the Blue Otter and some of these new players that they've brought on board, and I think I'm starting to see their decisions, and it makes sense why they're here.
Yeah, I mean, look at those first kills too, 16-10, and like you were kind of saying, is Blue might not have been expecting those aggressive plays, but I think it goes further than that, because there were things that SRB were just doing so solo. Like, how can you expect that? It's things that you cannot predict, right? Like, you can kind of start countering when they're being aggressive, but if it's just solo players doing crazy things, you really can't predict that, and they were getting away with that.
So to be able to put up the stand and to get the win over the crazy predictability on the other end, I think definitely is really, really strong for SRB here. So congratulations to them for that 2-0. And now I want to hear a little bit more about how they did that too, with none other than IGL Nature on the line for our post-match interview. Congratulations on the win. You get the 2-0. It's an overtime in each. It was a wacky series. Like, how did you feel going into that in comparison to now?
Partly was on us because we almost threw 2 1v4s on split, which could have definitely cost us the first map. So like a little bit shaky for sure, but honestly, I mean, I heard it spot on. Like they were doing a lot of crazy things first timings. Like I could tell you how many rounds where I just could not believe this guy was like instantly out. And then, I mean, honestly, their bind was pretty good. Going into the second map, I really liked like a lot of people playing this denial where we like stopped the plant on like default on bind and stuff like that. And they just like perma had their raise on top of the pillar, just like making sure that nobody can spam, or you have to spam it from like not really great spam spots. So they were just like really unpredictable in like that way. We really haven't played against the raise and everything because I don't think those comps are very meta or good at this moment. And like we're playing against like lots of waylays and stuff. So like the vertical type of gameplay was pretty good by them on bind.
I mean, whatever Blue Otter is cooking up at any point is definitely always a little against the grain, but it was really fun, Valorant, to be watching from our end at least. This team has definitely gotten a lot of reps. We've gotten to see you play in these birdies. We've gotten to see the reps. It also looks like you're boot camping right now. Am I correct?
You are correct. We are boot camping.
How has that been to be able to actually play together as a team?
It's interesting. We have a bunch of interesting souls on this team. So like, it's like I see new characteristics every single day from Ion, Roy, Sat, Vander, and I mean it's been a good time. There's definitely some laughing moments and some stressful moments since being here.
I mean, the fact that you guys get to boot camp, that's definitely not an opportunity a lot of the Challenger teams get from the get-go. So I love that we get to see that from you. And I want to know your take on the team and everything too, because when the roster was getting announced, you tweeted about how happy you were with the team. So talk to me about that.
Oh, well, I'm enjoying the team a lot, especially because they had me today, because it was an like I said, it was an interesting game. Like they were their first timings and I got caught off. A lot of people got caught up the first game. Started to clean it up a bit, but then their game plan kind of showed a bit good, honestly, on bind. I'm loving every second of the day. Like, it's stressful. I always tell them, you guys stress me out like 24/7. But I think that's like, it's good. It's good to be stressed, good to argue back and forth, because I got crazy people. We solo peaked in a 1v4, three different people. A couple op shots missed from the guy next to me and stuff like that. But we love every moment of it. That's him.
Oh, man. You know, the vibe seems so fun, and you're stuck with them now for the stage. How are you feeling going into the rest of this with a group of crazy individuals?
I'm feeling great. I mean, Xander said it very well at the start and at the end of the day. Like, your first match is never going to be your prettiest match, and it's just the truth. I think going forward from here, we'll probably bicker for the next like hour as kids, and then I could see our second and third and fourth games of this stage just being very easy for us.
Well, I'll let you get to that bickering stage so you can go back into the winning and everything else stage after. Nature, thank you so much for the insight, for the interview, and have fun with the team.
Yep, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. I love that. We got some characters. We got some interesting moments. Like, I'm so intrigued, but I'm like, I don't want to ask. I don't know.
No, it's literally just another day in the high school for gifted children featuring Unk, Effies, and Nature at the helm. It's just so funny. But yeah, I think they honestly, this was a bit of a slow start from SRB. I'm not gonna deny it. But ultimately, a 2-0 is a 2-0. A win is a win, and I think they're gonna slowly shake off the rust, slowly get off the little bit of jitters that they're having right now, and be more on the same page, hopefully moving forward, and be that powerhouse that we're all expecting them to be.
And even if it's not the prettiest win, they still are going to be ending off Swiss round one with a win. Taking a look at the bracket, because yeah, we only got to feature a couple of the match over on the main broadcast. We got to see the conclusion of the others. Winthrop University with their win over Pigeons, YFP with the victory over Rose, and Emily. I mean, we didn't get to watch those matches, but peeping the score lines, we got to see some very strong looks coming out from YFP and Winthrop, which is not like, I wouldn't really expect anything less, honestly.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see these matchups because I think every Challengers team is going to have a little bit of a new look than we saw last year. Like, there's a lot of unknowns, and I think that's what makes the start of the season so interesting. It's just figuring out how a team's going to kind of identify themselves and how they're going to play.
Even if we only got a little bit of a look today, there's still so much Challengers to be played, including tomorrow. Again, how things are looking, that is not the confirmed matchups. That's just where everyone is standing, and we should have the schedule out shortly. or you can just come back tomorrow and be surprised. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in today. I hope you had just as much as fun as we did, and we will see you back here for Swiss round 2 of Valorant Challengers. Take care.
Nade on top of the smoke. No flood coming through, but here it is. Big hit jump around the corner. Oh, that's cross fire and a half. My word. And there's the signs of life. It's going to be a slowed up player in the back line. Doesn't matter too much. Spike is just classed, of course. Now Spain goes for the wide. Nice little spray down there. Oh, it's come out. Pain's got a bigger knife. Oh, the Stinger runs out of bullets. And M80. I've turned this wide. What is better? Ion in the back line. And yeah, Heartless looking so green and crisp now with a bullet in the back of your head. Dimensional drip to satellite right in the corner of the site. No scope with the op. Oh my goodness. Can't see anything. Neither can. Okay, someone's going to die eventually. Okay, there it is. It's Doozy that comes up with the kill. That was ridiculous. That is the smallest gap.
Doozy kind of letting the snake bite go. It should at least give them the idea that
They're all crazy. Oh, what a TP again. Badly killed for Ion. Unfortunately, can't play that gun, but the rest of SRB are moving up to try and get it. 4 players pushing through, or 3 in showers, 1 in the TP. Ion goes down. Oh, hookline and Singer. Zostal with 4 kills. Tried to peek one by one by one.